Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're into Season X. We have 1 week down with plenty more to go as we head into week 2. It's all about Europe this time. And there's been a lot of Rocket League this week. So I'm going to find my home base real quick, talk to my friends, calm down, catch our breath. I'm your host, LeafX. Alongside me, we have Gibbs, James, and of course, Shogun. Shogun, I'm going to start with you, man. Our soon-to-be Rocket League Championship Series host for tomorrow. You ready for that?
No, but I shouldn't have said that aloud with the production around. But hey, you know what? As always, I'll just do what I've done for my entire career and just wing it, and we'll see how things go. How are you doing anyway, bud?
I'm doing great. Again, as I said, there's been a lot of Rocket League, and I know Gibbs is going to talk soon. So James, I'm going to let you get a couple words in. How excited have you been this past week?
This past week has been nuts, Leaf. I just did the grid yesterday with NRG's broadcast. So just getting, my hands dirty with that, getting to see how the grid works, experiencing it. And I'm just very happy with all of the changes that were made to the esports ecosystem for Rocket League. And I'm excited to keep it going.
And Gibbs, we'll get you that, explain that in just a minute. We're going to do some recap, but just looking back, man, it looks like your whole evil process of making Rocket League, well, I guess not evil, you're doing it for the good, has come to fruition here. It's looking good.
I think I messed up, Leaf, because this makes our job so much harder. There is so much Rocket League all the time. But the thing I love is now it's not about any given day. Now it's more about consistent results. We see in the grid, we see in the Swiss that there's upsets everywhere, and that's going to continue. But then it just comes down to those consistent teams who can make it out after 10 months and make it to that World Championship.
Well, we may as well just take a few minutes here just to talk about this then. So the grid, let's just run into that talk. We'll recap some matches. We'll get some favorites from you guys. We've had week 1 of the grid. Can you just explain it real quick here for us, Gibbs? Let us know what the grid is.
All right, so the grid, it is 9 different tournaments that are $10,000 each. So they're $10,000 weeklies, basically. But the teams that are in it are the 10 teams from RLCS from last season and the 6 teams from the rival series from last season. Now, for Europe, there was one team that disbanded. So Team Singularity got that spot by going through the qualifiers. So it's for those 16 teams. Next split, we'll drop out the bottom 6 and we'll get a new 6 in there based on qualifiers. But basically, the whole gist is you play for a wild card spot like into the major. That's if you need it. But if you don't need that, then it's still going to influence your seeding throughout regional tournaments and throughout major tournaments. So it's still very important for those points. But don't worry about those points too much because they're completely separate from the points that we do on the weekends for RLCS X. So you don't have to worry about that. But mostly, it's a great spot for orgs to present their teams. Everyone is streaming their games by themselves on their own channels. And these pros get to play for $10,000 every single week. It's fantastic.
Having multiple monitors has never been more useful. Being able to throw all the broadcasts up on every single screen that you have, and there's still not enough screens. You need about 20 monitors to get all this here. But let's kind of look over the grid here and look at our favorite moments for this. Europe was the first to kick off this week, so I guess we'll start with you, Shogun. What was kind of the vibe? There's some exciting stuff that happened during Europe. Was it that finals, or was there anything before that really caught your eye?
Oh my goodness! I mean, it's the fun part as well when you are working it at the same time. You just sort of, at the very end, you sort of try and take in as much as you possibly can. I was working over on the guild side. They continue with their struggles. Started off very well, but didn't look all that great by the time they went out. But they were put down by the team that was pretty much the shock of the entire round, really. Triple Trouble, not only outperforming what we expected, but went on to win the entire thing. And for Triple Trouble fans around the world, I think that's got to feel ever so sweet because it has been months of underperformance and just underwhelming results to finally get that rush of, hey, the team finally got something.
Yeah, it's so insane for these guys because they would have been the very last spot for the grid. They barely made it through the rival series. And then for Tadpole and Bluey, 2 players that have been on that World Championship stage, to finally get back to be on top of Europe, Tadpole was crying. He said on Twitter he was so happy to be able to compete at the very top once again. And that is the beauty of all these systems. Any team can be number 1 now. It's not gated by those 10 teams in the RLCS. So every single week, we're going to see surprises.
And not only that, you're starting to see wildly different results, even from what we saw in these weekly or these weekend events. Oxygen, who fell out to the shock of everybody, also did very well, getting second place. So this has been fireworks, Gibbs, absolute fireworks. And like you said, Leaf, multiple monitors. If you don't have them yet, I think it's a good time to get some.
Well, let's talk about North America as well, because they followed up on the Friday, which is yesterday, with some more action, lots more Rocket League. If you missed it, James, I'm going to get you to just recap what we saw, what we went through there, because again, we had some really great matches all around, and it went long.
It certainly did, and you know, it was the same players that you'd expect in North America. I was following NRG, so if you guys haven't really been paying attention, some of the casters have been signing up to do the broadcast for those specific teams. I was NRG. NRG's run did not go very well. I'm going to blame it all on Stiz. It was Stiz's fault. You know, he taught us how to make glizzies on that broadcast, which I guess a chili dog. And he was a little overconfident. NRG fell out early, but then Space Station ended up taking it all. I believe Envy was who they were playing in that grand finals. And Johnny Boy is handling the stream for Space Station. So it was a long night for him. He's probably a little tired today, but it was a lot of fun to watch. And just like Europe, surprising results in North America for NRG dropping out early, and just wild card events going down. So if you like Rocket League, you have to tune into the grid.
If they like Rocket League, I assume that they're here for that exact reason. But let's just recap then, I guess, as we move on. Last week, let's talk about that. So we just saw the grid, lots of Rocket League happen. We got to bring you guys back into the RLCS and this regional, what's been happening. So we're going to talk about what it was. Basically, recap, we had 32 teams last week. We shaved them down to 16 for this week. Let's just take a look at Group A here for last week, because we had two groups starting on the Saturday, and Group B was on the Sunday. James, I'm going to let you start it off here. Any match specifically that really caught your eye? Because there were a lot of good ones here, but I know we have limited time. So let's pick out some that we can just talk about.
For me, the most shocking was that Monkeys versus Liquid matchup. Monkeys having two old familiar names that we grew to love from Leipzig, Matane and Taz. These guys have been grinding on the bubble for quite some time. And that series versus Liquid, the 5-game series, I believe it was a reverse sweep as well, was just, it was unbelievable. It was incredible to see them be able to pull that through. I loved that. And we take a look at the highlights from this. The last play of the series, the one you just saw, Matane getting control of that ball, popping it around the last defender. We did see Cookser step up. He had an incredible game. That game, he scored a hat trick, and that air dribble dunk goal was just unbelievable. And this game kept you on the edge of your seat. This whole series, you were watching it. Yeah. You knew something was going on. You knew there was magic happening, and it did not disappoint. The only people that disappointed, I think, were Team Liquid fans who were cheering their team on to make it through. It was a collapse, but at the same time, a surge from the Monkeys, and I hope to see them continue to bring it this weekend.
And it was perfect too, because we talk about this new format. We're going to get a lot of Team Echo Zulus out there based on those old dream hacks. And what do we get in the very first day? 2/3 of Echo Zulu pull off a huge upset on Team Liquid. Team Liquid's out now, and the Monkeys are still alive. Yeah,
this was a rough spot. You guys all know my bias that I have towards this team and anywhere that the Cooks here is, really. So it was a disappointment. It's the hill I've been on for seasons after season with this team, and it continues to be the hill I'll be on. They'll come back. It'll be fine. Don't worry. But we got to move on to Group B, so I can forget about that for now and talk about these matches, because there were a lot more good matches in the next day as well. We had 32 teams, so we had a lot of course, good matches. In Group B here, Shogun, I'll let you start off. What match really caught your eye?
Oh, there's no real question for it, but for me, Oxygen against Stormtroopers. Oxygen sort of adding themselves to the list of fans that won't be too happy coming out of last week, but for Stormtroopers, and especially for the hardcore fans that have really stuck with the sport throughout the offseason, have been checking out who are the rising players, what players do I want to sort of get behind and see their journey through the pro scene, then watching Stormtroopers come through and get that result after a, frankly, poor start to the day against Dignitas has got to feel so liberating for them. And I've got to say, the person that deserves it the most here, Polar. He had a rough start, but my goodness, did he step it up when it was required. As for Oxygen, well, they did look a lot better during the grid this week, so I think many people can chalk it off as a one-off, but certainly a statement win for Stormtroopers.
Shogun, my goodness, how do you do it every single week, man? You are incredible.
That wasn't scripted.
No, definitely not. James Bond coming through with the most sincere possible compliment towards me that I definitely didn't tell him to say during the pre-show warm-up this morning. So thank you very much, James. And I expect everyone to now start spamming that to me during my ranked games and not the other thing.
Yeah, so we stop Shogun.
Yeah, so we can praise Shogun all day, but I'm going to praise the Stormtroopers, not a team in the grid, a team outside looking in. But they showed up. And you want to talk about a team building exercise? There is no better way to do it than playing Dignitas. You score 1 goal, and Polar makes 3 or 4 huge mistakes. He bounces right back on stream, carries this team to a victory versus Oxygen. That's how you build a team. That's how you build that chemistry. When the going gets tough and you bounce back from it, these guys, like, I think can easily be a top 10 team in Europe. We'll just see if they can continue through that throughout today and maybe tomorrow.
I think that's the thing, is so many eyes were on Jack throughout that whole thing, but by the end of it, the eyes were on the whole team. You thought maybe he'd steal the show away, but it was the whole team that ended up being superstars for that. So again, this is a big opportunity for them. We'll see how they go move going forward, but we do again got one more match, Gibbs. I'll give you a chance here to talk about a match that caught your eye.
Vodafone Giants. They played Guild, and it wasn't even close. They absolutely slapped Guild around, and I think that this was that wake-up call. Like, people remember the Canyons with some top 4 results in Europe, but then they had a little bit of a slump, and people were starting to sleep on the Giants again. But this was that wake-up call where the Giants absolutely can be a top 3 team in Europe, and I think they showed it versus Guild. They were the #1 team on the offensive side of the field for all 32 teams last weekend, very similar to what G2 does over in North America. Watch them with their speed. Sure, they might double commit here or there. It's not always perfect, but their touches are so clean that it makes everyone fall back, and they get so much offense go.
And Gibbs, I know you've been praised ad nauseum for the format over this one, but I think they're very much a team, Vodafone Giants, that show off why this new format is so good. Because if we run to the old one, they would still be in the rival series after they did not perform very well in the promotion tournament last season. So we would have not been able to even see them put up these sort of results and maybe have the opportunities that they're going to be getting under this. So they'll be very happy with their format, but I think many of us will be very happy that they've actually taken advantage of the opportunity presented to them.
As you said, last week was 32 teams. We just recapped some of our favorite matches, but please go back, watch as many as you can. I know there's already been a lot of Rocket League, but we started off really strong. So if you can, go watch them. If not, we have more today. 16 teams made it to this week. So let's take a look at what teams we got in here, what teams made it through, besides the ones that we just talked about. Just a brief overview here. I feel like, Shogun, there were some surprises overall in what teams pulled through.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 teams especially that sort of stand out to me there, and that is Venk Gaming and TLR, the Last Resort Esports, coming out of nowhere to make it. I think the impressive thing for Venk is that they actually did it comfortably. 3-1, just managed to breeze their way through to this stage of the tournament, so they'll be more than happy with how that came through. Other team names that you see in here, though, very obvious how well they did it. Barcelona Esports, Vitality, no one's really all that surprised by them going 3-0 last week. Okay.
Fun stuff here. We always love to do our early predictions. I want you guys to pick out some teams here. A team that you think is going to go 3-0 and a team that you think is going to go 3-2. So one that's going to go all the way to the end and one that's going to be done with their day early on here. I'm going to start with you, Gibbs, because I feel like you're probably prepared for this.
All right, so I was going to go Giants 3-0, but we're not going to talk about round 1 results just yet. So I'm not going to pick the Giants. Let's just say that. I'm going to pick Vitality, which obviously is an easy one, but they're the only team out of any of the teams from last week to beat 3 teams that advanced to the top 16, and they did it comfortably. Sure, their grid result wasn't that great, but Alpha had a big fever. Then he had medication. Then things went wrong. Had to go to the hospital yesterday, but he says he's fine today. And I'm going to believe Alpha. So I think if he's playing where he has no fever and he's playing normal Rocket League, he's the best player on the field. And I think Vitality will comfortably get through on 3-0. For a 3-2 team, triple trouble. They're a team that got hot for the grid, beat 5 teams from the RLCS, but they've already lost their round 1 matchup. I think they're going to be a team right on the bubble, and I think they will just barely squeak it.
Okay, James, let's just go down the line here. What teams you got? You agree with Gibbs? You got some other picks?
I mean, you can never go wrong picking Vitality. That's an easy one. That's an easy one. So I'm going to go a little bit, off the script. I'm going to say BDS. I think Monkey Moon and Extra, I've just been loving what they've been doing lately. Monkey Moon, he made such an impression of me, and all of his striking ability that I saw going through the rival series, playing lately. BDS has really been playing well. And for my 3-2 team, I'm going to say Dignitas. I think Dignitas has a little bit of hot and cold. Jory is though when he's hot and Dignitas is hot, they just get the wins. And they've shown in the past under those tough situations that they know how to pull out those wins. So I'm going to say BDS for my 3-0 team and Dignitas going 3-2.
Okay. Shogun, that leaves you.
So James, I'm going to preemptively put my hand, I think it's about just... There it is. Me and you both going in together, buddy, on the BDS 3-0
All right, which side am I? Hold on, let's try this.
Other side. There we go. Perfect. BDS have just been outstanding these last few months. They have already got 1 tournament win under their belt. They look, honestly, to me like they are either the 2nd or 3rd best team in the region, depending on roughly what version of Oxygen we get on the day. But as for consistency, I can't look for any team that has been more consistent than BDS outside of Vitality. So that's the other easy-ish pick for 3-0. As for 3-2, I'm going to go Top Blokes. I think Top Blokes might not necessarily have the quality to take on teams that are running hot and necessarily on the day. But my goodness, if you're just coming in off a loss, there is no team that you want to be playing against less. Top Blokes have just got outstanding mentalities on their team. They've got such a good way of picking you apart, especially if you're slightly tilted. And this format, man, it's, you're going to be playing 5 games if they get to that point. I think mentality comes in massively, your ability to grit out a performance, and I think they're the team perfect for that.
And I just want to say, Cassio, I'm a huge Cassio fan. Shogun, I love that pick because Cassio, no matter what, he has always been a player that has battled through those tough situations, whether it's roster changes or anything. He keeps a positive attitude and keeps getting results. So I take my hat off for Cassio and the Top Blokes.
I'm glad you guys used up all the time for predictions, but I don't have to do because it's too much. It's really difficult. And
I look forward to doing the same tomorrow.
Yeah, that's why we preface with these are early predictions. They could be very off, and a lot of these teams have that surprise potential. So what we're going to do next now is we're going to move on and talk about those results that Gibbs kind of teased there a bit. I'm just gonna list off our early results here because you're gonna hear a pattern real quick. So I'm gonna go through these early results and go with the scores here. Renault Vitality 3-0 over Monkeys. Barca Esports 3-0 over TLR. Dignitas lost 0-3 to Guild. Team BDS 3-0 over Triple Trouble. Singularity 0-3 to Stormtroopers. Vodafone Giants took a game off Magnifico, lost 3-1. Top Blokes 3-0 Endpoint. Vent Gaming lost 3-0 to Solary. So there were a lot of sweeps, Gibbs, in round 1 here.
Yes.
With only one team, the losing team, taking 1 game.
So the one team that I want to argue against from James Bot is Dignitas. I do not like where Dignitas is heading right now. They're playing only defense. When they played in the grid on Thursday, they lost 5 games 2-1, 2 losses 1-0. That was every single one of their losses. They didn't make it to the final 8. Last week, their offense was not there. They look like a completely boring team. Sure, they have a great defense, but defense does not win championships in Rocket League. You need offense to back it up. I haven't seen it for now 3 days of Rocket League, and I need to see offense from Dignitas.
Gibbs, I feel like we've seen this version of Dignitas before, though, and it feels weird for me to come and, back up James on anything whatsoever, but you did give me a very sincere compliment earlier on, so I feel like I have to do this here. I feel like a misfiring offense is exactly what we've seen from Dignitas in the previous iteration, back when we saw them take on Veloci, and they couldn't score a single goal against them. It just seems like it's the process for them, I think.
But
this might be the norm for now.
Can I get a word in here?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, Jim. Go ahead.
I just want to back up Shogun, backing me up. Oh, and bring you back to week number 1 where Gibbs was talking this whole, the whole show. I'm sitting here, Gibbs is telling me Oxygen's going to be this coming from the lower area, they're gonna really be a bomb in the bracket. I'm like, Gibbs, they're not even gonna make it. I just feel like my game's on point right now, Gibbs. You don't want to be, you don't want to be on the other side. I feel like Dignitas is gonna make it no matter what. If I'm wrong, you can come after me, but I just feel it.
The only thing I have right now is we talked about Guild and we talked about Shogun saying they're not looking that hot. Dignitas scored 1 goal against them. 1 single goal. They need to find offense. I think they go home today.
I reject your facts and stats and validate them with my emotions. Okay, Gibbs? That's fair. All I'm going to say.
All right, you guys can continue this off stream here. We're going to talk about some Rocket League. So let's just take a look what's going on heading into round 2 here. So just a quick heads up so everyone that's watching knows what the process is going to be as well, is that we're going to get Gibbs out of here. He's an old man. He needs some breaks. So we're going to have 2 matches in a row before we come back to the desk to break things down. So we're going to try to cover some of these matches coming up here. Now, of course, we do as well have another stream going on at twitch.tv/eLeague TV. So make sure you guys have that up on your monitor as well. Not like the grid. You only have to pay attention to 2 here. So let's take a look at these matches. Let's talk about the ones that will be on our screen here, though. So we're going to start with our Barca versus Guild matchup. That's going to be coming up later on this broadcast. James, talk to me about this matchup here.
I think this is juicy for me because, I will admit that I am a big Scrubkilla fan. I love watching him play. And then on Barcelona, you have this great story of Itachi, who was a player that qualified for the RLCS back in the day, but he was disqualified just because of his residency. And now he's back on a Barcelona team that is, a very popular, effective team. You got Devo, former world champion, Ronicky, former triple treble player who stirred up the pot back then in his triple treble days and is a brilliant striker. And Itachi rounds out that team fantastically. And then Guild, it was the former Singularity roster with Tho and Noli and Scrubkilla looking for a home, finding this spot. So this to me is a series where players are trying to prove themselves. You got Scrub again trying to show that he's still that top player, and Itachi just trying to show that he is a world-class player, and when he gets his shot, he's going to make the most of it. So I'm expecting this to be a high-flying series from Barcelona. Ronicky, probably the most exciting shooter in the game right now for me in Europe. He can find the corner from anywhere on the field.
Now, we don't have to talk specifically about the other 2 matches that are going to be showing up on the eLeague stream, because I'm sure they're talking about those. So, Shogun, are there any other matches, unless it is those 2 you want to talk about, are there any other matchups here that you're kind of excited about?
I feel like the Stormtroopers Blokes one actually really has my attention, because if there's any team that is going to punish the inexperience that Stormtroopers have, it is going to be Blokes. They are so good at spotting your weaknesses, maybe dropping the first game or 2, but as soon as they spot your weaknesses, they really start to press down on them. And Stormtroopers, we do know, have got strengths, but they've got some real glaring weaknesses. So it'll be a good test to see whether or not they can cover those, and if they can they keep that mentality up, because we haven't quite seen the reserve from Stormtroopers just yet when they're on the back foot.
Leaf, we have to talk Greasy Meister. 12 days before this season, he was still retired. And he's like, you know what? Let's just form a team and see what happens. Magnifico just took down the Vodafone Giants. They weren't even supposed to be here. They are now 1-0. They're about to play Team BDS. Greasy Meister might win this entire thing. And he's supposed to be retired just 3 weeks ago. It's insane what's going on right now with that team. I want to see that stream. Like, I'm going to be watching that game on the eLeague side while we're watching ours as well. So I'm going to be rooting on Greasy.
As Gibbs just mentioned, BDS versus Magnifico will be on the eLeague stream, as well as that Top Bloke Stormtroopers matchup. But I want to keep it on that beat. You know what? We're going to do eLeague's analysis here. I want to talk about that BDS matchup. Let's talk about this here, because I think we're all hype on Greasy right now. The question, I'm going to go with you, James, first here. The question is, do you think that hot streak is going to last? Sure, they just took down Giants. But BDS as well? Do you think that's a possibility to keep the streak going today?
So I think with this new format, Leaf, that it changes the game so much, especially just the mental approach that you have to it, because this is a Swiss, essentially triple elimination event, and it's a longer game. And Greasy, to me, is a player that I think brings a good mentality and has great experience. And I'm not gonna try to assume if he can pull it off or not. I think it's an uphill battle, certainly, but that's the beauty of this new format, is you just can't tell what's going to go on. And because there's so much Rocket League being played in the past, all of these big events, these big tournaments that would be on stream were very few opportunities. So it was such a greater amount of pressure. And now that that's different and it's just more reps, you're starting to see a lot of varied results, which is generally what you would see back in the day when Rocket League first started, when you were playing a lot of tournaments. So it's coming back to that. So now I'm just taking the approach, Leave, of wait and see. Let's wait and see. We are week 2 of this whole situation, and I'm not going to rule anything out.
That's fair enough. So again, as we said, make sure you have that stream open as well, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. But let's talk about our first match that we're going to be seeing right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Let's get into Renault versus Solary. Now, in not a surprising pick, Gibbs thinks Renault is going to go in a 3-0. I think Shogun mirrored how easy of a pick that is there. So obviously Gibbs thinks Renault is going to take this one, but I'm going to ask him why, and do you think there's any chance this Solary roster is going to even be able to take a game off of them?
Is this for me, Lee, for Shogun? I wasn't sure.
Sorry, for you, Gibbs.
Okay. For me, it's Vitality, man. Like, Alpha is the best player on the field. Then you got Fairy Peak, who's probably number 2 in Europe, I would say. I would put number 1 Alpha, number 2 Fairy Peak. And then K-Dop, when he's hot, there is no stopping this team. Obviously, he's won 3 world championships. He knows how to make it to every single grand finals. So when it comes to tournament day, when they need results, they are going to get them. And the worst thing for this whole format is anyone that plays Vitality, even if you beat them, 2 other teams have to do it as well to knock them out of the tournament, because you don't want to play them on Championship Sunday where Vitality is always going to show up. This team is so talented from top to bottom that no team matches them like in mechanical skill right now.
And on top of that, this is the French Civil War. Completely French rosters on both sides, the battle for the best in France. So this will be a fun one.
The real tough deciding thing here, though, is Alpha actually back to full form? I mean, we just talked about their grid results here. Shogun, do you think this is going to be a Vitality that's at full form, or is there still a bit of weakness that may be holding out? I mean, that's only a couple days to get better, and there still could be not a full peak performance Alpha.
Listen, if I had the medic's degree, I would have been able to give you a perfectly solid response to this one. But honestly, I just don't think Solary have got really the depth of skill required. We already saw these 2 teams play last week. Solary ended up losing it 1-3. Their results sent them to qualify. They beat a triple trouble team that was still yet to really pop off. Their field results weren't great. Their grid results weren't stellar. There's not the quality there for me to say, hey, this team, even with a potentially ill Alpha, is capable of beating Renault Vitality.
Well, Solary, I did my best. I tried to find any chance.
Here is hope. I'm going to kick it back into the floor.
I did my best. So what we're going to do is put this on paper and get some prediction ins before we head into our first match. So let's get them on the board. We'll start with Gibbs. We'll go James, Shogun, finish off with me. Renault or Solary?
So Alpha said in my DMs, he's feeling fine today. I believe him. I think Vitality easily walks away with this win. The last time they played was 3-1. I think it's a 3-0 this time. I think Vitality makes a statement and goes 2-0 so far.
Gibbs is guessing. It's a classic statement. I believe it's true, but I think he gets right. He guesses right once in a while, so I'm going to go with him. I'm going Vitality all the way here. Can't go against them. They're too good.
Yeah, absolutely no surprise as to where I'm going on my one. I'm going Vitality, and I'm expecting to make a real statement of this matchup.
Solary, I tried, but I still have to go with Gibbs on this one. Renault Vitality, I think is going to be that one of those teams that has a 3-0 on their whole day today. And unfortunately, I think it's going to be a 3-0 in the series as well. But we need some sort of energy for Solary here. So please get online on Twitter and give that energy to Solary. Or if you just don't believe, get it to Renault Vitality. It's up to you. Use the hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports so we make sure we can see your tweet. But anyways, it is time to get into our first match. So Shogun, I think you're a busy boy. We're going to get you over to the skybox here for Renault versus Solary.
Well, thank you very much there, Achieves. And I am now joined by our top lad, Achieves, coming into this one. My goodness, dude. All right, so I've been talking at nauseam now about this matchup. So I'm going to let you take over for a second. What are you thinking about this?
So yeah, I think Gibbs made the right point. You know, last week it was a 3-1 win for Vitality, and to be honest, I don't think Vitality was playing anywhere near what they were capable of last week. I think he's bang on right to say 3-0 here. Not to mention the fact Solary didn't really put up too many goals last week. I believe only 4 or 5 if I counted, but my handwriting's terrible.
Listen, last week Vitality went 9-1. They currently sit at a 12-1 record. Their one is Solary. So at the very least, they have been the most difficult team for Renault Vitality so far in this tournament, and that is certainly a little bit of a bragging point. What could be very difficult, though, is this offensive play. A lot of players committed. A lot of eyes on Alpha in this one. Said to Gibbs that he is feeling well and good. There's a shot top corner. What a save from K-Dot. Well read.
And that's something that I've actually come to appreciate with K-Dop over the past couple of seasons of the RLCS. The defense has really leveled up for him. For the longest time, he was really just a big offensive force, and to see him develop nicely into a solid defender has been a real treat to enjoy.
Well, says he's trying to learn the mechanical side from his 2 teammates. For the time being, there is no mind greater in all of Rocket League. Maybe some of his ex-Dignitas teammates maybe shout him at that one, but K-Dop, one of the smartest players that we have ever seen, as he's going to pop up. That's an open net, and it should be scored, but he couldn't get the power. Gave Carrion too much time to recover. And now Exotic over the top. K-Dop has got to try and scramble, and he's not going to make it.
I'm going to go look at K-Dop's camera. I'm wondering why he was so far out of position. He got jammed up in the far corner with no boost, and of course there was no pad at the midfield either. So all of Vitality thinking K-Dop's going to make it back a little bit faster than he's actually able to, because that midfield boost was gone and just got popped over someone's head, and they won the race. Solary on the board.
Carrion is going to leave it for Exotic. A huge and impressive offseason for Exotic. Almost able to take down Khalid in the salt mine. Very much a statement of what he is capable of as Fairy Peak looks to drop it. Not quite. Yukis keeps it out. Now K-Dot wants to infield, but it's over to nobody because Fairy Peak was too busy getting bumped. Renault Vitality having a lot of look-ins at the moment, but Solary's defense really holding up well. Not giving away a clear-cut opportunity just yet. He's going to be dropped over to K-Dop. He's got a lot of work. Double commit yet again. Fairy Peak wants to make them pay for it. Into the midfield. Exotic will clear their lines, and Solary will survive another barrage.
And you know, you brought up Vitality with a lot of chances on that. They had a bunch last week too and were struggling to put them away, and that was kind of what I was alluding to when I felt like I was saying Vitality not really playing up to par, and a bit of a disappointment for me to have them come back here in week 2 and still have some struggles finding the back of the net.
Over the top, Alpha is bumped away. Has very much been many teams' approach to stopping Alpha nowadays, letting the ball go past them and just simply trying to remove the car. That's a good bump though. K-Dop just has to clear. Fairy Peak will help him out. Another shot on target. K-Dop equal to the save again, but half the game gone now. Solary making a very good statement as to why they can take at least a game from this. Lucas clears. That's a bit of a dangerous one, though. Fairy Peak looks to control. Too heavy for him, though. And one player that you don't want to let control it is Fairy Peak.
Absolutely, and that first touch is so important here for Vitality. And the double commit, K-Dop just forced a challenge, and they still somehow punch the ball out. But Vitality can keep getting in each other's way, and it's definitely thrown off the rotation in terms of field coverage, as that's everyone pushing forward and thankfully off the mark.
You make a great point there, Achieves. It's very few times we've managed to see Vitality follow up their own touches. It's a lot of solo play so far. K-Dop looks to show off some of those brand new mechanics off the backboard. Exotic able to read. Alpha will try and control. Hooks it around, goes backside. It's another poor shot. And Vitality, even when they are getting into a good position, can't quite find the lever quite required to get the ball past Solary's defense.
It's a nice little pass out to Alpha.
Oh, dearie me. Exotic. There is nothing but sympathy for you on this commentator's side, my friend. Stuck in between Alpha, stuck in between Fairy. Unfortunately, neither of those are necessarily a player that you want to see one-on-one, let alone 2v1.
You know, I like the approach. We're struggling to get good pressure. Just catch it on the dribble, go smash the guy out of the way, and we'll put the ball back. That's all right. That'll work.
So Vitality might be able to scramble this game back. One that it looked like Solary were going to be able to start locking down in. especially as we were heading towards the last minute. Fairy Peak pops, only 30 boost for him. He's going to need K-Dot to come and help. Tries to find Alpha, but again, those team plays pretty much non-existent for Renault Vitality. K-Dop's able to try and drive down the line, and Kyrian is very lucky to get away with both boost and with his car still intact. Alpha with a drop, going to need a follow-up from his teammate, who are still in the midfield or even further back.
I like the command from Exotic and oh so close, but Fairy Peak definitely out in front of that one. Got the angle right to punch it into the corner as well. Underrated touch from Fairy Peak there.
Exotic doing a lot of work so far in this transition game. Incredibly mechanically solid. Maybe not a name that too many will know about coming into this season, but by the end of it, very much the same sort of skill styles that you expect to see from, say, a Bluey in his freeze game. Kyrian looks for the long clear. Alpha will not keep it up. And it is overtime. Solary only a couple more seconds away. If they can get the goal from giving Vitality their second loss of the tournament, Exotic would like to deliver it. So Alpha will try and keep it out. Still good pressure for Solary. Fairy Peak leaves. He's now managed to bait in Yukis. Alpha was on the far side for him to work with. They're now starting to pinball the ball around. Exotic has to try and wait, and it's a very heavy first touch from Alpha. He couldn't keep the pressure on. Here's Fairy. Nice shot. Ooh. It's an even better save. Now they can try and transition. Alpha avoids a bump and gets the challenge. Phenomenal midfield play.
A couple of big challenges from Vitality at the end of the regulation, and here in overtime, K-Dop tries to just muscle one through the defense. But you brought up the absolutely correct point. Those strong first touches from Vitality. K-Dop stretching off the post and out. Tough break for Vitality.
If there was anyone that wanted that to fall to, it was K-Dop. Alpha looks to take it. Fairy Peak with the follow. He chooses the back down. Saw Kyrian coming in. Fairy Peak can't quite get the ceiling reset. K-Dop over to Alpha. Unchallenged. Gets the reset. Couldn't quite get it, but K-Dop's let the ball drop to him. And it's another awful shot from K-Dop. It's not the performance he was expecting from himself. Exotic scrambling to keep it out. And another player gets demoed. Exotic 0 boost, but too much respect from Vitality. They didn't quite know about it. Alpha already the midfield target. He's going to get the double tap. Outstanding from Alpha 54.
Juicy one from Alpha. That'll make up for the K-Dop miss any day. Ooh, beautiful double tap from Alpha. Great catch from Fairy Peak on the wall to get that out into the middle as well. And well, somehow Vitality are able to claw their way all the way back, and not an easy first game for them. A lot of strong first touches, struggling with good ball control to keep it close and give themselves more opportunities. They were really getting stopped by Solary a lot towards that final third, just because they couldn't get that ball under their own power and exercise what we know is a very dangerous offense. So you got to give credit to Solary on defense for regulation. That's what, 6, 9, 11 saves. So well done to them, but
very
looking forward. Vitality definitely know you can do more damage, and K-Dop with 4 shots and no goals is a shock to everyone, I think.
Absolutely. For Solary, I think there's going to be a bit of a worry, though, because we saw Vitality start to change their approach towards the latter half of that game, especially with the air dribbles. They've got Alpha, they've got K-Dop, they've got Fairy Peak, all players that are very good at setting you up for a disadvantageous mid-air challenge on the air dribble. It's going to get scary. They have to try and cut that out of the source. They cannot let them get that clean bounce touch on the floor, because if they do, those 3 players are typically going to at least go 50, if not better, against your defending player.
Yeah, definitely looking for a bit more ability from the defense of Solary. While they may have stopped the shots, it's really staying next to the ball, being able to chase it down and move forward. So we'll see what happens here in game 2, but you know, maybe we didn't give Solary enough credit. We all walked in here thinking 3-0, but they definitely put on a good defensive showing, and all that matters now is, can they get more offense?
Let's find that out here. Game number 2. Whoever wins this series is going to be within another shout of moving into our top 8. And they'll get 3 chances to do so. Only one team throughout this entire tournament has dropped that particular advantage, and that was Fadeaway last week. You don't want to add yourself to that list, but firstly, you've got to get yourself in the position to do so. Alpha, he's got K-Dop and Fairy Peak, decides to go by himself. And that is a phenomenal play. Alpha, he said to Gibbs he wasn't feeling ill. I tell you what, I'm starting to believe him here. He is really hotting up.
Especially after nailing that double tap at the end of the last game. There's one towards the backboard, and Yukis there to defend as well, and picking up right where we left off in game one. Vitality putting pressure. Can they make anything happen? Floats to K-Dop and gets it in off of Yukis. Unfortunate for Solary here. Fairy Peak working a little shimmy shake magic on the corner. Little flick over one. That's the 1v1 coming back and off the crossbar and into the wheels of Yukis. Great play from Vitality.
Well, K-Dop does get a little bit of help to sort the shooting out, but did a great job playing the field, at least keeping it in a dangerous position. And you know, whatever, anything can happen. K-Dop will clear. Plenty of time for Solary to figure this one out. Danger becomes here, though, achieves. It has been a long time since we saw Solary with a good shooting opportunity. And the one goal they did score was more Vitality mistake than it was Solary outplay.
Yeah. And that is going back to Vitality is doing a great job here. What a bump in the corner. That was amazing. They caught them on transition here because of how they played the midfield. They went off the sidewall, and then the pass across, dumped it into the corner, and Fairy Peak just put the pressure on the two players out there and got them to sort of chip each other and stop their ability to rotate into the goal, leaving a totally open net for Alpha. So real nice job from Vitality.
I love it. We are, I don't know how long into this game being out, and still that corner is a nightmare for everybody. We're going to see Vitality continue the offensive pressure. They're up by 3.
Oh, boy.
And any worries we had coming out of game 1 have been very quickly rectified.
Yeah, Exotic just lost the race on the kickoff, and not to mention a little pre-flip from Alpha, get to that ball with the nose and pop it up high instead of just trying to muscle it through himself, beat the last man and kick it off the wall. Selfless touch from Alpha and a quick 3-0. This is a disaster for Solary here in game 2.
So, from this position, Vitality should not be dropping it. Very rarely do we even see teams at this level dropping a 2-goal lead, a 3-goal lead. Very much on Vitality, but they are going to potentially drop one here, though. And again, caught on the transition. Vitality do get a little bit antsy with that third man.
K-Dop got caught flipping forward because he saw his teammate going for the challenge in the box of Solary's half. So K-Dop flips forward, and right as he flipped, that ball popped right back the other way off the nose of Yukis, and he just did not have time to make it back again.
It's one of those horrible things as well, because, oh my God. All right, K-Dop. All right, we get it. We get it. We questioned your shooting. You've got a hat trick now. I think you're all good to go, mate.
And that is a beautiful catch as well. And it stems from what's been really a big problem for Solary in the midfield. While they've been doing a good job, or at least they did in game 1, of stopping Vitality shots, in game 2, it's that slight shift of approach here from Vitality. It's the horizontal aspect of the touches when they move out of their own half. But here they miss the clear off the backboard. Exotic able to turn in a nice, easy double tap. Just the demo giving him a little space. K-Dop and Fairy Peak both can't get it. And a great back post shot from Exotic.
Definitely on Solary's side. They are playing well, it has to be said. Just struggling when it comes to matching Vitality for raw pace. When they are getting situations, they are using them. And this is another good one. Kyrian has to try and do better with that in the future. Exotic with the pop. Almost gets leveled on his way out. Instead looks for the 1v3. 1v3 against Vitality, certainly something you can put on your resume. Kyrian comes in, it's another shot. I don't think he really had that one either way. Very Peak very much had him covered. This is good pressure here from Solary. Well, 2 goals down, half the game still left to play. Very much within fighting chances.
Oh, double miss, that's terrible. K-Dop so late, what the heck? Why is Vitality so far behind that play? That looked like it should have been free.
Looking for the second double tap of the series. Alpha will not quite get it. But it has gone very weird. It almost feels to me like Vitality think the job is done. And if that one went in, it very well could have been.
It's close. And still off the bar. Exotic trying to race back. He'll lose to K-Dop, though. Okay, there we go. Now we're done.
Okay, at this point, I'm starting to look at K-Dop's score amounts, because it's not exactly outside of Vitality to just start posting up goal after goal after goal. Definitely saw it from the
contrast.
Yeah, we saw it at the end of the last season, actually, where Vitality basically put Veloce away and just started having a fight over the assist trophy of the season. So, you know, they are known to maybe take their foot off the gas a little bit.
But not here. Not so early on in the tournament.
Not yet here. Oh, Kyrian, again, so close to it. Just needed a little bit further on the car. Again, that defense is a little bit less clean than we're used to seeing it.
And what's doing Vitality so many favors is that horizontal clearing that they approach with on defense. Any ball comes towards them, that first touch is usually straight out to the side, and it's beating that second man in rotation from Solary, and it's just led to so many problems with Solary hanging onto the ball.
Well, Fairy Peak would like to get on the board. Fairy Peak will get on the board. 6-2 now. Very much out of Solary's hands at this point.
Yeah,
it's happened again. They've just started arguing over who's getting goals again.
Yeah, that's just that's a classic. K-Dop and Fairy Peak have been playing together for who knows how many years at this point, and yeah, I'm gonna steal that one from you.
Very much. Very good friends coming into this team. To continue what they're doing here. But as of right now, Reno Vitality in the driver's seat, coasting towards the 2-0 in there. Says they go for the fancy stuff. Couldn't quite pull it off.
I like it. Pull out a few more things in the bag of tricks. Why not? Final 30 seconds, really a pleasure cruise, though. Exotic turned away. Demo? No, still no good.
It has just been truly hard for Solary. They're looking for something here. Exotic especially. Every time he gets hold of the ball, it seems like he figures out, okay, I've got to kick up another notch of difficulty on what I'm trying to do with it in midair. And none of it's worked for him so far. I'm expecting the double flip resets to start happening very soon. And knowing Exotic, he is certainly capable of it. K-Dop, another one. That's 5 goals. Okay. What's alarming is that this isn't even the most amount of goals he's ever scored in a single game in the RLCS. He is just that lethal.
Wow. And Carrion, he flipped to the far post. Definitely. I mean, I can understand why. K-Dop's car language says it's coming off that far corner of the Octane. It's going to go straight out to that back post. And actually, I had that car angled down a little more, got it off the wheels, and went straight in. That's just brutal. And K-Dop, there you go. Okay, you've shut me up. You went 0-4 last game. Here you go, what, 5 for 6?
He just realized that, it's goals per game. So right now, he's still on 2.5 goals per game achieves.
Perfect. He's doing great. But
7-2. My goodness. Solary, not a team to really roll over in any series, but they are struggling right now. And it's the impossible question, Achieves, that I'm sure if you answered it correctly, there will be coaching jobs lined up across the world for you. But Solary, what can they change to make this a bit more competitive?
Well, so I touched on it a little bit. I really do think it's how Vitality approaches the defense on their own half. They do such a good job of moving the ball from the left or right side of the pitch to the opposite end without actually covering any distance towards Solary's half. They utilize the horizontal aspect of their own half incredibly well, and they're ready for it, where Solary is getting beat, and they just lose the second challenge after that first clear attempt straight across. And so Vitality's having a pretty easy time breaking out. So I think if Solary gets a little bit more of a handle on the horizontal aspect of how Vitality's trying to clear the ball, they really might be able to box him in a little better.
Well, Solary already do have that one win against Vitality from last week. They would like to try and make it 3, or at least get themselves a game to their own name. Not only, obviously, for momentum, should they drop down, but also to try and shut Gibbs up, which I'm sure is always top of everyone's priority list.
That's always the goal.
Listen, we have seen plenty of players go out of their way to perform better just to make us a bit quieter on the analyst desk, and I certainly will never say no to that. Yukis and the rest of Solary, though, they've got to find something here. Maybe if they've got someone listening in to our ladder here, Achieves, they can get something. Oh, wow, Kyrian already starting to launch. And I wouldn't mind Solary just going for the full send strategy. Just truly see if you can overwhelm Reno Vitality.
It's very possible. I mean, that will put Vitality in a lot of 2-on-1 scenarios. If you just throw everything you have at the ball all the time, Vitality likes to rotate pretty close to each other, and all it takes is one challenge, and then you're in a very advantageous position.
2 of the goals that we have seen from Solary have come from just long-range blasts, with Vitality not in position on the rotation. Carrion just over to Alpha. Look for K-Dop. I've found some success with the demos so far. Nothing quite there, though. Oh, as they get in front of each other, Exotic has to try and now play this with 16 boost in an awful position. Vitality just quick to everything at the moment. Not quite taking the bait. Well, they do lose Fairy Peak. Alpha will come in to try and support. It's going to be a little bit late to try and take up that spot. Arian off the backboard. That's way too much work for him to do. We needed a teammate to come in and help out. But right now, very much a nothing game here achieves. Both teams happy just to lever it and see where they can go. But Fairy Peak going to give the first real opportunity. The great trap from Carrion, though, and removes the danger, at least for the time being.
But Solary making their own adjustments here on offense. Yeah, they're being real aggressive and sending a lot at the ball, but at the same time, they're also trying to back pass a little bit when they get in that last third of the pitch, because they realize they might not have much, and that's really limiting Vitality's opportunities to get touches on the ball in their own half.
I did say it was a bit more of a dull affair so far in Game 3, but if you're Solary, that's perfect, because the last one kind of
was
saw
a
you drop
disaster.
7. So just change anything you possibly can, and you can have a chance to carry in. Again, it's just his shooting, man. His positioning has been phenomenal. He's always where his team need him to be. Just hasn't found the final bit.
Ooh, nice little catch from Fairy Peak, though. And that's a big possession hold on for Fairy Peak. Yeah, it'll break that possession up from Solary a little bit. Let Vitality make sure they're ready here.
Solary continue to really aim for these air dribbles. Vitality just waiting for them to start coming down and then going for the challenge. Infield pass. Ukis doesn't want any of it. It's handed straight over to Alpha.
Wow. It feels so all or nothing for Solary, you know? It's like they're either all going for it on offense or everyone just says nope and they just wait and see what happens here in Game 3.
Oh, Ukis is going to break that one up. You know what? In any situation, I would blame you. On this one, certainly don't, as K-Dop almost punishes him for it, though.
Oh.
The Rocket League gods will smile upon Ukis for today.
For now.
For now. Maybe the punishment is coming later on, however. Fairy Peak takes his time. Sees Exotic trying to move in. Ukis. Into the corner. Alpha will look to try and catch. Oh my goodness, he's flipped into it and almost got a reset. Never quite know when Alpha is done playing the ball, and that is his biggest strength. And then 20 on the clock. I feel like we haven't actually seen a goal-scoring opportunity outside of K-Dop skying it.
Yeah, no, nobody's really had much.
One.
That was right at him. But it's definitely been slim pickings in terms of shots on goal. And here's Alpha, hard cut, and there we go. Carrion ready for it. Alpha tried that same move in the last game.
On clear, Ukis has got Carrion moving to the side with him. Couldn't quite give it to him in a path that would give him the 100 boost. Exotic with another miss. Solary's entire game has been do the majority of the work, get to the final shot. Not quite have the goods for it. Fairy Peak will be in the midfield to challenge. Alpha wants to turn, and he is going to do so. Exotic clears to K-Dop with Fairy Peak midfield. Have they spotted him? They got to him a little late, as Ukis was covering the shooting angles. Vitality getting more and more threatening by the second, though.
Oof, big block.
Alpha just adjusts so quickly in the air. He is so good at setting you up for where he wants you.
What is going on? Everyone from Vitality and Solary next to that ball just sort of jumped at it, didn't do anything, and I had no idea who was going to come down with the ball.
I feel like I understood what was happening in Game 1 achieves.
Yeah.
Game 2 and 3 have definitely been things that have happened.
Oh,
as K-Dop might get an opportunity. He's on 0 boost, decides to pop it for his teammate. Well played. Alpha,
no!
Off the back of the ferry! Off the crossbar! And we had to wait a whole 5 minutes. But what a bit of excitement that was to end it.
Oh, Fairy Peak's going to be kicking himself, especially with such a beautiful recovery from Alpha. They will not get it back on the kickoff either. So 3-0 in danger here. Can Solary crack Vitality? They've outshot them, but only just here in Game 3.
That doesn't really sound like much of a compliment, given what we have seen so far in this game. 2 major opportunities, though, have definitely been for Reno Vitality. K-Dop, he's going to have to try and read it off the ceiling. Always a bit of a difficult task. Alpha on the chase, only for Exotic. Carrion will move in, takes the shot. Ooh. That is crucial. You don't want to see him going for the double tap. And now Ukis a bit far forward, especially on 18 boost. That was very brave. Gives 100 boost for his teammate. Exotic takes it. Carrion off the backboard, and K-Dop missed it. And that's the goal that gives Solary a game win.
Well, I mean, you don't have to say anything about this one. K-Dop's in position, had everything in his favor, just misread the bounce, and it beat Fairy Peak back. Unfortunate for Vitality. They're going to have to go another 5 minutes before they want to put him away, but you can't blame Solary. I actually do think they played a pretty good game here in Game 3. They definitely held a lot of pressure. Of course, the 2 big goal-scoring chances were obviously for Vitality, but that one at 0 seconds, the Fairy Peak punched off the bar, and the one before that just unfortunately not able to get home. So, Solary, you played a solid game, make some good adjustments. They did a much better job keeping the ball out of the hands of Vitality, at least early on in the game, I felt like. It was really aggressive, or nobody was there, and so they were ready for Vitality because they were giving Vitality a lot of space, and Vitality under pressure was putting the ball sideways, but when nobody was there, they were just bombing it up the pitch and right back into Solary's hands for a little bit.
Yeah, Vitality had 2 opportunities that they really should have taken, but that game was ugly. It was a bit dirty in terms of the way we saw the way playing, but if you are going to turn around and say, at the end of it, Solary reverse swept Renault Vitality, and someone asked you, so how did that happen? Those are sort of the ways that you would expect that to be described, because if this is a clean game, played very, nice looking Rocket League, Vitality win that every day.
Oh, yeah, I think unquestionably, but rarely is Rocket League just clean and
it's always more entertaining when it's not, I can tell you that.
I think the last time we saw quote-unquote clean Rocket League would have been the Season 3 World Finals. That was probably the cleanest Rocket League you'll ever find to date.
It was too clean, I would always argue.
It was too clean.
K-Dot and Fairy Peak both know about that one. They were there for it. Not quite on the result that they wanted from it, though. The last time we saw Renault Vitality struggling to fire was back in Game 1. They responded with a 7-goal game in Game 2. We've seen the same thing in Game 3, so what have they got for us this time around? Last result would definitely been a wake-up call, and that's the play that you want to see if you're a Vitality fan. Thunderous teamwork.
Look at K-Dop win the race. Alpha just circles back around. Here you go, Fairy Peak. Beautiful pass. We always give so much credit to the shooter, but that is a lot more difficult than Alpha made it look. To drive up the corner, have the camera swivel on you as you turn around to hit it straight down into your teammate's nose. That was just a beautiful delivery.
Almost at that sort of level, that the camera is just sort of a slight guide to you. Most of these guys very aware of where it is as Yukis looks to tie up, and K-Dot back to his defensive best. Saw a lot of it in Game 1. It makes a showing yet again as Exotic's first touch is too heavy. Over to Carrion. Solary going back to these mid-air dribbles, and I just don't think that's the way to go, Achieves. They've tried it so often, they've not got a single shooting opportunity out of it.
They will lose those races if they do that. I can't think of many people faster, if any, than K-Dop, Fairy Peak, and Alpha in a race to the ball in the air.
Oh, double commit, double the power, if you ask Greasy Meister. Having the tournament of his life still over in the bracket as it's going to be bouncing into the midfield. Good clear from K-Dop. Exotic's not got a chance. It's going to be an opportunity for K-Dop, who whistles past it. Alpha comes in to help. Fairy Peak over to Alpha again with the drop shot, and it skims the front of the goal. Fairy Peak couldn't quite make it there in time.
That would have been beautiful and would have just exemplified perfectly why there are not many offenses that get the job done like Vitality. There's the infield pass drilled into the near post. A beautiful play from Vitality. Carrying, good touch. That's to safety. But again, straight 90 degrees to the right. Yukis lost track of it. And that's another big difference here between Vitality and Solary. I mean, how many shots have you seen from Solary in this series? Come straight out to the middle, look like it's in a good spot, and then someone dives across for the net to make a big save. And more often than not in this series, it's been K-Dop. He's just been keeping such good track of where shots are coming from. And unfortunately, Solary here give up a second one because they don't understand where the angle's going.
And it definitely seems like we have seen Vitality almost monopolize the backboard of Solary. Whenever they get an opportunity, they're sending someone over there, really stretching what this defense has to deal with. Fairy Peak looks to just pop it. It's only over to Exotic. Alpha comes on in. That's not the touch he was after either. But this is not the position that Solary wanted in. Finally get the ball cleared. It's only over to Fairy Peak, who's going to take all the time that he wants. Decides to route it over 100 boost. Solary have got to try and make this possession count. It's over to Alpha. Did end up popping it. Carrion has maybe got an option moving in with him. He does go for take it. Yukis was there for the shot. And Solary, full credit. That was a phenomenal idea. But
Oh my gosh.
Quickly read. Not going to go in. Carrion holding himself on the goalkeeping line. But this is why you don't want to drop a lead to Vitality, because no matter how good the play is, they will typically read it, and in this situation, they can hold all 3 players back.
Oh, dear.
They're going to look to keep saving. They can't do that one. Perfect placement.
Perfect placement. It's tough to say. Obviously, triple commit, that's bad. Uncontested shot, but it looks to me like Carrion's trying to drill that in the top right, or in the top left corner, and he just misjudged it. But either way, it ends up being perfect, because K-Dop would have been right there for that upper corner shot, so... The bouncer gets it done off the triple commit.
We have been criticizing Carrion for his shooting accuracy so far today. He's weaponized it now. So, we'll call that an adaptation. Really give him credit for it, as K-Dop does have an option to his left. Didn't quite get it there, though. Minute and a half left on the clock. Solary still need to find themselves a goal if they want to stay in this series. Ferry Peak off the backboard. K-Dop will go. Not able to be quick enough, and now Yukis might have an opportunity. It's a difficult shot he's left for himself. And he couldn't quite take advantage. He even left it bouncing for Alpha, who hasn't got the same sort of feather first touch that we are used to seeing from him.
Seeing more of the same from Solary here as well in this game, where pressure, pressure, pressure. Either everyone's there or nobody is. And with 50 seconds, I think you're going to see a lot more of it.
You're going to have to at this point. Really running out of opportunities. Off the backboard, Ferry Peak by himself goes very quick.
Wow.
And see how clean he is. Attacker was coming in. Ferry didn't even have to try and settle for a block. Again, quick enough. Ferry Peak has to respond as Alpha was moved out of position. Yukis looks for another double tap. Can he get this one? He's going to be so annoyed every time that backboard is aimed for. Nothing has worked. Reno Vitality too quick on the draw. 15 seconds now. Vitality just handing them the ball back. What can Solary do with it? Carrion looks for the infield option. He couldn't quite get it to bounce for him. Yukis again looks infield. They've managed to get it past Alpha. Carrion with Yukis also on the penalty marker. As Alpha will just let it drop down. Reno Vitality take it. 3-1 yet again. Deja vu from last week.
And you got to give a world of applause to Ferry Peak for the big defensive showcase towards the end of that game. I mean, he's got 5 saves, but it's not the saves that mattered. It was his ability to, well, obviously it was the saves that mattered as well, but his ability to go out there and stop a lot of dangerous passing opportunities before they even materialized from Solary. I mean, that was a defensive masterclass at the end of that game 4 from Ferry Peak. Go back and watch that last 30 seconds. Dude was a monster.
Yeah, it feels like, to me, a lot of the goals that we saw Vitality concede was just them messing up defensive rotation a little bit, especially in the first 2 games. Everything they conceded
or the triple
was actually them, just going too heavy on the offense. So I feel like there's definitely a ways to go for Vitality. And we say this every single time, I feel, throughout this tournament, is that we get to an end of Vitality game and we go, yeah, they won. They were comfortable. They can do better.
There's more.
And that is horrifying.
It really is.
It truly is horrible to think of. For Solary, though, they now drop down to 1-1, still very much on the route to try and get themselves a top 8 spot and in a position for tomorrow's Championship Sunday. But when we come back, it's Guild Esports taking on Barca. You're not going to want to miss that match.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now, never. I was putting in the putting in the
Feel my arms holding on so tight just when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore. No fear anymore. Why the smile on your face? Don't fake it. You don't have to pretend. What a fear in your eyes will make it. Just take a chance. The thing that haunts you, leave it behind you. The ones that love you, let them guide you. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear.
Welcome back to RLCS Season X, day number 3, and we are still in our Swiss tournament here for round number 2. Now, we have just seen Reno Vitality move on against Solary, and we're now going to move on to our second game here, as we have soon got coming up. The boys over in Barca against a recently underperforming guild, but for the time being, Chiefs, what do you make of what we just saw?
So last game really felt like Solary had a lot of solid attempts on goal, but you got to give a lot of credit to Vitality. Great tracking about where the passes were going into the midfield, stopped a ton of great shooting opportunities. The shooting came online for Vitality as well. The assist games out of the corner, the passing in general was there in the later games. But early on, it really felt like Solary had a chance. But unfortunately, the defense from Vitality, I think, is what pulled this one through for them.
Yeah, certainly Vitality continue to be the team to beat in the region as they move on to 2-0. They've got 3 opportunities to now move on to tomorrow's playoffs. And I think for anyone that is, hoping that their team might have a better chance because, maybe Vitality will have an off day today and not make it there. Unfortunately for you, that is sounding pretty unlikely at this moment in time. Vitality still the team to beat in the region. As for Solary, there's not much to really take from that one. Again, when we see these teams play against Junior Vitalities, I'm sure we're going to get the same thing when we see teams take on like NRG next week. You come out of it and just say, well, they probably won't perform like that again because not every team has Renault Vitality. So I'm sure they'll be perfectly fine just putting that out of their mind. But now moving on to this one, we have got ourselves Guild Esports against Barca Esports. Barca bringing in Itachi during the offseason. He has already been phenomenal, not only last week, but today achieved scoring 2.67 goals in his very first series per game. He's been outstanding. As for Guild, from what we saw last week, what do you want to see improve from them as we start preparing ourselves for game number 1 of this series?
So I believe I believe Guild was the last match that I was on the desk. I believe it ended last week, and Leaf asked me the same question. What did I want to see? It's like I felt like they still just needed a little bit of time to really get the communication down because it just. I know that like Scrub and Tho can be absolute monsters. It's like a lot of last week felt like Tho driving up the field, someone would bomb the ball at him, and then they would either maybe get the pass into the middle and see what happened, or it just felt like the approach on offense felt a little stagnant. And I feel like with a little more time with each other, I think there's a lot of firepower on Guild. I mean, Tho, Scrub, and Nolly, like that has a lot of potential to be a disgustingly powerful offensive team, I believe. It's just not quite ready.
Well, especially for me, because I got the opportunity to watch Guild up close during the grid. They started phenomenally back then, same as they did last week, actually. But it seems to be that at some point during that second series, they get a little bit too excited. They see what's going right for them, and they try and almost overdo what's going right for them. And it starts to drop off. Let's see whether or not they can try and hold on to that middle ground this time around as they take on a Barca Esports team that has been on fire. A little bit of a rough week regarding field and grid results, but still definitely a very tough team to take down.
I was definitely looking forward to watching Barca a little bit more this week, especially considering last week's games. And I wanted to see them, I believe, take on Magnifico, who I thought was just an absolute rock in the midfield as that ball's pinched all the way to the other side, off the post and out. The demo from Tho trying to secure the goal, but the shot wide. And I'm curious to see, obviously Guild is not Magnifico, but I think a defensive master in Scrub Kill is a good test for what this offense can do.
Itachi looks to set it up for Roniki. He's the shooter of this team and didn't quite have the fire on that one that we're typically used to seeing. Scrub over to Tho. Back over to Scrub. Looks to take the shot. Roniki has him covered. I think the pass was a bit far away from him, however. The thing is that Scrub was able to steal one of the 100 boosts. If they were able to keep that pressure on, Barca could have been in a tough spot. Instead, it's now Barca looking for their opportunity to shoot. Wow. Oh, booming clear from Itachi. From Nolly.
And it's a very welcome touch as well. Clears like that where you sort of get caught in transition and you've only got one guy really set on defense and you're able to get clears like that out of your corner. I mean, that just buys you so much time and peace of mind in terms of defensive positioning. Quick skim for the nose of Scrub Killer. Goes off the defense. It kissed Tho. Just kissed him right here. Straight towards the middle, and Devo doesn't get it into the corner, and Scrub Killer just ate it alive.
It was pretty much the shot that was perfect for that situation. If you try and put it any further to the side, very likely that the save can be much easier for Devo. Instead, he's got to try and hit it with the rear end of his car, which can't really get any real force to clear it into somewhere safe. It's already the start that you want to see if you're a Guild fan. Scrub ends up leaving it for Tho. Will stay in the air. And he's going to still chase it. There's a lot of boost used for very little result as Nolly will watch this one. If he was going to go in, would have been in much earlier. So far, both teams very capable of blasting a ball very accurately to a midfield teammate. Going to see Roniki try and chase down Tho. Doesn't want to give him anything. I already saw from Roniki last week that he doesn't need the best angle. He just needs an angle. And he will tend to put it past you.
And actually, Roniki decided to pull off that challenge there and let him just hit it straight towards the wall. And Barca doing a good job putting like pressure on Guild, but it's never really turning into a shot opportunity. Roniki one-on-one, and he will just go for it.
The best possible defensive strategy. If only it worked in actual ones games. Roniki looks to come in. Him and Itachi both combining for a good pinch, and it's another huge clear. Guild Esports.
And again,
not necessarily.
and again.
Yeah, they're not overcomplicating this. But if you're going to keep giving it to them on the backboards, you are also giving up the half volley opportunity for whoever's back there.
Yeah.
And Guild have been very happy with that so far.
Especially with those boost steals, it's definitely forcing Barca to kind of just launch the ball up the pitch and try and chase it down because they need some more time to get some boost. And Devo will take his time here. We'll see if it delivers. Nope, throws there, swipes it away, and they're going to get pushed back again probably here.
Guild still up 1-0. Didn't get the best touch. He's over to Roniki. He's decided to be fancy with it, and Scrub Killer will take the ball away. Still good pressure here for Barca Esports. Scrub Killer over to Nolly. Goes for the shot, and it's in.
Ooh. Roniki, I mean, it looked like he was in a pretty good spot. He had time to grab the corner boost, saw it coming the whole way. Just perfect. He hit the brakes a little bit to try and give himself an opportunity if it was shot behind him. And it was that little touch on the brakes from Roniki that allowed that shot from Nolly to make it all the way to the back post, because Roniki just didn't want to commit. I mean, on the off chance he's wrong, he wants to have as many options as possible. He forced Nolly to hit a perfect shot, and he did.
Oh, they're going to go for another one. Nolly continues his shooting excellence. He got 8 earlier on against Solary in the grid. He's got 2 here now in game number 1.
Oof. And Itachi
Banger.
late by a mile as well to that challenge. Just didn't really figure that anyone would be going for it. And you're absolutely right. That is 100% banger from Nolly.
And this is very much following the same script that we got during the grid achieves. Guild looking very good, very comfortable in their first game. They looked very good in their second game of the grid against Triple Trouble. They ended up getting reverse swept in it. This will be the test about whether or not those adaptations have been made. Can they keep themselves on the same line of 4? Oh my goodness, Roniki. Wow. There's the warning for you. They've still got pressure. This is off one shot out of nowhere from Roniki. And he has almost split this defense in half. Itachi looks to keep the pressure on off the backboard. And Foe will clear over to Nolly, who doesn't quite have the boost, doesn't need it. Is it going to be 3-0? No, couldn't get there off the wave dash.
Man,
A little bit of a scare.
A little bit of a scare, but great defense overall from Guild. Scrub and Nolly combining to make some big defensive touches, and they will indeed walk away with a Game 1 win. I mean, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion when it became 3-0 so late in the game, but man, love Nolly's defense out of the corners in that game. A lot of big boomers from Barca towards the walls, and Nolly delivered in pretty much every scenario. Offense, defense, got it all done, and Scrub Killer may walk away with the MVP, but just by 1.
And if you are on Guild's side, though, as a fan, I think what is phenomenal defensive plays to try and shut Roniki down. You get the feeling that if Barca can just increase the amount of opportunities they are getting on net, some of them are going to start slipping through, because there was only 3 real opportunities for them there. 2 of them fell to the one that they wanted it to.
And of course, you also got to worry about how much Guild was able to steal a lot of those corner boosts out of that Barca side. Whenever Guild would get a big clear up the pitch, they would just race up there and steal away a corner boost and just fall back. And it was really hampering Barca's ability to get ball control, set up maybe some air dribble attempts, or really anything that is going to require a significant amount of boost in the tank other than just a bomb up the pitch. So Guild doing a good job with overall map pressure combined with some phenomenal defensive touches. It's going to be tough for anyone to beat you when you play like that.
Yeah, if you're Guild, you want every single game now to look like that one, because there's no way you're not going to give Barca a couple of shots that they could very well put in. But if you can limit it to what Barca got in that game, you will end up being pretty happy with it. However, for Barca, I got to agree with you. Boost control is absolutely paramount heading into game number 2, especially when you see the members on their team. Itachi and Devo especially could use it, but Roniki is very happy with the 33 he is given at the start of the game.
Nothing need be said about this. Devo makes the proper read about Scrub Killer's approach. Roniki with a little bit of a buffer to make sure it gets the way it needs to go, and a perfect kickoff from Barca to start things off.
Well, they are on the board now. Didn't score in the first game, have already got one in the second. Foe already over the top. There's a lot of style, but very little substance to what was gained.
I was really wondering if he was trying to go for that ceiling pinch and then it would punch his car back so he'd get a flip reset and turn it into something wicked, but just never gonna happen.
We are starting to turn Rocket League goals into just ways that you would describe skateboard tricks.
Yeah, we really are.
We're going to start shortening some of these. Rocky looking to try and dive in. He has actually got Devo over to him. Here's a very quick challenge. Guild not giving up that midfield at all. Scrub Killer already up. Flip reset retained as Devo just powers into him. Sometimes when we do see people threaten the flip reset, we see the defender very much respect it, try and hold back to see what happens. Devo not one of those players, as Nolly will end up putting that to the far side. Another touch also on the left. Barca get away with it. They maintain their 1-goal lead.
Just barely. But either way, Guild looking good here. Good stuff. Scrub running a little bit of interference in the midfield, and actually, it really is just a toss-up. It's everyone's just driving next to the ball. I don't know who's going to come down with real possession. Right now, it's really just
win
in
a proper
territory.
challenge yet, have we?
No.
Just everyone going for it. Devo levers it right down the middle. No real chances since the very first goal. And the very first goal, what came to us in about 4 seconds, so shows just where we've been so far. Ronaki would like to go for the double tap, which has been a no-go zone. The entire backboard of Guild just completely unavailable, as that is going to drop in.
Okay. That will work.
Yeah.
So Itachi here, he's thinking about a challenge, gets beat, and Scrub also wins one on the sidewall. Ronaki nowhere to be seen, rotating back. He was playing aggressive, assuming that that challenge on the wall was going to go a little bit better. So all in all, Barca just caught one step too far forward.
It's something to be expected, especially when the game did devolve into just who was the faster team and who could win the challenges. Eventually, someone is going to win it clean.
And in terms of who is the faster team, I actually think Tho's been the biggest proponent of speed over there on that Guild Esports side so far. I mean, his ability to just get up in someone's faces. Scrub was always a very calculated approach, but Tho is just going to drive right at you and make you make a move. And I think that's paying dividends right now for Guild in this series.
Passed over to Devo. Doesn't run onto it the way he wants to. Still being covered. Over to Ronaki yet again. Can't quite get there this time. And his shot is off the crossbar. Ronaki keeps getting close, but he hasn't found it from open play just yet. Drop down. Ronaki to Itachi. Itachi to Devo. Devo to Itachi yet again.
Gosh.
And I think they just all ran out of players eventually. It was a smart idea. Maybe when Rocket League is 10v10. Oh, no. You just look so good. You're strung together 4 passes, and then you do this.
That is exactly it. It feels like the start of something beautiful, and then inside of 5 seconds, it gets punched over your head, and you can't make it back. And
that is the most Rocket League goal I've ever seen in my entire career. You know, you wonder, I'm so inconsistent. It happens to everyone. Rocky gonna be passing over to Itachi. 1 goal down now for Barca. As Itachi really doing a great job over to Devo, who just has to go for pure power.
And this just goes back to what you were saying, this is kind of like the threat of the flip reset. It's the threat of when are you going to flip the ball off the wall, and it's making Scrub Killer wait there on that goal line until he knows what Itachi is going to do. And, it's a well-known chess principle. The threat is often more powerful than the actual move itself. And that hesitation from Scrub Killer opens the door because he just doesn't know what's about to happen.
The Chiefs hasn't played chess against me. I'm not smart enough to realize what the threats are. just make the moves as and when I can. Very much the same as my Rocket League playstyle. Scrub Killer looks to try and regain that lead. Though unable to get the ball past Itachi. He's a play that is very difficult to pull off, though, those corner ones, because the player that's coming in for the shot has to be so on point with their timing, because you can just turn up and have to stop. Scrub Killer looks to go fast side, and that is a great shot. Lead re-established for Guild Esports. They look to try and go 2-0 in the series.
Tho beats out 2 people with 1 challenge and gets the last man in an awkward position, having to dodge a demo and challenge early. Tho basically manhandling all of Barca right there single-handedly, and Scrub just had to follow behind.
Oh, over to Itachi. Couldn't get there. Pass was too powerful. It's always very much about the timing. Tho, good first touch. Looks to take it by himself. He should have Scrub starting to arrive to help him, and he does. Not going to be anything after that, though, as Itachi stayed downfield. Couldn't get to it. Barca Esports really stringing together some gorgeous ideas for the passing plays. It's all been down to execution. It's another one that's going to go too high. Oh, what is Tho doing? Tho is forced Devo to make a reaction save. Well played by him. Very easy to get caught out. Tho is just a hassle. He really is.
That's all he does. I mean, it's that aggression, the raw pressure that he puts on players is just such a valuable asset to have.
Tho will keep the ball in the other side of the field. It's Tachi for the double tap. You can already see two players back there, Nolly and Scrub Killer. That was never going to be the play. That was really going to work out as there is another shot on target. Tho won't score. Ball still up in the air. Itachi will catch it as Nolly can't get there. Itachi catches again. Him against Scrub. Couldn't get the flick he was after. And Guild Esports 2-0 up.
There we go. Scrub Killer on defense. Of course, you'll take him in a one-on-one pretty much every time, and maybe a quarter, maybe 3/4 of the time in a 2-on-1, and he gets it done there at the end of regulation. Excuse me. So again, the defense from Scrub Killer turning it up big at the end. The solid follow through, and like we were talking about, you can never underestimate the value of good pure pressure. And Tho put a ton of it on Barca in that game. And unfortunately, you're right, Barca, a lot of great ideas. The concepts are established. It's just that little bit more of execution. And unfortunately for Itachi, we were talking him up so big. Him and Roniki both are great goal scorers, but just held dead quiet here against Guild.
And for Barca, it really does feel like we are looking towards their performance because they've made a lot of unforced errors here. And at this level against Guild, you cannot afford to do that. So, you know, they were the team, and this is the reason why this format has worked out so well, is that Guild did not look great last week. Barca looked phenomenal, but it's about consistency. It's about you doing it over and over and over again. And right now, Guild are the team that are looking to go 2-0 in this Swiss-style bracket.
Long way to go, though. A lot can happen in 5 minutes, and we'll see if Barca come back to life here. But for now, you gotta favor Guild. Scrub, Tho, and Nolly playing like a well-oiled machine.
I'm feeling that Barca have got the ideas on point for the kickoffs. Itachi just flips it behind the challenging defender. I do not know how he's managed that. Wow, that is incredible.
Wow. It's the hard power slide with the touch of the brakes and just hope for the best, I guess.
That's the sort of play you typically go for, and you've got to make the decision. Am I going for net or am I going for a set?
Yeah.
And he went for net. Well played to him, because that was very easy to, settle for a half chance. He wanted all of it. This is the second game in a row Barca have managed to score from the first kickoff. Grub, good flick. He's got Nolly trying to help him.
Toast.
There is the musty flick. Thunderous from Scrub Killer.
Excellence. And look at Nolly. Forces Devo away from the midfield. The delay with the backflip. And yes, the perfect musty flick finish. I mean, Scrub Killer and Nolly, as soon as you saw Nolly start putting pressure on Devo and you saw Scrub with the ball, you just knew that one was done.
2 goals, not even 30 seconds done. Barca have dropped another early lead. This time around, very much forced against them, however. Roniki blasts it over the backboard. Every time that they've gone for it, Guild have managed to defend it incredibly well, even getting some booming clears from one side of the field to the other. Nolly's going to start turning up for Tho. Instead, Tho goes by himself. It's a great save from Itachi. Keeps this at 1 each. Guild looking like the better team so far. Holding that midfield so well. Taking their time. Scrub Killer. Oh, he's yeah, he's definitely not got what he wanted that time.
Oh, did they get him?
Just about missed. Roniki decides to take his time. It's dangerous, but it's worked. Already in. That's a great challenge. Nolly can come in. He's managed to fake out Roniki. Broken axles. And Nolly has doubled it up for his team.
Bye-bye. Tho with the perfect challenge angle, and Ronicky, ooh, talk about getting him on the string. We'll see ya. Great mind game from Nolly there. Brilliant.
There we go, 2-1. Guild coming back yet again from conceding in the opening 10 seconds. Scrub, blast it long. Ronicky's gonna have to try and scramble. I keep seeing Tho downfield. He is definitely the one that's waiting for it.
Yep.
Nolly can't quite get the ball past Devo. This is dangerous as well because Barca have to go looking for a goal, and every time they do, it's going to leave an area for Tho to start to exploit.
Oh, that pass is a little far. The execution on the clears from Barca just a little off, and here's another decision to be made, and Scrub Killer again just puts the defense in such an awkward position here.
Well, Tachi, he had a great week last week. He would like to forget that he was put in that position against Scrub Killer.
It's so
Guild
hard
Esports.
to handle.
Stretching Barca in the opening 2 minutes, who have got to figure out something now. They've got to reverse sweep Guild. And they've just
Down
got nothing
two.
going. They need kickoffs, basically. We just need rapid-fire
Again?
kickoff mode.
And I really love the approach from Guild. You see how delicate these first touches are. I mean, it's the polar opposite of what you were seeing out of Vitality in their series, where they were just way too strong on a lot of the first touches. Devo had the net there, and he just got on the wrong side of the ball and pushed it wide, and that was a much-needed goal.
Push to the corner. Scrub Killer will not be able to follow. It's over for Ronicky. Scrub also couldn't get the 100 boost on his way back, so he'll be thankful to see Tho able to intercept the passing play. Put into action yet again. Managed to get rid of 2, and it's over the top of Itachi. That is worst thing you could have seen if you're a Barca fan. And it's all offensive pressure gone. Scrub Killer up to style one more time. He's one away from a hat trick. And not a single one of the goals have necessarily been all that basic. Itachi gets locked up by Tho. Yoda just all over them here.
Buying a lot of time. They're making a lot of great touches. It's an open goal. Okay, this one's done. We'll see you next time. 3-0 Guild.
My goodness. Scrub Killer up to his hat trick. It's just been clean. It really has. And Guild have adapted to the lead as well as they've gone through.
Let me see how many 3-0s we've had today. Let's see.
A lot. We had 7 in the first round. I know that. I don't know what we got so far. This one is Ronicky's going to take a shot. If Barca can get something soon, then maybe we'll be able to start looking into this again. The way that Guild are playing. Okay. Well, the way Guild are playing. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't finish that sentence, really. What on earth have they done here?
That was just a disaster. I mean, Scrub Killer wanted the ball to be his, so he was expecting Nolly to let that roll up the sidewall, and he was going to take it. Nolly was thinking, all right, I'll just cut this back across and dribble it up the middle. They clip wheels. Nobody gets anything done. So it was just like, what are you two doing? And Devo scored the ball.
Nolly already downfield. Devo clears. Now Barca are back within a shout of this. It is a long shout. It's going to be a good challenge from Devo. Out of boost now, though. Itachi for the backboard. First time it's not been covered in a very long time. Still can't get anything for it. Just keep booming this. It's not been the right decision to make against Guild. They are so quick with the transition. They're going to take another shot, and there we go. 3-goal lead reestablished. Scrub Killer has got 3. Nolly has got 2. And Guild should be moving on to the qualifying rounds.
And Ronick, I'm trying to figure out why Ronicky followed Itachi into that corner. I mean, obviously, you can always make the argument of he's just trying to beat the defender so that they can get the ball moving upfield. But, I mean, at the end of the day, what's it really accomplish? Because you punch that ball up the field, nobody's in position, so you might as well just wait and let Itachi try and fight it out. But either way, trying to make something happen goes horribly wrong. 3 goals down with 30 seconds. The Guild deserved this one, heck.
Barca not as clean as we have got used to seeing them. We do know that their results fell off a little bit midweek. Didn't know quite how it was going to really make any much of effect coming into this weekend. But this one has been all Guild, thoroughly worthy of the 3-0 victory. They have now got 3 opportunities to move through to Sunday's playoffs. Guild take it in a sweep.
Good games. I mean, well deserved. I mean, I got everything I wanted out of Guild. It's like, all right, let's see the communication work out. Less stagnant. You got a lot more ball control from Guild. Let the mechanics from Scrub and Nolly and Tho come through and really exercise a lot of pressure. Decent enough challenges. I mean, I don't feel like they were really put through their paces on defense very often, except in that game 1 where they just had to handle a lot of strong touches towards the backboard. But after that, I mean, it really felt like Guild just never let up on the gas pedal, and Barca's just sitting there scratching their heads.
I think scratching their heads is a very good way to describe it as well, because Barca came in with a game plan. They were trying to execute, and it was not working. And when we asked them, okay, what's the secondary game plan? What are you going to do to adapt to put Guild on the back foot? It wasn't there. It was kind of aimless, wasn't it? It was, okay, we are going to launch the ball. What are you doing after that? We are going to launch the ball and figure it out after that. But it is Guild moving on to the next round. It's very much an improved performance from last week. And when we come back after our next break, it is going to be moving on to the qualifying round for some and elimination round for others. We are really starting to get into the thick of it.
their strategy is not guaranteed to work. They just sort of keep peppering you with balls and shots and passes in the box until eventually you miss one and you score. You know, they're not that worried about dropping a game. They know that in the long run they're probably going to take it off you.
Now, Mark by in the middle will send it over towards Atomic and will continue his offense. Does fall to Demensa. Extra. Pinches it high. Monkey Moon doesn't take this shot. Wanted Mark by 8 to go on the end of that pass. It was just a little bit too slow and lofting. So it takes his annoyance out on Greasy Meister. Atomic can't get it around the side of Monkey Moon. It is sent high. Mark by 8 picking it up in the mid. Will continue on the left as Demensa sends it towards the center. Extra. With a chance for 2 players on the backboard. That was not the best place to put that ball.
No, but like I said, sometimes, you know, just keeping the pressure on. To be fair, they have seen Magnifico double commit on a few balls. Maybe he thought, you know what, there's 2 of them on the backboard, maybe they'll send both players. And I think they did send both players, but they just got the clear as well. So maybe not as bad a move as it first looked.
Atomic going to attempt to pull something out of a hat, but he is not able to. Send middle towards Extra, who's not got much boost for him. Breezy pops it higher. Atomic will try and do a half quick turn, but he's not able to get there. Monkey Moon missing that back boost, but he can turn back and steal it away. That means that the continued offense can occur because Extra has got a lot to chase this with. Greasy is low. Marbella can come in with a lot of boost, and Monkey Moon touches it down. That all originated, I feel, from just rotating via the back boosts and making it so that there wasn't any chance for Magnifico to work their way out of defense.
Yeah, exactly. They seem to boost starve Magnifico into forcing a mistake, and then just at the end there, Mark by 8 quicker on the read than Atomic and putting the ball in the middle for an open shot for Monkey Moon. Just classic BDS. That's BDS all over.
And that will put them ahead as well in this game, and if they end up winning this, I don't imagine it'll be a 1-0. These teams do like to have a few goals in them. Each game's been obviously 3-2 thus far. But I imagine we'll see just a couple more results come out. Mark by 8 touches it gently off the side. Extra can come in. That is a really nice touch by Monkey Moon to get it in a perfect position for Extra.
Yeah, all 3 of them playing great there. Mark by 8 took the first defender out of the game, and then Monkey Moon spotted an opportunity to take the keeper out. They love just nicking in front of you and taking it over you. He just sticks his, I was going to say toe, cars don't have toes, sticks his nose in front and just tips it over the keeper.
Cars don't have noses either.
Cars sort of, they have different types of noses, not, you know, not your standard breathing apparatus, but I think you can say the nose of a car.
Not your Johnny Boy schnoz that he's rocked.
Yeah, not your Johnny Boy, but it's a nose nonetheless, I think, maybe.
Very fair, but I'd like to see an auto expert come in and tell us why one of us is wrong. Yeah. Oh, Atomic hits it with the nose of his car after the pass from Demensa as well. That will bring it within 1.
Yeah, Demensa using his stomach excellently there, and then headbutts the defender to keep him on the goal line, and an easy open net for Atomic.
All players now with their feet on the starting blocks. As we go for the kick up for Greasy Meister. Isn't able to get anything from that. Does go for a bump. Will secure the second bump, and Monkey Moon is up before he's able to get there. Monkey Moon with the flip reset, but he can't connect to it particularly hard. That Extra, can he get that central? Demensa, really great rotation there to remain on the backboard. It means that any pass that goes central, if it's high enough, then he's able to cover it.
Yeah, and he also, nice little rotation there. I mean, it didn't work out in the end, but a lot of people with 8 boost there would just head right back to their own half. But he saw that Monkey Moon would maybe smash it right back into the corner he was in, and he was able to turn around, get a 50-50 on. That time it pinched, you know, miles back into his own half. But a lot of the time that would pinch, you know, straight into the middle, and you'd keep the pressure on. So they just know where to be. Their positioning is exquisite. I must talk to their coach Kale and see if that's his doing, because if it is, I need to, I don't know, bake him a cake or something, I guess.
I don't know why I expected you to say, but yeah, bake him a cake. I'm sure he'd really like that. I don't know, what if he lives like in Australia? The postage on that would be absurd.
Yeah, I'd have to go there, I guess. You'd also lose a lot of the freshness of the cake if I were to post it.
Yeah, you would. Poke some holes in it so the cake can breathe, not just arrive as a rock.
Yeah, maybe not a cake. Maybe a cake's just like the...
Maybe some sugared candy you can make it. Oh! Doesn't matter. Whatever Mark's going to send to Kale. because Magnifico are going to want the gift for themselves. Now, gifted that goal, Dignitas ends up beating out the team that has been beating them out on pretty much every touch thus far in this game and can get the runaway goal. Now at 2-2, with under 40 seconds left, it's going to be a very, very important passage of play. Dignitas on that side wall with 60 boost. Touches it low, marked by 8. Great one to play to keep it low underneath him. Dignitas with one thing to get a demo behind.
And that goal was a prime example of both of their weapons coming into play, waiting for the counter opportunity, and then Dignitas, like, it sort of looked like the BDS left the gap at the back, but Dignitas was just ridiculously quick to that ball and got way more power than I think anyone expected. So they keep shocking me. I'm going to have to do more shocked faces, much to the dismay of the viewers, I imagine.
You've only practiced one. We're going to run out.
I mean, it was a pretty good one. I could just...
It was real, mate. It was a banger, honestly. I could see that 3 times, I reckon. But at 0 seconds, we're not going to be seeing any more goals. Or are we? Unless... ... No, 2 players on the backboard, but both of them miss! Ends up falling down, but nobody expecting that to come in from Magnifico. And now overtime. The first we've seen on this stream as well, I believe. The offense, I think so, yeah. And that goes on target. Dignitas again with the runaway goal. It falls to him. He can turn really quickly. He just gets beaten out. Marked by 8 by Atomic. Extra, the worried turnaround. And within 8 seconds, Magnifico take it. Marky, mate, I want to see your shocked face in a second because Magnifico leads the series.
All right, I've got a new one. Don't worry. I've got one in my back pocket, so to speak, for when it cuts to the webcam. Give us a shout when it cuts to the webcam, Stumpy, and I'll deliver. I promise.
Okay, I'm excited for you to deliver because Magnifico certainly delivered in that game. With that runaway shot, 2 of them ended up leading to their goals. Quite a few shots, obviously going on for Magnifico. I hope we do see your face because we're doing a little fly around, having a little look around Manfield Night right now. It's a very pretty stadium, but it's no Markadudal's face.
It's no Markadudal's face, not as pretty as my face. I must say, yeah, here it comes. You ready?
Here it comes. I like how you always respond to the production as well. Really
I don't need to. I get excited.
It's just another person to talk to, and I know that you like that. So yeah, obviously these guys, because Magnifico, they are leading the series.
I am shocked.
you look it. You really look it.
I'm shocked. What on earth have I just seen?
Your face looks like someone's put it on upside down.
Fine.
There we are. Good.
Someone said to me I have a very malleable face, and that was a strange compliment.
Interesting. He's a Markadudal with the face of Play-Doh. Game number 4 linked. Magnifico leading this series 2-1. One more and Magnifico go through into their 3rd and potentially final match. For 3 wins, 4-3 losses, you qualify. 3 losses, 4-3 wins, and you are eliminated. You will be saying bye-bye to regional event number 1. Friesmeister works his way out of the defense. Extra will cut him off in the middle, but Atomic beating out the BDS player. That seems to be the theme at the end of the last game that ended up winning Magnifico, winning it for Magnifico rather. Will that continue?
Yeah, they looked great. I did not expect them to have that much quality, and Dementia especially. I know he's dangerous. I know he's good. That's what I said, is it not? Oh,
Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely.
No, really. Dementia especially, just so fast and so accurate with his shots. Like I knew. Oh my goodness me. Speaking of fast and accurate.
Those corner shots are so hard to read. Especially from there, look at how wide that bounced out. And that must be right on the last pixel where it would get that angle. And he has tipped it underneath the bar and over one of the Magnifico players as well. BDS with Monkey Moon absolutely turning it on in game 4.
Yeah, that was just pure quality. He just was so quick to ping that off the back wall, catch the defense out, and then he's read it perfectly. Such a hard read, and at the same time finding such a tight angle as well. Honestly, just pure class from Monkey Moon.
Someone will save that, and it does end up pinching very nicely, and it goes high extra with quite a lot of boost to work with. And you get around Dignitas. Yes, he can, and picks up the mid boost as well. But still fancies getting their back corner to try and continue an offense should that start to form. Dignitas and Greasy both going up at the back. The double commits have not burned them just yet. But I feel if they continue, then we're going to be seeing it. That's a fully open net, but the third man just a little bit too far away.
BDS getting a little bit a little bit panicky maybe. I've seen a couple of slightly questionable dives from Monkey Moon. You know, maybe they're starting to feel the pressure of this Magnifico team.
They're certainly pressuring hard. When they get the chance to, Magnifico, they do start to turn the screw. See, they are preferring a bit of a counter-attack in this match as Greasy touches it down gently. There's not a save that comes in from any other Magnifico player, so Mark by 8 can continue the ball, and he will forego the ball. Instead, will go for Atomic. Extra with the mid boost stolen away from him, will have to retreat back to his own half, where he will still find none. Those boost steals, by the way, from Magnifico are being really disruptive for the offense.
Yeah, they both love stealing boost. They're sort of having a boost fight between themselves. I don't know if there was like a change of tactics from Magnifico, but they're getting out of their own half a lot more. I think we're seeing a few more demos and, like I said, boost steals as well, that are contributing to that. Very, very impressive tactical game from Magnifico, I must say.
Oh, that is a remarkable pass down from that pinch touch up on the ceiling, straight onto the goal line.
Yeah, wow. Did not see that coming, and neither did BDS. I think a bit of a mistake from Extra. You'd maybe expect a little bit more composure from him, but at the same time, I wouldn't know what to do in that position either. Atomic really, really caught me off guard with that last touch.
Magnifico still showing everything that they've got. There's still new ways that they're able to attack the BDS side as Greasy goes up for the double tap, but he misses. Atomic can send it on target, but no, it's just wide. Oh, no. And then the Mensa sends it high as well. Those were two huge chances. They couldn't sink either of them away.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves for that one. I felt like at least 2 of those shots should be goals 9 out of 10 times. Great pass, Monkey Moon. Beautiful save. Probably should have been a better finish, but it was still a very impressive save.
Mark, can he get anything from that? No, but it does remain in the Magnifico half. Extra. Not much boost to him. Does get hunted by Atomic. You can try and threaten Mark in the midfield. Mark, though, with 30 boost. He's down pitch, cleared by Greasy. Catching by Extra. No, sorry, bangs it away, actually. Maybe could have gone for the touch there. Atomic did start to rotate away from him. He secured more space. That's what Monkey Moon does there. 2 players in there. He's able to beat them both. Yes, he is. The deflayed flick has absolutely bamboozled the Magnifico defense.
What even? Oh my god, yeah, he faked Atomic into oblivion, and then Greasy just wasn't really ready for the shot to come straight down the middle. Like the extra little bit of pace he gave the ball, he's just destroyed them. He's shown his 1v1 quality there.
Now, final minute as Mark by 8 destroys Greasy Miser off the pitch. Mensa sends it long again, a counter attack, but Mark by 8 learning that is able to happen. That is a possibility. And so he's back nice and early to save it, and he can continue on the offense. Monkey Moon in the middle with the Mensa will take it slow again. Those 1v1 skills proving that they were definitely worth learning. Could potentially win this game for them. And my word, did they need it. Monkey Moon up, nice and quick in the middle. The offense with the flip reset. But the Mensa saves it away. Mark by 8 saves it away as well. And that back left boost is giving several teams an issue here. Within 30 seconds, Marky, BDS looking to take us to game 5.
Yeah, this is their game to take. You would imagine they're just going to sort of sit on this lead a little bit, not take too many risks, because, I mean, I know Magnifico have actually been doing quite a lot of damage, but you would imagine, you would trust your defense against Magnifico if you're BDS in this situation.
And Mark up nice and quickly in the middle. Atomic drops it. Greasy might be shot on. Isn't able to score it though. Dementor can keep it up with the help of Mark by 8. That does end up flying middle. Greasy on it. Dementor can get it central. Atomic not with the shot. His nose is not long enough. Contact Johnny Boy Surgeon, because if he just gets that extension, then man alive, that was a goal.
Yeah, he was just painfully close to tipping that into the net. The keeper had free jumped, covered a bit of the goal, but you imagine any touch was good enough. You know what? The Magnifico had the chances this game. It's not like they got dominated at all. They had plenty of opportunities to score, but they couldn't finish. You know, there was that string of like 3 shots in a row. Probably 2 of them should be goals 9 out of 10 times. And then near the end there, Atomic dropped it to Greasy. And Greasy, you know, good finisher usually, but he just sort of, he tried to put it behind the defense. It was a bit central. And then at the end there, Atomic, I don't know.
Just so close.
don't know if he could have even reached it. I don't know if it was impossible, but their finishing sort of let them down that game, to be honest.
I mean, it makes me think back to the middle of that game where Atomic and Dimensa both had chances to shoot, and they both did shoot cleanly and both hit the crossbar. It's a real shame, but BDS will be very happy. All the BDS fans as well will be very happy. Now we're in game number 5. Further than anybody thought that Magnifico would go, and that hit saved away by Extra, who in that last game had 68 points. He was not doing particularly well, and BDS still ended up winning. If Extra can turn it on in this game, there's no chance for Magnifico, but that's all on Extra. And Magnifico have been fortifying incredibly well when they've had to.
Yeah, both Extra and admittedly, right after I called him the best player on the team, Mark by 8, have had a bit of a quiet series so far. Monkey Moon, however, seems to be popping off a little bit, to be fair to the guy. He scored a couple of great goals, coming up with finishes, coming up with great assists. You know, he's looking fantastic. It's just sort of up to Extra, especially, and a slight, you know, not as bad from Mark by 8, but Extra especially needs to do a bit more for his team in this series, because this is one that they really should win. This isn't one that they would be wanting to lose at all.
Yeah, it's not one that they should be getting through in 5 games with. This should be a 3-0, 3-1 situation, but credit Magnifico. They've been repelling one of the strongest offenses that we have seen in the RLCS recently. Mark by 8 there, breaking a rule number 2. That's okay. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes the game is worth more than a rule. Everybody remember that. Meister, can he get the double? He's not able to, but Monkey Moon gets rid of their contingency plan and sends it far enough that Extra is able to have a shot, but it just goes wide.
Yeah, and the cloud of smoke coming from the demo sort of obscured Mark by 8's vision. Otherwise, I think he had a clean shot on that, but he just couldn't see the ball. And so Magnifico get away with one a little bit, I reckon. I think that was definitely a dangerous situation to be in.
Dangerous, but they managed to keep it away. Managed to keep this game at 0-0, but Atomic with a shot on, and a really weak touch by Greasy Meister will not threaten the defense too much. It's more of a courtesy shot that. Vents can turn, get that 100 boost. Greasy does remove Extra from the pitch, but a fantastic clear by Monkey Moon will abate the pressure for now.
Yeah, great defending from BDS. Always a man behind, no double commits, but I reckon a better finish from Greasy there. And the keeper didn't have much boost. The keeper had like 6 boosts or something. Yeah.
I think Greasy gave up on that.
He might.
I actually think he gave up on going for the big block, and he started boosting to the floor, and he accidentally faked out the defender and nearly scored.
Yeah, nearly scoring is sort of a theme for Magnifico right now.
Good touches though by Greasy. We'll get the ball down towards Atomic. And Mark has to get that over the top of Dimensa. Is not able to. Dimensa also steals 100 boost. Gets the central for Atomic, who does just rotate out. Greasy with 10 boost, able to get the touch to it. Mark's central. Monkey shot. Atomic save, and another Atomic save keeps us at 0-0. This game 5 is tight. And Atomic, the defensive paragon, becomes the offensive sledgehammer.
Wow, finally a decent finish. I think Monkey Moon probably should have scored earlier as well. He just catches it on the volley. Monkey Moon not ready. Great hassling from Dimensa as well. And all of a sudden, they're looking good to take the series.
Magnifico poised to take it. Marky, we need a bespoke shocked face. If Magnifico take this, I'm expecting something special from your shocked face. Is that all right?
Oh no.
Special. Just be shocked. Have a normal human emotion, please.
I can try. Oh, thank God. I don't have any.
I heard you straining, and I was hoping that would end up happening. Monkey Moon again with the 1v1 prowess. Greasy not knowing how to deal with it, and Extra securing it. But Monkey Moon putting in basically all the work there. Ends up going low. That seems to be his preferred move at the moment. Doesn't want to risk it by going high, especially when he's in a solo play. And Extra is in the middle, but we're at 1-1, approaching 1 minute remaining. And this will not send either team home, but it will put one of the teams into a fantastic position.
yeah, this is a very big game, and it would mean a lot to both teams' confidence. You know, BDS to lose to Magnifico might shake them a wee bit, and Magnifico to take out BDSM, that would do wonders for their confidence. You'd feel like the big man if you took out BDS. So this is a vital game, you know, let alone, oh my goodness.
Oh, Atomic showing off what he's able to do. He's been offensive, he's been defensive, and this is a show of offense. That unbelievably acute angle using the very tip of his car gets it in over the crossbar. I didn't realize that angle was possible from where he was. But that puts Magnifico ahead. Now Monkey has to try and do the same. He isn't able to. The save comes out by Greasy, marked by 8, sends it central. Mensa gets the left-hand wall and will follow up as well. Doesn't have the boost to beat out Extra though, as now it falls into BDS possession. Over top of 1, marked by 8, can't get it past Atomic. Demensa can turn, but can't get the snapshot off. The final 25 seconds. Atomic sends it long. Demensa is just going to be bumping Extra. Sorry, going to be bumping Monkeyman well out of the way. Now BDS are on the back foot. Can Extra get this central? Not quite. 10 seconds. Marbella gets it in the middle. Monkeyman with the shot. The save once again. Magnifico poised to take the series. With only 5 seconds left and it going in the BDS half. This is not looking likely. Demensa can keep it low. Yes, he does.
My god. Oh my god.
Take down the number 4 seed in RLCSX Europe. BDS get beaten by the Swan Song team, Magnifico. Marky, I need your face to be shocked beyond repair, please.
I can't believe what I've seen. That was, oh my goodness, I did not expect that at all. They just out-qualitied them. Atomic. I didn't know Atomic was that good. I thought Dementia was their main weapon, and Atomic was just like, what on earth is Mark? I'm going to go out and win this whole game. Unbelievable stuff. I can't believe it.
Yeah, that was an amazing performance in the end by the Magnifico players. I think BDS will be kicking themselves. They should have won that series, but Magnifico, they were mechanically impressive when they needed to be. Atomic in that final game was everywhere. He was defending like an absolute champion. He was he scored both of the goals in that game as well, including that amazing double tap on the backboard. And in the end, it was just too much of BDS to deal with. BDS now, they are at 1-1. They will be going, BDS rather. They are at 1-1. And we have seen Magnifico go to 2-0. If you guys want to let us know what you thought of that series, make sure that you use hashtag RLCSX on Twitter. Let us know what you thought of Marky's shocked pace as well, because I think it was something special. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that later, but that is it from us for now. Marky, mate, any final words from you regarding Magnifico at all?
Well played, lads. Honestly, all 3 of them, exquisite performance. I can't believe we've got it seems we've got a new team on the block, and Old Man Greasy's in it. Oh, it's unbelievable.
Incredible play from Magnifico. We'll hopefully see more of them later, and obviously more of BDS as well. Otherwise, guys, we'll be back after this break where your host FDOT will be joined by an amazing person. I don't know who it is. Don't know why I led myself down this verbal rabbit hole. I will see you guys soon. Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Leaf X. This is Season X. We are in Stage 2 of the first European Regional for the fall split. Alongside me, Gibbs and Corelli, to talk about the matches we just saw there. We're going to keep it down, focused onto one, since the casters got to talk about that first match. Let's talk about this. Barca versus Guild. Let's recap this one. That was pretty quick. We're having a quick day on this stream over here on, on the Rocket League stream, Gibbs.
That game, too, I think, was the turning point. Throughout the whole series, Barca's offense, obviously the number one from last week, was not getting going. But Devo, with the own goal in game 2, where they lose that lead that they had, just the demoralizing play there from game 2 was really tough. And then game 3 comes out, and you got Guild just highlight reel goals. We had a musty flick, we had a flip reset, we had a dribble fake, we had literally everything. It shows how good Guild can be. And the one thing I loved, I didn't see a lot of pre-jumps from Guild that I saw a lot last week. So it's good signs for Guild right now. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, opposite things happen here for these teams in this matchup. I felt like Barcelona had a really good first week, and they were a team that I was really excited to see come in to this week in this Swiss format. But unfortunately, going up against Guild, who I felt like didn't have a good week last week. Now, like Gibbs just said, really showing up and showing us what this team is made of. We know the characters on these teams, or on Guild, and we know what they bring to the table. Now we're finally seeing it against a very tough Barcelona team.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's one of those games that should have gone a bit further. Honestly, should have been one of those game 5s. But again, instead, it ended up in that sweep. But hey, that's what can happen. You just have to perform on the day. So let's take a look at the standings now before we head into round 3 here and just see how everything's playing out right now. I think in my mind, there's one particular thing, Gibbs, that's standing out right now, and it's Magnifico. How does this keep happening? Magnifico, not only are they 2-0, they had 2 incredibly tough opponents. The Vodafone Giants, one team that a lot of people think will emerge as a top team in Europe, and then BDS. Everyone's talking about BDS right now being potentially a top 2 team in Europe. They take them both down. They started last week 2-0, and then they faltered and came back down and only advanced 3-2. But they get to do it again. They have a chance, 3 chances to make the bracket stage. Greasy Meister, again, 12 days before this regional, was retired. It's like, yeah, let's just make a team and have some fun. And they're doing amazing. I was going to say, are there any surprises on this right now for you, Corelli?
No, actually, honestly, not really. I think that what we're seeing a lot out of these teams right now is pretty much exactly where I thought everyone was going to fall, especially with Magnifico. I was just going to add on with what Gibbs was saying there is after their week 1 performance, because honestly, I didn't know how they were going to perform coming into this, right? Like we're talking about Greasy retiring, coming on and all of a sudden on this team. It feels like after that week 1 performance, I'm all in on Magnifico. They have the speed, they have the mechanic. They do everything so smart and so right. An onslaught of offense is really how I describe their play style. And these European teams right now just can't handle it. And that's where we're seeing a lot of the cracks in the defense that Magnifico can jump on.
Well, let's talk about our next matches here because we got a lot more Rocket League to go. So we're going to look at our round 3 matches and what's going to be happening here. Some of them are on broadcast, of course, and some of them aren't. If you do want to catch some of the other matches, head on over to twitch.tv/eLeagueTV or click that squad stream button there and you can watch both of us at the same time. But one of the 2 on this stream here will be BDS and Dignitas and Blokes versus Guild. We can talk Blokes versus Guild or some of the other matches if you'd like to, Gibbs, here. But that'll be the first one we talk before we get to the Dignitas match.
Real quick, Magnifico, it's like, all right, here's your final boss. You got Vitality in the 2-0 round. Yeah. So if they can make it out 3-0 and be a top seed, that would be amazing. Vitality looks like, though, they will probably go through. But hey, we said that about every team Magnifico is playing. But Blokes and Guild, that is a very competitive matchup. 2 teams that are emerging right now. Blokes, a lot of people are saying, like a lot of the pros are saying, are a top team right now. And Guild, a little bit of a slow start, but today they are red hot. So whoever makes it out, again, is a top 2 seed going into the playoff bracket. That is huge.
And remember, we just saw Top Blokes take down Guild in the grid just a couple days ago, a 3-1 win for the Blokes. So, look, I mean, history already says that Blokes have an advantage here in this series. We'll find out.
What is it that's causing them to have that? I mean, a lot of people are pointing the fingers at Archie, but it can't just be down to one single player. Like, Corelli, what is going on for this team that's causing so much success?
Well, I think the biggest thing that we're seeing out of the blokes right now is they do a good job of putting away a lot of shots. Cassio or Archie in particular is a player who I point to that can get it done on both sides of the field. And maybe a weird comparison, but he reminds me of Freaky back when he was in the Rival Series many seasons ago, where I always complimented Freaky and still do to this day on what he can do on both sides of the field and just the threat of having him on the ball. I feel like Archie really provides a lot more options that this team didn't have before. With Cassio playing a lot better, I feel like in this season, I think top blokes are in top form.
Well, we got to talk about the matches coming up first here. The first one we're going to witness. So let's get into it. BDS versus Dignitas. Now, Gibbs, I know you're a big Dignitas guy, but I feel like there's a bit of a problem going on with them right now. They haven't had the most success, even through other things like the grid. It seems like they're still kind of on the edge. Now, do you attribute this just to that new roster and trying to get a player like Jorius up to snuff, or is there a larger issue at hand?
So for me, it's all about the offensive Dignitas, and it really hasn't shown itself last weekend and then in the grid as well. A lot of losses 2-1 or 1-0. They had another one versus Endpoint 2-1, and Guild 2-1 loss, 1-0 loss, 3-0 loss. But Dignitas in their last 3 games versus Endpoint to win that series 3-1 put up 11 goals in 3 games. That is a good sign for Dignitas. Now that is an Endpoint squad though that is kind of like all or nothing. When those demos are not working, they can get beat pretty hard on the defensive side. So maybe it was more of a matchup, but it's a good sign for Dignitas either way, because now they have that confidence on the offensive side going into this really crucial 1-1 matchup.
And on the other side, Corelli, we have BDS, Mark Monkey and Extra. What are they going to bring to the table here against Dignitas?
I'm really excited for this BDS team. Remember, this was a #1 team coming out of Rival Series in season 9. So all of a sudden they are like bursting onto the scene. And I say that with some caution because, I mean, we all knew that these guys were great. And if the formats hadn't changed, we might have seen these guys in RLCS in the coming seasons. But for BDS, I feel like their team is a team that has been on the grind with the Monkey Moon on their team as well, or with Monkey Moon on the team. I feel like there's the sky is the limit for Team BDS. They're playing in top form. I feel like Extra, who is a player that we pointed to many times, is doing a fantastic job. For me, if BDS can keep the hot streak going, that this is going to be a top 3, top 4 team easily in Europe and can contend for, spots against Vitality.
Well, we got just another minute before we get into the match, so we may as well throw some predictions out there and get this down on paper, because I feel like this is actually a difficult one, at least for me to pick here. So I'm going to start with you, Corelli, move to Gibbs, and I'm going to finish it off once you guys give me all the homework.
I'm on BDS. I'm going full BDS here. I think it's going to be a tight series, but I'm with BDS. There, like I said, this team's hot right now. I don't have the fullest of confidence in Dignitas. There's a few things plaguing them right now, but I feel like Team BDS, they're playing like a Rival Series team that wants to come out and beat all of these RLCS teams, and boy, they're doing it.
Gibbs.
For me, I feel like it comes down to those roster moves. Dignitas, they win the regional championship in season 9, but they lose the MVP in Astral, while BDS, they improve by picking up Extra, probably the top pickup of the entire offseason. I'm going to go with momentum. I'm going with BDS.
Both of these teams came out 3-0 from their group, from Group B there. And honestly, that's why it got so hard to pick here. So based off recent results, and I know doing the grid broadcast, I'm going to get yelled at for this one, but I'm going to have to pick against Dignitas. I'm going to have to say BDS is also my pick for this one. I feel like, just as you said, momentum, speed, all of that is going to catch a Dignitas that's still structuring themselves on the field here. It's going to overtake them. So I just don't know. Do you think this is a game 5, Gibbs, or do you think this is going to be like a nice, easy take for BDS?
I think it'll be game 5 because BDS, they're just coming off that loss in game 5 where they probably were like, we should have won this. So their morale might be down a little bit. It just comes down to, does Dignitas offense continue their streak?
Well, we find out right now if Dignitas has it together, if BDS is going to plow through them. Let us know on Twitter at RL Esports with the hashtag RLCSX. We want to hear your thoughts always on the interwebs, but now we're getting into round 3. So let's get it started over in the Skybox.
Thank you very much, Leaf. Sugar here, joined by Johnny Boy. And Johnny, whilst we have already had 2 sweeps, however, already today, they're saying that they are hoping that this one is going to be the game 5. Now, I trust your knowledge in these sort of things. Please tell me you agree with them.
I think we could have a closer series in a sweep, certainly, but I do agree with the desk and the BDS are the favorites here, despite Dignitas, all the success they've had in the past few years of Rocket League and all the experience they've got on their roster. This BDS squad have looked incredible recently. And the pickup of Extra, I would agree, is one of the top off-season transfers. Big chance for Jorius early on, though, and Dignitas are first on the board. They hung on just by the skin of their teeth at the other end of the field. And that's well put away by the new boy into a wide open net.
Great thing about this first tournament is we get a chance to make early and very rash judgments about brand new roster moves, as Jorius is definitely one of them, and it continues the trend of Dignitas having to bring in players to fill in just ridiculously big shoes. Yukio already had to fill in for Turbo Polster. Jorius coming in to try and fill in for the European MVP Astral. It is always a tough job when you are coming into this roster. So far, Dignitas doing well so in this one. And does definitely feel, Johnny, like this is the sort of matchup that, whilst we are seeing it right now in the 1v1, or the 1-1 scoreline, this could be a preview of major semifinals, heck, even major finals for the rest of the year.
Well, certainly, I would not be surprised to see either of these teams making finals. I mean, the only thing that really makes it difficult to imagine a Dignitas versus BDS final is the fact the Vitality have looked so strong. And you just expect them to make all finals. You know, except for their inconsistencies due to Alpha's sickness during the week. Glad to hear that he's doing well now. But nice equalizer here coming in for Extra. And that's some really good pressure, actually. Full team getting involved for BDS. Love that high pass from Mark. He could have shot that ball, but he knows it's a much smarter play to backboard it for Extra, who was waiting in the wings.
And it's a goal each for both the new lads on these teams. Jorius and Extra both on the board. It's a good kickoff, however. Jorius gets clad into by Mark. Trying to combine together. Jorius jumps up. Panda already on the way back. 4 boost to him. BDS will look to swarm. Always so tricky to try and get down. Monkey Moon especially, one of the quickest players. Really so solid at picking out his spots, as Yuki almost spots out his. Almost caught the BDS defense sleeping. Mark on the backboard. Can't get it before Jorius. Slowed down very much since the first goals went in for either team. Yukio wants to double tap. He has been the most potent player on the field. Both teams happy just to keep trading possession back and forth. Jorius looks to go for the dribble. Extra will shut him down. Extra over the top of another one. He might have actually got a bit of space here. Looks to drop it in the midfield. 2 players committed for Dignitas. Stuck in a bit of a tough spot right now. They need to make sure they have control boost, as they're going to have shots just continue to rain down on them. Yukio wanted to win the race. Mark's going to keep the pressure on. Panda didn't take the bait, but still, BDS have got all the chances. And Monkey Moon slides the ball in.
It looked like somebody else would finish it off for him, unless if he didn't, but it's gone in off a Dignitas player at the near post, and maybe a bit panicky there for Dignitas with that near post defense. You saw Jorius so eager to join Panda in the corner, and of course the shot was coming at him. You can understand why he would do that. Great save there. Monkey Moon, now follow up from Yukio. It's everybody up for BDS. Somebody gets the save though, and these positions are chaotic. Can they hang on? Yes, they do again. Yukio is threatening. So many shots already. Like I said already, this has been extremely back and forth, but BDS look like the quicker of the 2 teams. Dignitas maybe a bit sluggish to start off game number 1.
And the pace has been all over it. That's just gonna, oh wow. Okay, well, Yukio made a very quick decision that he was gonna let that one roll. I don't know what angle you saw that one from. That was very terrifying to see. Yukio for Panda, he was gonna have to try chasing. Done all right with it. Jorius against Monkey Moon. Dignitas coming out of a lot of these 1v1 plays very well at the moment. They can actually work with this in the midfield. Jorius removes one of the players. 2v3 for the time being. Monkey Moon already up. Can't get the block. Jorius for the backboard. Extra already there. Did a good job, actually, Extra. Tried to make it look like they had nobody around, but managed to bait out an easier play to deal with. But they're still in trouble. 2-2. And Violent Panda will even us up.
Great physical play by Dig. The rotation was spot on up until that point for BDS, but after eliminating one player from the back of the field, that left a gap for them to put the ball into. And it was quick play by Yukio as well in that corner. Nice pre-flip to land on the ball in that attacking corner, centers it quickly, and they've equalized again. Now, BDS, like we said before, have looked like the quicker team today. The Dignitas are incredibly fast as well. They know how to step it up if their opponents are going for that full-on race to the ball strategy. And they'll be aware that that's what BDS are going for after seeing the first few minutes here. Still not an easy thing to counter because the mechanics of these guys, just unbelievable.
Not for the first time. Dignitas really taking a risk, not knowing who's supposed to go for the ball. BDS want to try and send that little bit of extra aggression forward. They can get caught off the backboard. Great clear by Mark. Not a great position for Panda to really try and work with. Monkey Moon tries to catch. Heavy first touch. Gives it over to Yukio. Dignitas and BDS trading evenly so far. Jorius is going to leave this over for Mark. Was the right decision. Just decided to let Mark play it and then try and take over afterwards, as it's going to be powered over to Extra. Panda done well. Monkey Moon not in a great spot. Needs Extra to come in and help. Here's Yukio over the top, and that might be dangerous. Starts going over to Jorius, over to Yukio. Not the best pass from Jorius. Yukio would prefer to run onto the ball. 10 seconds left. Last chance for Monkey Moon! Oh. Fantastic!
What a play. Extra easily wins that race to the ball. Looks like the Dignitas player took off in the wrong angle. And that's a death sentence against a team like BDS. Brilliant pass, brilliant shot. And they've led now with 11 seconds to go. It's bad news for Dignitas. They were at least matching BDS mechanically for the majority of this game. The pressure was getting to them, and that's something that is going to happen against BDS. You've got to play so consistently fast to keep up with them. Chance late in the game, just a slight touch on it by Extra, but now Violent Panda's uncontested. Mark will get a free hit on the clear. Now it's very difficult for Dignitas to really make anything off. And BDS speed is proven to be valuable again as they almost grind the ball. Well kept up by Jarius, actually.
Yukio wants to double tap. It's going to drop down awkwardly, but Extra might have done enough. Still kept alive. Mark will win another race, and it will just bounce off the corner. How on earth are we still going? Jorius wants to keep it up. Extra says no, and it took a little bit of laughter. We were expecting it to, but BDS are going to take the game. And I really want to go back to the goal that was scored by BDS to win it. Dignitas were matching them, absolutely, but BDS was so smart. They saw that a lot of the balls that Dignitas were playing in the midfield were just sort of random launches, and they set themselves up to predict that, left themselves a target man down the field, and it was just phenomenal. What a shot by Monkey Moon.
Yeah, he drilled it. He really didn't waste any time slamming that shot on target. It's you know, it's a matchup where you need to be opportunistic. You're not going to have the luxury of, you know, just attacking for 30, 40 seconds in a go and you know, getting a goal at the end of it all. You need to take your chances when you get them in a back and forth matchup like this, in a game where neither team is really showing to be weak in defending their back corner boost and defending their back corner as a whole. Very calm defense for the most part. But yeah, that little accidental backflip from, I think it was Jarius, just allowed Monkey Moon to attack that ball completely free. Extra as well before it. Just, you know, a total free hit on the ball there to give him the knowledge that he can pick his spot. He doesn't have to rush himself with that pass.
So BDS managing to pick themselves up after they are coming into this series off a loss to Magnifico. Definitely the surprise story of the tournament so far. We're taking on Ren and Vitality on in this round to try and qualify for the top 8. These teams right now very desperate to avoid going into elimination matches. Monkey Moon will challenge. Yukio looks to come in. Monkey Moon's got it past both of them. He's a player that can be so slippy with the way he's taking the ball around, and he's done it yet again. In for Mark, and that is an open net for him. But all of this comes from Monkey Moon slicing Dignitas' defense apart.
Wow. Yeah, it was really well played there. It's such a difficult position to get the ball through. The defense have got the advantage in the majority of 50-50s that can happen, but Monkey Moon just drew Jarius into that one and manipulated the challenge in his favor. And it's definitely BDS who look to be showing up exactly as we expected them to, and what a day it's turning out to be for Spanish Rocket League already. Dimension and Atomic into the 2 and 0 category for the day, and now we've got Mark trying to join them. A lot of talk about French Rocket League recently. What about the rise of Spain?
Spain has honestly had a major 2020 for themselves. Only just got themselves their first ever RLCS player last season. And suddenly, they've got a lot of them. They're very much now not only just in the hunt for a spot, maybe in the position to now start challenging for major titles. It's a nation that will be very happy with their progress so far. Violent Panda looks for the shot. Oh, silky smooth. And we're all tied up 1 each.
That's cheeky. Very careless by BDS. I'm not sure what that clear was supposed to be. But Joria's to Panda, showing the synergy after just a short time playing together. That's what Dignitas need to do if they're going to be scoring against this BDS team. You're not likely to, get goals when a net's defended. You have to force that to be an undefended net through the pass or the outplay. And, if they're getting weak clears, why not just take shots to net? What is going on with BDS defense? They were playing so solidly for the longest time. And now they've just left their net wide open again. This is really strange to see.
Yeah, I don't know what Monkey Moon was after. I've been very impressed with him so far this series, but when you've got someone that's been demoed on your team, you have to buy some time. And he decided, no, just going to keep the ball on my hood. It leaves the ball completely open for a challenge.
Yeah, risky.
You really can't get anything on.
Yeah, and as well, Extra should know as well, if the third man is demoed and Monkey Moon's dribbling out of defense, cover the goal. You got to make sure that the net's not wide open. Just hold up on the counter-attack for half a second maybe before you, at least wait and see what happens with that 50-50. That's inevitable. I mean, if you've got somebody dribbling out of defense, 50-50 is the most likely option that's going to happen in threes. And yeah, if you've got that third man demoed, you don't really have a choice in the matter. You need to defend the goal.
So in our short analysis there will result in, not that great BDS, but still in 1 down, as they might be able to get it back. Monkey Moon tries to make up for it. Couldn't get the stealing shot. Panda has got Yukio, who will find it! And Dignitas are stringing together some phenomenal passing plays.
It's another kind of weak touch there by Extra, just bouncing straight out towards a Dignitas player. But Dignitas are making the most of these opportunities. Way to pass that out into the middle. Yukio drills it home. 3-1. All of a sudden, we're seeing some weaknesses in the midfield from BDS that really were not apparent for the first 6 minutes of this series.
Certainly not. And the biggest problem for them is that Dignitas are ready for it now. They've held players in positions that they can just be insta-pass to, even when it looks like BDS have an opportunity to take control of the ball.
Oh, wow.
You're removed, and it's going to be Panda to try and save his team. I should just snipe him out midair. Now Dignitas looking like they're struggling. Monkey Moon will look for a double tap, ran out of boost. Gave himself too much work to do off the first touch. He'll still try and keep pressure on. But his team is now out of ways to do that.
Yeah, communication doesn't seem to be functioning at the maximum level for BDS. That didn't look like Monkey Moon's ball at all. He might be starting to chase a little bit too much. I think, despite the fact that they can outpace Dignitas, maybe they've got the mechanical advantage just slightly. It's crazy to think that a team with Jorius and Yukio might not be the favorite mechanically, but that's just how fast and how smooth these guys are with their movements on BDS. Team play, communication, definitely experience. All go to Dignitas, and it's starting to show through now. BDS don't look like as clean of a unit and as organized of a team after conceding 3 in a row.
Jorius leaves it for Yukio. Going to be able to take the shot. It's a tough angle, but he has found it. 3 goals up. Dignitas, phenomenal response to what was a crushing defeat in game number 1. One that they'll feel like they should have done better with. But this has been much improved.
Yeah, this is great. This is a big surprise to see BDS just fall apart defensively like this. And trying to keep control of that ball whenever they've got the opportunity. It's one of their strengths, usually. Just keeping that possession. They've really tried to emulate Vitality in that way. One of the hardest teams to dispossess. One of the hardest teams to get the ball past. But in this game, BDS have just been non-existent at times. Their defense has been invisible. And not in the sense of how well they're deceiving Dignitas, just they haven't really been there for any of these plays. This is another opportunity for Dignitas. They're still pressing for more goals. It's going to go the way of BDS. Extra has got a lot of work to do here. Almost puts it on target, but it's knocked clear by Dig, and that's pretty much the end of game 1, or game number 2, I should say. what a showing for Dignitas, and they're really starting to prove us all wrong. We all thought BDS would have the edge in this matchup. Looked to be right in game number 1, but game number 2 is even more one-sided.
A very interesting note as well on Jorias, who I've got lots of eyes on. I'm sure most people do. I want to see how he's going to fit into this. But defensively, it seems like he will hold off on a lot of saves. He's instead trying to set himself up more often for the cleanup, even in some situations where it looks like he would be the more obvious person to save. So Dignitas very much going in order on occasion, unless he is desperately needed. And it's worked so far, because we're not seeing very often BDS getting a clear-cut opportunity to rebound.
Yeah, that was calm. That was really calm in defense from Dig. They were, like you say, not really rushing themselves like they did in the last game. I mean, we saw 2 goals in the last game, which involved the third man for Dig just pressing up a bit too far. And getting caught underneath the ball. They've avoided that entirely in the second game, but I think the main change-up was just the passing. Dignitas seemed to be connecting with each other to a level that BDS aren't really capable of, and well, certainly not from what we've seen on stream today. So it's up to BDS now to respond. They don't need to fight fire with fire here. They could just try and iron out these defensive mistakes and wait for these counter-attacking opportunities. That's how Monkey Moon got the finishing goal in the last game. But it's a dangerous game to play against Dig. When they're passing well, you can't really react to what they're doing. They're just too fast.
No, I think the main thing that BDS can do is, see that Dignitas are passing well and maybe stop handing them free opportunities to do it. At least make them fight for the chance to string some of those together. Because right now, Panda and the crew are nailing every single one of them. So 1 game each heading into game number 3. Thankfully for me, Johnny, I'm not going to have another sweep to go through, which is fantastic. I would also like to see another game 5, which we got quite a few of last week. See what these teams have got for us. Extra currently tasked with the defensive side of the ball. It's not a great first touch. Hands over to Jorias. Not the start we were after from BDS. Off the backboard. Monkey Moon will clear. Here's Dignitas swarming them, but maybe a little bit too much. They have to delay re-putting in their offensive. It's a good challenge from Extra, but BDS not quite in rhythm just yet. Over to Mark. It's in. And a pinpoint accurate pass right down the middle.
Yeah, Dignitas have to see this coming. Jorias didn't do too badly there with the clear. He's putting the ball close to the ceiling. That's about as hard as it's going to be for BDS to work with. But just a fast play into the center. Looks like Mark had Yukio's number there by a fair margin in terms of speed.
I just don't think Yukio was expecting it. It's not somewhere that you would expect to see the ball coming from, especially when you were the team that had the last touch. Mark keeps the ball up. Dignitas, after a good start, have not been able to use anything with it. Monkey Moon has got Extra on the backboard. Extra wanted to just try looking for the third man. He's passing in place from BDS when they actually get them going. Dignitas haven't been able to spot them, especially because BDS are very willing to take them from such awkward angles almost. It's not like they're looking for an optimal touch. They're just looking for a touch that Dignitas can't respond to.
They're very comfortable from all kinds of positions, and that's one of the advantages of being such a quick and aerial-based team. Any pass is a good pass. You fling it in the direction of an Extra, he's going to get there. He's going to be able to do something with that ball when it gets to him. Now, you'd say the same thing about a player like Yukio, Jorias, more recently. Oh my goodness, wow. Not the most clean defensive display coming out of BDS, but it's somewhat effective.
Yeah, I guess it works. I mean, especially after game number 1, that's a total sort of situation that we would typically see a goal from. But BDS have got away with it, and that's about as much credit as they are going to get. Over to the corner. Dignitas looking to try and maybe shake up BDS after that mistake. Monkey Moon still difficult to challenge. He's passed to again. Mark went for the pre-jump. And BDS firing on all cylinders.
They're just too fast into this lane. Every time the ball pops in the middle, look how quickly Mark stops in the way of that one. I mean, we've got a pre-jumping Dignitas keeper who's hoping more than anything else that the ball comes towards him. BDS extremely dangerous from this range.
And the main question, given the way that this game is starting to turn out, is if this turns into a speed-based game, how much do you think Dignitas can really respond to that? Because right now, BDS are the quicker team.
Yeah, I don't think they can. I think BDS, they're going to win that. The vast majority of the time, that's not the game Dignitas want to play. They want to play the passing game. They want to play the positional game, not the straight-up mechanical race. They'll know that even if they consider themselves to be quite a strong team in that regard, that's what BDS are known for. That's exactly what BDS are trying to do. So why would you play them at their own game, even if you think you're pretty good at it?
Good passing play, though. Panda to finish it. And that's Dignitas at their best. Drew BDS in. You can see it every single time they wanted to go for it. They were just that little bit quicker. We don't really expect them. Go ahead.
I was going to say spot on passing is exactly what we're looking for from Dignitas. No brute force play, just nice and delicate, nice and accurate. And one more goal, and they're right back in this.
It's not necessarily the sort of game we expect them to win if they were to try and outpace, but Dignitas can make the positions a lot more comfortable for themselves. And if they set BDS up to a position where they are trying to challenge everything, using that to your advantage can go very well for them. Managed to cut the lead in half so far. And wants to go midfield. He's got no options for it. And Monkey Moon will happily play Boomer Ball with you. That is a huge hit. The other side of the field. Definitely not something that has worked so far for Dignitas. Panda got Yukio turning up a little late in the midfield. Instead goes by himself. Yukio couldn't make contact. And that was a huge chance to get it to 2 each.
Yeah, if Yukio did hit that ball, it looked like it was being blocked by the BDS defender, but it's still surprised to see the whiff coming in. Maybe he was going for a glancing blow after seeing that the block was being attempted by BDS. Yeah, like I said, the hard clears for these teams are pretty top-notch, so they're not feeling much pressure for consistent periods of time. As soon as one team postures up on the halfway line, the other will just smash it straight over their heads and into the backboard with some pressure. And, you know, sometimes we talk about that as being a giveaway of possession, but I wouldn't really call it that when you're following it up with the threats of aerial rebounds that both these teams are very capable of. It's not so much a giveaway of possession as a question, are you going to be able to deal with this?
Yeah, it's especially the only reason why we typically refer to it as that is when a team gives it away in a playable position for the opposing team. If you give it to them, though, in someplace awkward, lets you control the midfield, maybe take the 2 midfield boosts, start challenging afterwards. There are definitely reasons to go for it, as BDS want to try and give themselves that 2-goal lead. Running out of time here. 10 seconds left. It drops down awkwardly. Yukio just there on time. Jurius wants to try and be extra. Couldn't do it.
Wow.
And that is BDS securing this game.
That's impressive. They could have very easily just sat back, waited for the clock to win the game for them, but they've got into offense with all 3 players and given themselves a nice 2-goal cushion to sit on. That's comfortable for BDS. Good kickoff is going to net them a 2-1 lead. And what a blow that would be to Dignitas. It would be just 1 series loss away from elimination from the first European regional for RLCS. Not where we expected them to be. Hey, but we didn't expect either of these teams to be 1-1, really. It just shows the depth that EU's got. We always knew that there was some depth of talent in the region, but this has just been, I think, exaggerated with the RLCSX format coming along.
Yeah, especially when we do look at the teams, because we only have, 4 teams that can go 2-0 on the day. And when you get 2 teams like Magnifico and Top Blokes who aren't typically expected to take those spots, then you see everyone else is starting to struggle a little bit more underneath. But if you're looking at a game that fully encapsulates what you want from a BDS squad who are looking to try and take these big wins and these statement wins against these sort of teams, that was it. That was a perfect style of match for them.
Yeah, they weren't they weren't really messing up defensively this game like they did in the last one. We saw, bad clears from Extra. We saw wide open net again. I think it was Extra who just didn't defend the net as Monkey Moon was dribbling out of defense. So I think maybe Extra just took a breather between these games and reminded himself how to play third man. Because when BDS have got a third man in position and ready to intercept these passes, ready to cover the long shot angles that Dignitas love to use, then they definitely look like the better team. It's what we expected to see there. But Dignitas have got threats. We did think this would be a close, or at least I thought this would be a close series. It's turning out so far exactly as expected in that regard. But Dignitas experience has to shine through now. They're up against it. Their opponents are in double match point, and they're also starting off with the first attacking play. Monkeyman's up for that. That's a ridiculous angle to be attempting. Probably a bit too hard even for a player like him to score with consistency.
Oh, Mark also really starting to challenge Jorias. And one thing I do want to highlight here in game number 4 are going to be those 2 middle boosts. BDS at their best are going to monopolize these 2. And for Dignitas to get their passing plays going and to really transition out of tough defensive situations like this one, they will want to hold someone down in midfield, but to do that, they need those 100 boosts. So it will become a bit of a battle for those. There's Violent Panda. Very brave just to stay still after a very unexpected touch.
That was a pretty crazy read by Mark. He pre-flipped onto that rebound off the corner wall. And there's that absolute boomer again coming out of defense. And it's stopping Dignitas from advancing. And they've actually done it again from the corner to the center and to the back of the net. Way to use your second man in a hurry. Wow. Dignitas stunned in game 4.
They're just not ready for how quickly BDS are following these long clears.
Yeah.
Every single time. The midfield player that they have held there has been useless so far. And that's not on them. It's just a testament to how well they're hitting this. This could be 2 as Mark gets on target. Phenomenal save. Jorias keeps this at 1. Dignitas very much have not been able to find the response after the last game. BDS are swarming them as Violent Panda almost scores an own goal of his own.
Yeah, unfortunately, that would have been a cracking own goal as well. But Dignitas have escaped a couple of scares. This is very much going against them. They have to try and do something differently here. These hard clears are just causing problems. And it's the pressure the BDS follow up their hard clears with. They don't just hard clear the ball and then sit back and wait and see what Dignitas are going to do. No, they hard clear the ball and then they use all their boost to advance their position to attack those rebounds as early as possible. There's really just no time for Dignitas to react. There's no time for them to decide what to do with the ball. They're being forced to show their hand early by this constant aggression following the booming clears that BDS go for.
The question becomes, even if they do hold someone midfield to pass to, is that the right decision? Or will their defender just get outpaced to it and they're going to have to transition them back? So far, BDS really showing themselves at their best. Jorias will clear. Have they got someone on the wall? Yes, they do, but Panda can't make contact. They need Jorias to use a lot of boost. They've managed to get the ball to the other side of the field. It's the first time Dignitas have had a chance, and they've taken it.
Well then, we've absolutely got a game once again. This should have been saved. Somebody from BDS has to stop that from hitting the back wall. It was, I think, Monkeyman and Extra. Stuck between whose ball that was. In that position, I'd rather see a double commit than nobody going. Nice finish, though, by Yukio. He picked the far post out brilliantly. Monkeyman's shut down the pass, and Dignitas have been read. They've lost their lead just as quickly, or rather, they've lost the tie game just as quickly as they got it back.
Oh, Yukio. It was too obvious.
Yeah.
Monkey Moon already knew where he was going, and Yukio knows he messed up, completely stopped moving after the ball was hit towards his net. And Dignitas had only just found BDS making their first mistake in 2 games. To hand it back like that's gonna hurt. Oh! It's off Monkey Moon, and Yukio is fully redeemed.
Well, sometimes you mess up, and then something goes your way immediately afterwards. Yukio has got to thank his lucky stars for that one. Monkeyman on the wrong side of the goal line as it bounced right off his car and into the net. To be fair to him, I don't think he saw that coming before it was right on top of him. But it goes to show you, you don't want to be just chilling out on the wrong side of the goal line, because the ball does bounce across on occasion. And if it hits your car in that position, there's no way not to own goal. Oh my goodness, Dignitas. You want to hold on to this tie for a while, at least once in this game. Neither team showing their best defensive strategies right now.
No, definitely not. Oh, huge bump. Extra is not going to miss that.
Yeah,
Mark has been great this series.
Yeah, it's again, these corner plays. Look at how quickly they managed to bounce that ball into the center. And the fact that Mark's also getting ahead of that ball is huge. It doesn't really look like the most mechanical play, but that touch to pop the ball past the defender in the corner and get his car ahead of it, it had to be absolutely perfect. And you're not scoring without a perfect touch there.
In a situation that is starting to feel all too familiar, Dignitas trailing by 1. Got to find something in the next 1.5 minutes. Monkey Moon will take all the time he wants. Teammate even left him 100 boost, didn't take it. Bit of a routing issue. I think Dignitas might have just been too close to really risk going for the greedy play. Off the backboard, Monkey Moon already up. Dignitas respecting him enough to not fully go for it. Oh, that's risky. I know it's the smarter play because Panda's got the better position. But you also know BDS are going for you. You're not getting that for free.
Oh yeah, they're going to go for this. I mean, the way they're playing is just relentless. Dignitas must be expecting at times that, you know, fake challenges have to be coming at some point, but it's just there's never any fake challenges. BDS are so confident in their 50-50 game, in their challenge game, that they're throwing themselves at every ball. What a series Mark's having. And he might be about to get even better because Monkey Moon's cleared the net for him. 4-2. BDS are absolutely on fire.
And that could be the goal that takes them to 2-1 on the day. Dignitas cannot match the raw pace of BDS. Looking at the score, looking at the statistics right now. 13 shots BDS, 2 shots for Dignitas.
Just zero hesitation from these guys. They have full faith in their mechanical ability to get the job done. So they're just putting themselves in these positions and trusting that they're going to know what to do when they get to the ball. Dignitas, like I say, they haven't been able to keep up overall, even if they think they can. I mean, I'm sure if you asked any of the Dignitas players if they thought they can keep up with BDS mechanically, they're going to say yes. You know, these guys, they have to have confidence in their mechanical ability as well, especially when you look at the names on their roster. But I think that stylistically, you don't want to go into that battle against BDS, because even if you do play well, this is just what BDS are so comfortable with. And like I said already, Mark by 8 with a standout series performance there. We've been talking a lot about Monkey Moon, the star player of this team. We've been talking a lot about Extra, the new signing that's really elevated them in the European power rankings. But Mark by 8, he absolutely shone in this series, and it's great to see for all of Spain and Spanish Rocket League, which is on the rise, certainly at the moment.
Well, that's the great thing, isn't it? Is that team is majority France, but that is a Spanish play style if I've ever seen one. That is all out pace. Just keep on swarming them. The mistake will eventually happen, and it has taken them to their first real big win. We've seen them taking good wins during the offseason and during the grid, but this is the first time they've managed to showcase themselves to a more casual audience that will watch them over and over again. Ladies and gentlemen, get used to seeing these sort of results from BDS.
Oh yeah, I mean, until somebody shows them that they can control those 50-50s when, I mean, the only way to counter a dive-in challenge is to absorb the 50-50 and let the other guy bounce past you to show them you can't do that. You're just taking yourself out of the game. Dignitas didn't have that mastery today. I think Joris is maybe the only player on their team who really is confident in those kind of absorbing challenges until Yukimo Panicas step up. We're not going to see teams stop ball chasing against them. BDS are going to keep doing it. Other teams are going to keep doing it. Dignitas are, they're in trouble. They need to win 2 series in a row to make it into the top 8 for tomorrow's grand final playoffs. Not an easy road ahead of them. Obviously, we have to wait and see what all the other results are.
I've got some of the results right here, lads. And some of these are quite ridiculous at the moment. Let me just scroll over very quickly. This is the great thing about us being online, is that we've got access to everything we could ever want. Vodafone Giants, I think that's going to be the most incredible one for me to say aloud to you, have beaten Barca Esports 3-1.
Wow.
Which is ridiculous. And we've also seen Venk and TLR are now also both eliminated. So if you want to catch up on more of those results as well, you can find them online or on the Liquipedia page. Be sure to try and keep up as much as you can. And if you want to see more games as well, twitch.tv/eLeague TV. Be sure to go and see that. But when we come back from a quick break, it is time to see who is going to qualify between Guild and Top Blokes.
to escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never been. Walking on the moon. One moment to escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never.
Welcome back, guys, to RLCSX. We're still in our first regional, going through our second set of Swiss matches for the day. Or really, we're in round three, going into round three. Johnny Boy is with me. You just watched BDS take down Dignitas. And, you know, maybe expectation for some, maybe a surprise for others. But what was your main takeaway for BDS, Johnny, in that matchup against Dignitas for what it means for them for the rest of the regional?
Well, they are performing very well. I would be extremely surprised if BDS don't turn this 2-1 scoreline into a third win, whether it's in the next round or the final round. I would expect them to go through on the next round, to be honest. They look very good. They played their game. They were very fast. They were, apart from a couple of defensive blunders in game two, maybe a bit of impatience in the third man position from Extra. They were just better than Dignitas today. There's no denying it. And it might be a surprising result to see for people who've not been paying close attention to the rise of this BDS roster recently since the acquisition of Extra. But if you've seen these guys play with Extra on the team, you're not going to be too surprised with that one. They're just that good. Definitely contender for the second best team in the region behind Vitality.
BDS continue to impress, but our next match, it's going to be a team that is on a bounce back today. Guild also up against another rising team, Top Blokes, Johnny, and Top Blokes have had quite a run so far as every time they seem to be on a stream, they're impressing people. What is going on here with Top Blokes? What has made them so good so far and has put them on this spot where people are looking at them to start taking down some more RLCS teams?
Well, I think that the more aggressive playstyle, the more aerial-based playstyle, it suits Cassio and Flame more than when they played with Freaky as their third. They were a lot more grounded, a lot more safe, a lot more defensive. Now we get to see their creativity coming through, and they are two very creative players. And having Archie come in as their new third, it really brings the best out of them. So I'm expecting to see a lot of willingness to take Guild on in those aerial battles from this Top Bloke squad. They might be the favorites here, mostly due to Guild's inconsistencies in recent tournaments, but Guild are definitely having a good day at the office so far. Both these teams are.
And good bit of experience, too, on this Top Blokes team. And I made it sound, as I was saying, that it would be unexpected for them to take on RLCS teams, but Cassio and Flame on this team, plenty of experience. Your James during the pre-show say he really likes what Cassio brings to the table. And right now, it's a pretty neutral start. No one really getting any headway. The bump, though, will give Archie a chance over to Flame, but only a managing touch as it gets sent out to the corner.
Before we get any goals in the game, Jorby, I've got to put you on the spot here, just since we didn't have best predictions for this one. Who do you have winning? Because it is quite a tough one to call. I think anybody predicting either way, it's an interesting one to discuss, but who would you have to go for if you have to pick a winner here?
If I had to pick, I got to go with the hot hands with Guild. The way I've seen Guild play today, I think that it's their match to lose with how they've looked. You can make an argument for Top Blokes, but when Scrub and company are on, and while it's been spotty at times, they've been on today, and I'm gonna believe in that for a while.
Yeah, were they on the B stream? I can't remember if they played on the stream today, but I'm really curious to see if that's their performances in the earlier rounds will transition into this one. Like I said, Guild sometimes their own worst enemies in recent times, with just how inconsistent they are, and sometimes quite comic with how they manage to throw away goals in games. But obviously the potential of this team is insane. I'd say the potential of both these teams are very high level, but Guild definitely have the edge in that regard. Though, that's been called by Scrub one of the most criminally underrated players in the entire scene at the moment. And he's not going to be as underrated if he keeps doing things like this.
Now, that's a tough read to get if you're a defender on the backboard. The ball coming straight back out to Phil there, and, well, you take what you can get, even if it comes off of, well, it's a tough read. It's a good shot, Phil. That's all I'm saying there. But Vo and Scrub, to your point, I know that when we saw them last weekend, the big issue just seemed to be the communication.
Yeah.
That led to them throwing away goals with double commits and really just nonsensical positioning at times. They seem pretty solid right now, though. No one rushing any touches on defense. They've handled business pretty well. We've kind of been going at a snail's pace for a Rocket League game. But throw up for another pass from Nolly. He takes it away from one defender, but it does give time to get reset in midfield, grab some boost. Scrub winning another challenge. Guild actually really doing a good job controlling the pitch right now.
Yeah, so far, Top Blokes are reluctant to dribble against Guild. And when you're playing up against players like Scrubkilla, even, Tho and Nolly, they've got some recognition for their 1v1 game and their ground game prowess. I don't think that's where Top Blokes want to go, but they are giving the ball back to Guild over and over again with these clears. This is not the same as the BDS versus Dig series that we just saw, where the BDS hard clears were monstrous. They were clapping the backboard from basically their own backboard, their own goal line. So far, what we're seeing from Top Blokes, they're attempting that, but they aren't getting enough power on these hits to really put Guild under any pressure.
Guild are actually put on their own back wall, and Archie just misses a shot on net. Flame gonna buy some time and gonna do that in a little bit more. It'll actually give Top Blokes another chance at the net, but Archie can't figure out where Nolly's going with the ball. And now we're just trying to find a clear Scrub. It's a good challenge, but Flame takes it away, buying a little bit of time. This will be Guild ball.
Oh, Nolly with a ceiling pinch. That would have been insane, but it's well saved by Archie. He clears it off his own back wall with also another pinch. Yeah, it's actually Top Blokes who are miscommunicating at times here, cutting each other off. They are feeling the pressure of the Guild speed and the Guild mechanical ability. Those guys really forcing Top Blokes to play at a pace. Although they're a quick team, they're probably not entirely comfortable with, at least defending it. Plays that come in at you this fast. Never a comfortable thing to do in threes. They're probably thinking if only there was a way to get faster than supersonic speed, then maybe we'd be able to keep up with this ball as flying at us.
Well, it's a nice carry, but like you said, even there, Archie rushing a flip off the sidewall where no one was there to challenge it. And despite the speed from Guild, they know exactly when to pull off, as you were saying, utilizing that kind of knowledge against them, if you will, that fear of speed, forcing them to give up the ball in poor situations. Still 1-0, but a free shot for Flame. Nolly picks up the save, slams it on the ground. Scrub Killer trying to get it back out to the orange half. Foe kills it, and Guild will take game 1.
That was save, that was by Nolly. It was definitely a confusing position for him. He wasn't entirely sure where the shot was going to be coming in from, who would even be taking the shot, because all 3 of the Top Blokes players were in that corner. And I think 2 of them actually jumped up for the shot. One of them missed. Flame's shot eventually did come in very quickly, so I wouldn't even blame Nolly if that caught him off guard. Just went underneath him, but he did really well. And that's a deserved game 1 there for Guild. They just were the more heavy-hitting team, and that kept the pressure on Top Blokes. They didn't have a lot of time to react to the ball as it's flying at them. And, you know, that's something you come to expect from Guild. These guys, they love to smash the living daylights to that ball. Hit it nice and hard at their opponents. It's more likely to force a misplay than if you lob it softly at them.
Plus, let's be honest, there are a few more satisfying feelings than just absolutely hitting a screamer across the field. It feels so good to hit the ball so hard.
I wish I knew what that felt like, yeah.
Just play Dominus. It's free power touches all day. Cassio didn't get free touches, though. He had 74 points and did not have... he was pretty quiet, and the points definitely tell that story. So you'd like to see a talent like Cassio find more opportunities, or Top Blokes just never got a chance to be creative because of the, not panic, but they just rushed a lot of their plays breaking out of their own half. So for me, for Top Blokes, just settle down a bit. Guild, they're reading you like a book right now and throwing mix-ups at you and playing your fear into their own hands. So we'll see how they can adjust. The Top Blokes are certainly capable.
Absolutely. They've not made it to 2-0 on the day by a fluke. The quality of teams in this tournament is really quite incredible to see. And there's still more quality teams who didn't even make it. Europe and also America have so many top teams these days. It's a great thing for Rocket League, and it's only going to get better, I'd say. The level of competition is only going to increase with the amount of competition that we have every single week, thanks to the new RLCS format, which I am falling more and more in love with every step of the way here. It's a big chance for Guild. Scrubkiller has actually just knocked this one to the side, though. It didn't look like he had a lot of boost to play with. I'm sure he'd love to dribble that one if he had 100 to get around it. Top Blokes still struggling to get those hard, heavy hits on target. Guild,
and had Archie,
not so much.
He had a pass. Yeah, Archie had the pass to Cassio on lock.
Yeah.
And it missed, just puts them straight back on defense, too, and they're struggling to get a clear. I don't know if they're going to get that many more opportunities, but Archie finds it off the ceiling, actually finds Flame in traffic. Cassio, the third man, can't find the next touch to read Nolly. Tho will bring it down, but it's looking a little better for Top Blokes. Maybe concerned about their midfield game, as Archie has to use all of his boost just to stop or slow down Guild.
Yeah, it's not an easy way through this Guild lineup. Maybe the trick for Top Blokes is to hit the ball exactly between Tho and Scrubkiller. That might get them a bit confused. Nice pre-jump save there by Flame. Nolly was up early for the center ball. Yeah, that's definitely been, for me, one of the inconsistencies with Guild recently, is whenever the ball is directly between 2 of them, they're very quick to go up for it with both players. They don't communicate who's got it, and they definitely don't back out of an aerial once they've started. Let's see if Top Blokes try to use that to their advantage. I don't think that's really what they're thinking about, but it would be quite funny to see. Good save by Nolly again. He's proven to be a defensive wall for Guild today. Archie in the middle to Cassio, and there's no Nolly there to save it this time.
Finally, Top Blokes on the board. Archie slowing it down. Nolly had already jumped, and that was Archie's ball all day. As soon as Nolly bit, he was expecting a much harder touch, and nice carry from him. There were 2 in net. I actually was not paying attention. I think it was Tho. I don't know.
Got bumped out. Yeah, it was a really good. Yeah, it was a good bump, in fact, by Archie after that first shot. He bumped Scrub out of the net. He came in from behind him. Scrub didn't even really see him coming. It was a really great play. Oh, he's nearly put it under though. Flame muscles it in. 2-0 for Top Blokes. And, these have been some messy goals, but Top Blokes are thriving in the chaos.
Not bad for Flame. That's a easy way to approach the challenge when all 3 guild cars are on the same side. I know exactly where to put my car. All right, Top
Just
Blokes.
got to throw yourself at it, hope for the best. But that was about the best that they could have got. It might be 3, actually. It will be. And what a steal by Castillo on the goal line. Definitely not a goal secure this time. Oh, Tho wanted to take that up the wall with him, but it just bounces straight off. And now we are seeing a completely different guild than we did minutes ago. They have completely fallen apart here.
Losing off the kickoff there, and probably starting to put game 2 out of reach. Tho will look for Nolly. There hasn't been a lot of connection between guild members in game 2. Top Blokes have really completely flipped the script. Scrub. It's a good challenge in front, but Archie will intelligently take the ball away. Tho was shadowing him. And will give Nolly a chance? No, just took too long to get back to it, trying to read Flame. Now Flame has a shot on net.
Ooh.
Oh, and Tho will take the read from Scrub.
Oh, what?
That's in anyway. Castillo picks up another.
It doesn't look like Guild are dealing with pressure very well. Now, in game 1, they weren't really under pressure for very much of the game. But this second game, Top Blokes have been able to apply the squeeze. They've been able to bring it to them, bring it to the blue half more often. And Guild are not handling it very well. Now, this is one of the things that's caused them problems recently. When they're attacking, they look great. When they're able to play their game, they look like easily one of the best teams in Europe. But when the other team are deciding where the game's getting played, I don't think that they react very well to this pressure. They need more time practicing their defense, it would seem.
And you see Scrub hunting across the line to slow down. The challenge is coming from Top Blokes. Just trying to get something on the board. That's a great shot
Nice
from
shot.
Nolly. He found a mark and hit it well.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. Archie with a careless touch. He's tried to keep that ball in close to the wall, but it kicks off, and Nolly has punished them for it. There's still time for Guild to make something happen here. They've definitely got the offensive power to get 3 goals in 80 seconds. They really do have to keep it at 3. I don't think they're going to get much more than that if they start leaking any more goals into their net.
Well, they're gonna need to get the ball by Flame, which has been difficult in game 2. No one really able to shovel the ball out, and it's just a long ball actually for Archie. Scrub Killer was set up for it. Archie had to handle that carefully. But Guild Esports moving downfield again. Flame will just take the ball away and almost flip it by Nolly. This is really just chewing the time off the clock, but Nolly's given a one-on-one opportunity. Archie, again, handles the ball excellently off the back wall. Rarely has he given the ball up in a bad spot here in game 2.
Remember, guys, the winner of this match will qualify for the top 8 tomorrow, and they'll make it in undefeated. So that'll give them a great seed in the bracket. Single elimination as well, so you need to get a good seed there. You're going to make the start for that run. I've got to say, so far, I'm not at all impressed with Guild's defense. They panic a lot when the ball is brought into their half. They don't like being here. And, you know, not many teams like being in defense, but you have to be okay with it at the highest level of Rocket League. You have to just accept that this is where you're going to have to play the game at times. And I've not been impressed with Guild's defensive display in any, well, as a whole, in any of the series I've seen them play as a roster, when they get to play a midfield battle or when they get into attack, I think they look great. But defensively, they are not at all organized. They're not calm. And if Top Blokes can just keep getting the ball into that final third, I feel like Guild are going to leak more goals. This is the problem for them as we move forward into the rest of the games here. We're now to a best of 3 essentially after Top Blokes equalize 1-1.
And, you know, Guild, I feel, aren't the only team with this defensive issue. We've seen a couple of other RLCS teams in each region where it seems like they just can't thrive under pressure or can't succeed when facing a lot of pressure on defense. And this is just me speculating because we can't be in the comms while these matches are happening, but it always feels like they stop talking. Watching in North America, Envy, when they break down on defense, it looks like they stop talking. Guild here, it was the same thing with Scrub and Tho. They seem to be the two that get tied up pretty consistently, as we've seen, and that seems to be one of the consistent negative trends with Guild. And when you're in that pressure, it can be so easy to clam up and just focus and not say a word. But that's when you need to be talking the most. So if it is communication, and I suspect that it is, you got to keep the lips moving as much as possible and get as much information out so that everybody knows what's going on, because that's the most crucial situation where you need to be talking. Not when things are going well and you're rotating around having a great time for nothing.
Indeed. Guild, they just have to realize that it's okay to be in defense. It doesn't make you the weaker team just because you're the team who are defending and the other team are bringing it to you. I think that it very often becomes a bit of an ego thing at the highest level of Rocket League. Whoever's attacking has to be better because they must be controlling the boost, they must be faster, they must be winning these mechanical battles in the midfield. That's why they end up in offense, or so you would think. But sometimes that's just how the game goes, and you have to just stay calm in defense. And I know that that's one of Scrub's oldest catchphrases, so I think he's just got to bring that one back. Just get the whole team to stay calm here. There's no rush to get these counterattacks started. Well, not now, at least, when you're tied 0-0.
No rush, but they are in need of a clear. Nolly will give it to them off the pass from Scrub Killa. Maybe a chance here for Guild, but they wait for the ball. As Tho was the first up for that, but had to give up space again. Midfield, Top Bloke's trying to gain control, but Nolly behind the ball. Cassio trying to figure out where he's going with it. Nolly and Tho in front. Scrub needs to buy some time for Guild, and he will get plenty of that as Flame attempts to carry this out, but Guild slowly start to take control of the field as Tho looks around two defenders.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that nobody was there for Guild. The ball just rolled across the Top Bloke's goal line, and really there was nothing Top Blokes could do but watch it roll past and hope that no one's there to score it. And for once, Guild, they're not following up aggressively with their second man. Perhaps that last game has got them in more of a defensive mindset, but that's not really what I meant when I said stay calm in defense. I didn't mean keep your second and third man on the halfway line doing nothing. They have to attack that near post when the ball's literally rolling on the other team's goal line. I don't know if you're going to get a better chance than that.
Scrub Killa trying to harass Archie and Net, came out to take the ball away to prevent the massive clear, and now Tho, the next man up, wants to pass to Nolly. Nolly will win this touch, but Tho's got to get back. Now he's got some space. He had an option, but he went for the shot instead. Scrub Killa will see if he goes for it. He goes straight across in the air. Guild hunting for this goal. Finally, Nolly another shot, but it's too weak if you can even call it a shot. And we've just gone back and forth as Top Blokes have been forced to try to make clear after clear, and they've gotten poor after poor result. Nolly pass to Scrub. There he is. Corner pocket. And it's 1-0 Guild.
That is more like it. Really great stuff there by Nolly. What a pass. He's just knocked it up to the backboard for himself to follow up. And no doubt, everybody on the Top Blokes lineup thought he was shooting on both the first and his second touch there. But he's actually got the team play in mind. Really great vision by Nolly. Selfless as well. Oh my goodness. We've got another team play, but not the kind you want to see if you're a Guild fan. Tho's just dropped it down for Flame, and all that hard work is for nothing.
Tho was trying as he launched. He just launched a little too high at first and then tried to readjust and ended up just face planting into the back wall, watching the ball roll into his net. He might get it back here though on the cheat up. Flame the last man as Cassio rotates back as well. Guild, when they get control on the kickoff, it's very difficult for them to give it up. When they're not feeling that pressure, when they have the whiffs in front of net, Tho gets goals for free, and he's like, see, I can whiff one every now and then.
Oh no, what is happening, Jorby? How does this go in? It looks like Cassio may have just ran out of boost after jumping for this. He didn't realize that he wasn't gonna have enough to get up for that one. That's a little bit embarrassing.
Well, I know how that feels.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an embarrassing one for both teams to concede. But hey, Guild are the ones who are winning, so they're gonna have an easier time forgetting about it. Lots of time left in the game still for Top Blokes to make something happen, but this has been a game where Guild have dominated in the midfield. They've kept Top Blokes in defense, And hey, as long as Guild don't have to do a lot of defending of their own, I think they look great. I think they look fine. It's only when they're in the final third and they're flopping around all over the place that they don't really look too convincing. So far so good. Guild have just got to make sure they keep the ball well away from that blue hole in the wall.
I mean, to that point, I've seen Though jump at a couple of balls on defense when there's absolutely zero pressure from top blokes, when either Nolly or Scrub are ready for it. Maybe a little jumpy today, Though is. That's okay, though. You got the 1-goal lead. Now just keep it. The demo may give some more room, but Scrub on the rotation, easily handled. Now Archie, that touch got away from him. He did make the 50 happen, but it ended up being for Guild. Nolly, is there something developing here for Guild? Just when you think it does, the ball ends up right back on their back wall. Another maybe a shot, but a great follow-up challenge from Scrub Killer, and Nolly getting taken out of the play will only delay Tho's approach. He gets the bump, but unfortunately hits the ball as well. Scrub will keep it going. Guild have completely controlled the pitch here on these last sequences.
Yeah, top blokes really are reluctant, as in game 1, to dribble this ball. They've not tried once, and every single time that they're hitting it, Guild are backing off and they're ready to intercept these clears. Well, if you can even call them clears, most of the time they're not hitting the ball that far. But there's not a lot of time left now. I said earlier they had plenty, now they definitely don't, and they've gone the last minute and a half without really creating any opportunities. So whatever they do get in the last 20 seconds, they best be taking it. Guild have thoroughly deserved this one, even though it is a very close game on the scoreline. Nice pass there by Castillo, and Scrub's on the wrong side of this ball, but he does have Though for backup. Let's see if anything's going to happen.
No.
Nice shot actually by Flame. Oh my goodness, Nolly. Nearly has the own goal. I thought for a second we're going to see a repeat of Tho's little drop down pass, but Guild hold on. And like
we call that the Guild feature.
Yeah.
0-second own goal. That's the Guild feature, Johnny.
It would have made sense. Honestly, it would have made a lot of sense if Nolly own goal this. I would have thought, of course, we're going to overtime off a rebound own goal. But yeah, Guild, they look like the real deal when they keep the ball in.
Man.
Yeah. How do you think they're going to keep the ball in attack, though? Because if top blokes start to get a bit more creative with their possession, it's not going to be as easy as it was in this game. Top blokes, they just keep driving into the ball at full speed. It's really weird to see, actually, because I'd expect a more controlled first touch on occasion. They're not really going for it. So yeah, as long as top blokes keep on just hitting the ball away from themselves, I don't see too many issues for Guild. Very, very strange series. Both teams have looked messy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it has not been the prettiest series, and I mean, I think you really hit the nail on the head, Johnny. Top blokes, you got to mix it up. You can't bang the ball down the field every time, and you got to carry the ball when you have space. There were so many opportunities where Guild would send one man, and then the second and third man would be back on their own third, and so someone on top blokes will make the challenge, but then the second man will just boom the ball away. When you have lead on Scrub, Though, or Nolly, you can dribble the ball, you can make a play, you can force the defender to have to challenge you instead of just hoping that they give the ball right back. So this is it now for top blokes. If they want a 3-0 on the day and be a top 8 team, they got to force at least game 5 now. Guild trying to accomplish the same, but they're on match point. It hasn't been the prettiest, but a W's a W, and we'll see if they pick it up here.
Yeah, Guild are the better team mechanically. There's no doubt about that. When they're forced into defense, when they're forced to make some under pressure decisions, that's when they start to make misplays and have some faults in their gameplay. That's going to bounce in as Flame's shot cannot be stopped. That's another weird goal, Jarvie. Scrub not getting really any contact on it. I think it's bounced in off his own car, actually. So just
it's
gonna get even weirder. It's not weird enough yet. The series doesn't. It makes too much sense. Let's just throw another spanner in the works. Why don't we?
Yeah, how are your back wheel reads, Phil? Read this challenge. Good luck. Nice power, but we'll see if it gets Guild set up here in midfield. Right now, Guild all pulling back. This is a chance for top blokes, and Archie misses the ball. He had Flame ready for a follow-up. I'm not sure Archie would have got it on target. Either way, it would have been good pressure on Guild, which is something top blokes have really struggled to find. But here's some more, and another miss. Archie completely misreads it.
What is happening right now? Did we queue into a Champ 3 ranked game or something? I didn't even know you could spectate ranked games. This does not look like a match playing for top 8 tomorrow. I mean, it goes to show how nervous these players are, surely, because they have to be hitting these shots. Now here's their chance for Tho. He can't reach it. That was a very close shave, though. I think he just ran out of boost. But yeah, Top Blokes have got the 1-0 lead. Despite clean whiffing the ball multiple times in the game, I really don't know what is happening at the moment. I can guarantee you guys, these teams are better than this on any other day of the week. It's just today that they are somehow playing some very weird Rocket League.
Though finding Nolly, that might not mean much for the clear. Well, the challenge will mean a lot more. So Top Blokes, yes, pinches right into scrub. That's worked out for Top Blokes so far, and Tho another one, but really no angle for Guild Esports, who have just been taking turns playing 1v1 in the corner, coming up from midfield. Can't really find a way through. Archie flipping around one, but the ball is not left their own third. Finally, Casio at least gets it to midfield, and Flame reading Scrub's touch, but can't get the boost out, and they can't hang on to the ball. It's, again, these hard touches where there's no real philosophy of how they're going to get out of their own zone. They're just looking, okay, I'm next up on the ball. Just got to avoid this one guy. Oh, okay. What is, I can't even understand what's going on
I give up, Jarby. I give up. Give up on analyzing this game. What is going on? We got players flopping in from all kinds of angles. Scrubkiller landing on that one mid-recovery. Oh, that's a nice passing play, though. Oh, what a save. There we go. A double save from Archie. They're woken up. It's only taken about 3 minutes of this game, but finally we're back in the RLCS X. It feels good to be back, honestly. That's such a good feeling.
Yeah, I'm glad we got back into the right lobby.
No, never mind.
Oh, no, we're back. We're back in the Champ 3 lobby.
Oh, no. Where are they going? Guild, the other way. Other way, Guild. Okay, they found the blue goal. Never mind. I think they've found it. Somebody gave them a map. A big rectangular map pointing, all arrows pointing into the direction of the blue goal. And that's what they need right now,
goes
clearly.
away from the blue. Away from the blue, Guild. It's okay.
Hey, there we go. That's some progress. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Clears in the right direction. It's a good start.
Well, Scrub will keep it close. I do like that touch if you're not going to control. I didn't get a chance to look at his boost, but likely he was low. But Guild, there's just the rotations are so relaxed. We're allowing Top Blokes to boom this ball away, but you can't afford to be this lax when you're down a goal with less than a minute to go. There's another boomer. There's been more hang time on this ball than I think there's been hang time collectively in the last 2 seasons of the RLCS.
Well, that's a chance for Scrub, though. Nice bump, but Castillo shakes it off. Really nice defense by him. Nolly's put it wide. Phil's there for the follow-up, but so's Flame. So Guild definitely have realized the urgency of the situation. They're trying to find a goal late on in Game 4 and this one without the ace match. The Top Blokes have up the pace as well. That's a chance for Scrub on the counter again, but Flame's going to beat him to it. Nice first touch. Those there, though. Final chance for Guild in regulation.
Scrub can't find the challenge. Casio, that's only going to be Tho's ball. Scrub got the demo. It's off the back wall, and Flame read it perfect. Top Blokes keep the ball here. You win the game. Flame killing all that time off the clock, and Game 5, ugly, brutal street fight between Top Blokes and Guild Esports, but of course it goes to Game 5.
2 shots for Guild. Straight donuts for Nolly in this game. Not the best on the scoreboard, but hey, they've made it into a Game 5 at least. That's pretty hype. That's interesting. Remember that the winner of this is in the top 8, and that's big because every single improvement on your placement in these events gets you more points for trying to qualify for those major events out of these regionals. So this is huge. This game coming up is massive. The pressure's on these guys, and it's quite clear to see. You know, there were some highlights in this game. Archie with an unbelievable double save, actually. For me, it was a standout point. One of the best defensive plays of the day. But honestly, between the highlights, we've had just absolute circus on display. I don't know what is going on some of the times in this game. It definitely makes for good viewing. But yeah, let's get ready for game 5.
Yeah, I'm ready for game 5, and hopefully the players are ready. Let's go to the opposite colors net, and let's get some challenges, get some boosts, and play some Rocket League.
I'm down for another repeat of game 4, though. I'm not going to lie. It was very entertaining, even though it was not the most effective way of winning a Rocket League game from either team for the most part. It was definitely a lot of fun to watch. Hopefully you guys watching at home are having a good time as well. Who you got now, Jar? You said Guild earlier on. Just a little mid-air high five to start things off.
Let me find my oldest, rustiest coin and flip it, Johnny. And then maybe I can read which head it's on. I don't know. We'll see. We're in Champions Field. Both teams. The win will send them to the top 8, and Archie, he snipes the middle of all 3 Guild players.
I did say earlier on,
Nolly, what are you
want to
doing?
get it past Guild, just put it between Tho and Scrubkilla. That wasn't Tho and Scrubkilla, it was Nolly and Scrubkilla, but it worked. I'm telling you, it's actually a strategy against this team. Hit the ball between them. They don't know whose ball it is. They just leave it to work. I kind of said that in a joking way earlier on, but hey, my genius, I suppose. But hey, they responded right back. Guild in offense still look like the real deal. That's a nice pass. Good attack by Nolly. No chance for Top Blokes in defense.
Now, Johnny, we all know that there are 2 script writers in Rocket League. It's you and Gibbs. So it's perfectly clear to me that your premonition came true. That's just par for the course.
I can't believe it came true, though. That actually blows my mind. Let's hit the ball between the members of Guild.
You've literally seen it happen so many times. Of course, there's a chance it's going to happen again.
So it's one of those things that even no matter how many times I see it, I feel like that should be the last time that happens. How does it keep happening? Guild, it's fine to double commit on these balls as long as somebody makes the save on the floater that's coming on target. Now that's a free hit for Nolly. Surely a goal, and it is. Nolly continued to be a thorn in the side of Top Blokes defense. And after a disastrous first minute, well, actually a disastrous 30 seconds, I'll say, they've really rebounded well.
Yeah, definitely look a lot better. That demo onto Castillo probably opened up the most space for Nolly to make that shot happen. So some physical play finally, and the game is starting to speed up a bit. Top Blokes looking for a read. The backboard defense on both sides has been sketchy at best. So I think if your Guild or Top Blokes keep testing that backboard, you may just find a couple of rebounds as Nolly gets over Castillo. Scrubkilla waiting for the touch. He'll give way for Tho, and Tho gets eliminated from play. Castillo now has Flame downfield. He's got him set up, but he goes for the shot. He had a chance for maybe a pass, and there's a breakaway opportunity, but Tho just launched it downfield.
You know, Jorby, I've just realized that I can smell this series. It's never actually like? Something I've... it doesn't smell good, but I've never actually noticed that before when I'm casting. The series actually has a smell, especially in online Rocket League. It doesn't really... not something you expect, but... you know, Guild are...
Does it smell like a Top Bloke, or does it smell like you're in a Guild? Because, like, this game smells like a Top Bloke. Like, I don't know.
It smells like a Guild victory is coming. You know, I don't really have to look any further than the scoreboard to see that one. But Top Blokes are bringing it to them. They've identified the weakness. As long as you can quickly put the ball into the box of Guild, they might panic. That's some good offensive passing play. And an open net for Castillo. Unreal from Top Blokes. Dissecting the defense.
This is less on Guild and more on Top Blokes. Great first touch from Flame. And then, I mean, that was all Flame. Yes, Archie got it right back to him, but Flame, he was the conductor, moving everybody, all the pieces into place, and sets his team up for success. That's exactly what they needed. And this is favorable for them on the kickoff, too. Castillo, it's a high touch. He doesn't have any more boost. But a dump from Scrub and Tho will give Guild a little bit of breathing room. That could have been scary on that kickoff.
Yeah, you know, we've been criticizing Guild defense today, but I don't think any defense would have saved that play. That was just perfectly struck there by Top Blokes. Unbelievably fast as well. They've done it again. Archie to Castillo. And now they've got the lead. The passing from Top Blokes. That's the difference in game 5.
Scrub got chipped on his way back. He would have been the guy to make the save, but getting bumped after Tho had made the initial touch, and he completely spun out, lost all of his momentum, and the gap wasn't even that wide even afterwards. So Top Blokes making 2 great plays, and now Guild Esports all of a sudden behind. Scrub trying to set something up, but he's taken away again. Midfield, Guild are able to grab it. They got both midfield boosts. Tho's shot was on target, but taken away by Archie. Scrub grabbed the corner boost as well. He's got Tho on the wing, but he's gonna take it himself. The shot denied, but still it comes, but it's a double commit from Guild. Scrub's got no boost, and he's the last man back, but he's bought some time, not from his account, somebody else's wallet, and he'll get out.
Less than 90 seconds for Guild. They trail in the deciding game of the series. Winner of this is into the top 8. Top Blokes would be a real surprise if they can make it through this early. Chance still for Guild, knocked on by Nolly, is saved well. Still though, Guild threatening from all angles in offense. You feel like there's going to be lots more chances where those came from.
That's going to be a high ball. A lot of hang time for Tho to take the ball out, but look at Archie swinging across, almost stole the ball away again. Scrub, he's got the catch in the corner by one defender, but Cassio takes the ball away. Flame sends it across. Nolly barely keeping it out. And Top Blokes, as long as you can do this and waste all the time, it doesn't matter, but here come Guild. Nolly gets a great touch. Tho following it up. Commit. A double commit or triple, if you will. Tho can't find the touch. Now it's a race towards the ball that Scrub will get. They got 1, maybe 2 more chances, Guild do, to get this ball down the field. But Flame wants to end their run right there. And it kills more time off the clock as Tho desperately looks for another clear.
They're running out of boost. It's running out of time for Guild. Can they fashion out one more opportunity? They've had many in this game. They've had many in this series to secure it. And they're going to get one more. It's Scrub kill it up, and he's uncontested off the bar. Surely, oh my goodness, it's got enough. An own goal. Guild have done it.
Guild finally get on the board after relentless pressure, and it comes off of a desperate attempt of a clear from Flame, and he ends up own goaling with a second left, and Guild are given the gift.
It was forced, though, actually bumped him into it. I think it was entirely the doing of Guild that they scored there. Somehow we've ended up in overtime in one of the craziest series that I've ever seen. Remember, winner of this is into top 8. Loser still has 2 more chances, but you've got to get in with the win right now if you want the preferential seeding.
You'd much prefer to end your day right now, for sure. Scrub gonna find Nolly back in the corner and take his own read. That gets by Cassio, but you also gotta look for Archie and Flame. Top Bloke send it right back to Guild territory. Can they find a way out this time? Scrub able to work past one. Keeps himself on the ground, used all of his boost to get there, and Nolly and Tho both sitting back towards midfield, not wanting to overcommit and give up that one goal that could end their chance right here to finally confirm top 8. Tho's flick will only be back to Archie. Top Blokes, while Guild have controlled the ball, done well enough, and Scrub makes another save, it feels like Top Blokes are really starting to control the pitch, especially in midfield.
Good defense by Guild so far. That's not something you can say often in this series, but when it matters most, they're making sure to play this one out as safely as possible. Now it's a chance for Top Blokes from the near post. Saved by Tho, and he's got it rolling out to a safe location. That is key. They need to keep the ball away from this danger area, but it's back into the middle. Scrub kill his goal side. So's Tho. Nobody from Top Blokes had a clear run at it. Guild have escaped again.
Tho downfield has a shot. Cassio hopped in front. Top Blokes, one defensive stop was all they needed to send it back to the Guild back wall. But Scrub finds the gap, and everybody on Top Blokes misses this. Scrub demos 1. He demos 2. The shot is there for Tho, but he misses the ball. Was expecting Flame to touch it, and Guild got to start again. That was the best look that they've had in this overtime. Nolly, deep ball intercepted by Flame.
Still booms coming in from all angles. Guild are happy to play that game. They fancy their chances against anybody in a hard-hitting war, and that's what this is becoming. Top Blokes are also rising to the occasion. The demos are flying in from all angles. 2 minutes and change into overtime. Still, 1 goal is all that these teams need to send themselves into the top 8 into Championship Sunday.
A while ago, we were in a Champ 3 lobby, but make no mistake about it, this is an RLCS lobby on Champions Field. Flame, high ball, but nobody's going to be there to receive it. And Nolly trying to control. Guild, that's what they want to do. Scrub booms it, taking advantage of attacking positioning from Top Blokes. A light shot, but it forces 2 up. Archie and
Nolly.
Flame commit. Nolly just gets there for the challenge. Scrub having to get back quick. Archie and Flame, there's nothing there. Guild Esports have taken back control. The defense has been excellent so far, but it has to maintain because overtime isn't over. They still can't get back on offense.
Castillo!
Stuck off the crossbar. It's not over. Archie shot saved by Scrub with no boost. Guild Esports hanging on by a thread, but strong that thread is as Scrub takes it back to the corner.
Yeah, the thread's definitely being stretched thin now. That was, I think, all of the lives used up for Guild. They're hanging in this series. They're hanging in this game. But that was just too close for comfort. Guild need to get the ball back into offense where they're more comfortable.
Now Archie and Flame, they've not been able to clear the ball out effectively. They've had a couple of counterattack opportunities that might be where they have to rely to find this goal, this hole against Guild. Scrub, what a challenge on the pass. He can't find the second. Nolly, high on the backboard. Shot is low and saved by Tho. Archie's up next, trying to wrap around Nolly, but he fails. Now Flame, high ball against the backboard. Scrub ready for the read, but back again is Archie. Probably not the touch he wants there. It went straight back to Tho, forcing a quick rotation from Blokes. The speed from both teams in this overtime, unparalleled with the stakes of a top 8 spot. Scrub using everything in the tank, steals that corner boost away. Can he find more value for his team on offense? No, the ball back to the back wall.
I can't believe that after the series we've seen, Guild are producing the best defense in overtime game 5. This is a massive difference from what we saw earlier. Some phenomenal saves, some huge clears.
Oh my
really
gosh.
So calm under pressure, but can they get a goal at the other end? They really have not had many chances as Top Blokes continue to bring the pain, bring the pressure to them.
Cassio can only flip under 1. Top Blokes trying to cover every gap in midfield, booming the ball at every turn they get, trying to test and break through this backboard defense of Guild, but it's held firm the entire way. Nolly can't find the clear. Cassio, it's a high ball, but Scrubs is there. Rotations are pitch perfect, Johnny, for Guild. But over 5 minutes of overtime, this is tenuous as Nolly jumps in front. Dump for Cassio, the shot blocked by Slunkilla, who sat on 0 goals forever, and then Tho wins the challenge. Now a race for the ball. Can Tho grab it for the corner? Can he find Nolly? No. Top Blokes get out. And Scrub has to play it to his corner yet again. Nobody scores.
Yeah, Top Blokes are doing a phenomenal job denying that back corner boost. Guild are really starved right now. They're really just trying to get rid of this ball, buy time, pick up those small pads, contest for the midfield boost as well. Top Blokes have had so much pressure, so many opportunities, but Guild stands strong in the way of them.
Tho still going for that high touch, looking for that straight down ball, the hard to read drop on the rebound. Another light shot, but it's a good enough clear for Archie. Nolly will just let it fall right back to him. Plenty of space. Nolly winning once against Archie. Flame not gonna own goal that one, but Tho has a shot, forcing Cassio to make another play. But Guild have completely locked down the pitch. There's nowhere for Top Blokes to go. Low on boost, they're racing for something, and Scrub deletes a player off the field. That's Archie, and they're just forced to dive. Use so much boost just to fight for a touch onto the ball. Nolly wants Scrub. Scrub gonna be patient against Flame. And again, hard clear. Tho, back to Nolly. Nolly's gonna find a shot, just so slow Top Blokes are. Now the net is wide open. Tho has to make the read. Tho, no! He misses. No goal for Guild.
He ran out of boost, though. I think he had that read, but he just couldn't make it. He realized that he wasn't going to get there. Tried to feather his boost to perfection. They've still got another chance still. This is Guild's comfort zone. This is where they look like one of the top teams in the world. When they can get that ball into attack and start that suffocating pressure. It's a chance for Scrub off the bar. It's top blokes now who are hanging on for dear life.
Oh, Nolly had a chance for a pass over to Tho, but when you're feeling the pressure and you're in that rhythm, you kind of just want to take those shots on net. You feel like eventually one of these got to break. But no, top blokes have held on just as much as Guild, and Tho makes another great touch. Say what you want about him earlier in the series, he's made up for it tenfold. Scrub has a look, but plays it back away. Did not want the boomer from Flame downfield. The challenge for Tho will be for Scrub. Catches it off of Cassio. Scrub killer. Oh, well, Cassio will delete one, but Nolly picks up the ball. Nolly almost found the dunk. Flame is away from it. Scrub looks for Nolly. Nolly throws it to the ground. How are Guild getting to the ball from so far away? Top blokes are out of boost, desperate. Scrub just heads it back to the box. When are they gonna score?
Top blokes are just completely boost starved. They can't get rid of this ball. They need a 50-50 so desperately. Oh, that'll do the trick. Cassio blasts it. But you feel like Guild are just going to send it straight back in. They're perfectly happy playing this game. Top blokes, though. Every time a shot's coming on target, they've got someone goal side. They've got someone in the way of it.
We're almost 9 minutes of overtime. Top blokes finally have an offensive opportunity. I don't think they've registered more than one shot on net in the last 3 minutes. But finally, they have an extended stay in the blue half, but it's short-lived. The Scrub Killer and Tho head towards the net! And Demo Derby for Tho and Scrub Killer. Guild Esports qualify for the final bracket.
Oh, what a play by Tho. He actually jumped up to try and go for this shot, but then he flew back down for the demo, realizing Scrub's shot was already on target. Huge adaptation by Tho. Scrub Killer credited with the goal, and what an unbelievable game that is. Guild stepping up defensively after such a messy performance at the back. They really had, I think, more good saves and more good defensive plays in this overtime than the rest of the series combined, although it's not saying much given how long this overtime was. Still, what a game, what a series that was.
To be able to keep it up for eight or 9 straight minutes, though, that is definitely impressive and a testament to the marathon and the endurance is the real word I'm looking for of Guild Esports. And I mean, credit to Top Blokes, man. Top Blokes handled everything that Guild were throwing at them, but it was just too much for Top Blokes at the end. Eventually, you will starve of boosts and you will get scored on. Guild Esports qualify. They make top 8. Top Blokes, they're still hunting. They're not out of it. They have 2 more chances to qualify. Plenty of more Rocket League coming your way today. You don't want to go anywhere. Check out twitch.tv/eLeagueTV over on the B stream for more action. We'll be back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We're in Stage 2 of the first European qualification for the fall split. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside me, Gibbs and Achieves, to talk about that last match. Blokes versus Guild going the distance into a 7+ minute overtime and finally finishing with a team demo to goal there. Achieves, we just witnessed a lot of Rocket League for only just 2 teams here. I was on the edge of my seat. How'd you feel about that one?
And I just realized my mic was muted in Hangouts, but I unmuted it. So I just realized that that series was a bunch of fun. But did you guys even notice Scrubbakilla had a 1,500 point game in that last one? Everybody else had like 900. He had 1,500 with 12 saves.
So let's just talk about the last 45 minutes. I'm going to bring up Magnifico and Vitality as well, because Magnifico goes up 2-0 on Vitality. Vitality comes back to reverse sweep. At the same time that is happening, we have this series going back and forth into a 9-minute overtime where Scrub scores the overtime winner after missing at 0 seconds in game 5, and then an own goal happened to win it. Not only win this series, to go 3-0, to take away the #1 seed from Vitality due to game differential. So Guild will go into tomorrow for the bracket stage as the #1 seed. It was not the prettiest series. I think everyone can agree there, but Guild got the job done.
I think this is the craziest thing. Yeah, again, Guild going in, I feel like their momentum's just started to shift further and further in favor of themselves and nobody else. Let's take a look at the standings now that you mentioned. They are going in as first seeds. We're going to look at the standings and see the only other team to qualify so far with a 3-0 is Renault Vitality. This was the quickest that the route could be done. They're done for the rest of the day, and they make it into that final bracket. Venk and the Last Resort, Gibbs, already out at the bottom.
Yes. But I just want to talk about, the James Bond and Shogun love affair with the high fives and all that during the pre-show about BDS is going to go 3-0. And I know I picked a safe pick in Vitality. I just wanted to talk about my boy Alpha, but Vitality did it. They got 3-0. I don't think anyone expected Guild to, because last week they went 3-2, barely squeaked in here. So huge result for Guild. But now we get into the interesting games. A lot of 2-1 matches to see who clinches. But if you lose that, you get one last chance. And the same with the 1 and 2s. It's elimination time. But if you win it, it comes down to one match left. It's going to be incredibly tight.
And I'm just so sad to see literally all 9 through 13. It's like, guys, what's going on? Those are all teams I want to see be successful. Like Endpoint, Singularity, Dignitas, Stormtroopers. I'm like, what's going on? What happened?
Let's take a look at our round 4 matches again. We're almost there. 2 more rounds to go to find out our teams for tomorrow for that final stage of this regional for Europe. The 2 matches that we're going to have on this broadcast here, just a reminder, there is another broadcast, so there's more Rocket League you can watch at the same time, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. But on this one, we'll have the Blokes versus Triple Trouble and Barca versus Endpoint. But we're going to talk about some of these other matches if they catch your eye here, Gibbs. Blokes versus Triple Trouble, is that something, or is there another match here that you think is going to be exciting?
Blokes, I think, can turn it around. They're playing Triple Trouble, though, a red hot team from the grid. I think whoever makes it out of there is going to be solid, or whoever goes 2-2 is still going to be a tough out when it comes to that last match. But Magnifico and Solary, 2 teams I would not expect to make top 8. they get a little bit of an easy matchup, maybe, if you would say, versus one another. So one of those teams will either be the 3, 4, or 5 seed based on game differential at the end of today. So that's a huge one. And like, honestly, these matches are all great. But BDS Giants, two teams I think everyone is talking about as two talents just emerge into the top of Europe. They get to play to see who makes it tomorrow.
I mean, just based off of today, Chiefs, I don't know if just back to that Magnifico one and Solary, I feel like favor is going to be hugely inside of Magnifico just based off what we've seen today. I don't know if you disagree with that.
Yeah, no, they looked really good versus Vitality, which they just lost out on. It came all the way down to a game 5 0 second at the end of regulation that just got punched out of the corner, and Alpha just slotted it into top left. So Magnifico was very close to taking that one. So obviously they're a little bit disappointed, but I think they can definitely do it versus Solary. It's going to be tough either way.
So we were watching actually the Twitch clip of that 0-second play by Vitality in game 5. And I'm going frame by frame, pausing it to see when the ball bounces. And it looks like it's like 1/100th of a second that it's on 1 second when it bounces on the floor the very last time. And that is the difference between possibly Magnifico going 3-0 or now they have to do this long road again. Will they go 2-2 and barely make it out once again for 2 weekends in a row? We'll have to see.
We will see, but right now we got to talk about the match that we are going to see on this channel right here, and that's Barca versus Endpoint. This is an elimination match at this point here, so someone is going home and their journey ends here. No more points for you for the RLCS. So let's talk about this one. Who's coming in this one hotter, Cheese, Barca or Endpoint here?
You gotta pick Endpoint. I mean, if you've watched Barca's games today, they've not looked anywhere close to what I was expecting coming into this week. So I gotta pick Endpoint. I mean, sure, they started off with 0-3 versus Blokes and 1-3 to Dignitas, but a good 3-0 win against the Last Resort to start turning things around. Barca's just been on the slip.
Now, Chiefs. Barca played Vodafone Giants to fall down to this point. Endpoint played the Last Resort. Nothing against the Last Resort, but they were coming in as like the 30th seed into the weekend, and then they barely squeaked in. So I'm not sold on this
only win today is also against the Last Resort today. What's your point?
It's fair. That's fair. But I'm not sold on Endpoint yet because I think when they're at their peak, they can compete versus the very best in Europe. But there are times when that offense is not clicking and they look flat. We saw it last week when Guild played Endpoint, and Guild just allowed Endpoint to do whatever they wanted. And Endpoint just kind of gave the ball away, and then Guild would counterattack and score. Barca's not necessarily that team to do that, but their offense was so good last week. I think they can find some cracks in the defensive Endpoint and take this series.
So talk to me then, because you sound super confident right now, and Gibbs is making me second guess that at Chiefs about Endpoint. What on the field is going to happen? What are we going to see them do to make sure they win against Barca?
Well, obviously, you can always talk about Virtuoso, and I was going to go smash face, but I'm actually looking for Relating Wave and Metsonoris. I really look up to how Relating Wave played last season and what he's done so far, and I've been pleasantly surprised with Relating Wave since the first time we got to see him play in RLCS. So I'm looking for Relating Wave and Metsonoris to actually have a lot of success against a Barca team that's struggling today, just moving the ball around the pitch, around the pressure that Virtuoso is going to be applying.
Well, while we get these players on the field, let's talk about our predictions then. Let's put it down. It sounds like you guys have already kind of solidified your decisions here, but we're going to start with Cheese, Gibbs, and then I'll maybe make a decision at the end.
If you asked me before today happened, I would have picked Barca, no question. But after watching Barca play, I got to pick Endpoint. Obviously, they've had a struggle today as well with the loss against Top Blokes and Dignitas, but I just got a feeling, man. The magic's gone for Barca. I'm picking Endpoint.
That gut feeling. All right, Gibbs.
I feel like this comes down to Metsonoris. He had a great performance on Thursday for the grid, and that allowed Endpoint to go pretty far. They even took down Vitality. But I'm not sold on this Endpoint squad. We talked about it earlier. Barca, sure, is having a little bit off day, but I do think they bounce back here, and I'll give it to Barca.
And she's brought up a really good point here, that, if it's any other day, you might end up on that Barca side. And I think I'm going to have to land on that. I think I'm going to have to go with Barca because, sure, today it's not been the best, but they've had some time to think about it and work on it. And I think at the end, they'll be able to pull through. We know this squad can do that. Granted, I think it's going to be a very close series, but I'll have to land on the side of Barca as well. And that they'll finish it off. I love the play style. I love the demos from Virtuoso, but it's such a hard thing. You have to get those hits, and if they don't, it can all fall apart. So Barca's for me. But what about you guys? Let us know on Twitter with the hashtag RLCSX. We're at RL Esports. We always like to hear your energy. But now it's time to get over to the Skybox for our next match.
Thank you so much, Leaf. Corelli and Turtle here to talk about Barca and Endpoint, and a lot of talk about Endpoint and their playstyle. I think if you have been paying attention to this team, you know what you're going to get with this Endpoint team.
Yeah.
Like Cheese said, Virtuoso is going to go in and smash his face against every other opposing car, and Relating Wave and Matsunaris do a great job of supporting him in that. On the other side of things, Barca do feel like they have this two-pronged attack with this man who sits back with Devo, who is also a threat in himself. But Ranaki has been such a shooter, and the addition of Itachi has been such a pleasant surprise to this Barca roster. And they have looked strong up until this week. Chief's parting's words talking about how we would have picked him if they didn't struggle today. And I have to agree, Barca so far not showing up like they did earlier, but all of a sudden Endpoint immediately on the board first.
We've got a huge goal right away. Metzenaris, a great pass off the backboard, and I believe it was Gibbs who wanted to see Metza really step up here and do something for his team. And here you can see him right away. A beautiful pass off the backboard. Nice little easy finish. And that's the way you want to see things go. And honestly, as much as I hate to agree with Gibbs, you know, I have to admit that I think that, at least in terms of today and who these different teams have played, I have to give the edge to Barca. Even though, you know, the start might be Endpoint's favor, I think that Barca in general are a stronger team right now, and they just need to get a little bit more warmed up, get that shooting on form, and I think they'll bring it to Endpoint.
It's tough to get warmed up against a team like Endpoint because of Virtuoso. If he doesn't get the demo on you, he gets the bump, and it's not even if he hits you at all, it's the threat of the bump. You know he's coming for it. You know he's going to play up down the field. You can see him chasing off Devo off of his team's clear. He's already down the field. It's very tough for any team to get going and find any sort of pattern or the rhythm in a game because of Virtuoso.
I mean, that was a crazy play alone from Devo just to chase out the defense there. They're right next to each other. But in general, I feel like for Barca, I normally don't like the idea of having a team just hammer a bunch of shots that aren't that quality on net. But for Barca, I think the more shots they get with how, you know, skilled they have of shooters of Ranaki and Itachi, I think so long as they keep getting opportunities, they will take the lead in any series against any team. It just is a matter of how many opportunities they get, whether it's really quality or if it's just them throwing the ball at the net.
I watched back a lot of the games from Barca last week, and Itachi has been such a smart player for this Barca team. Such a great addition. And I feel like he brings a lot more offensive presence and just a lot more smart attacks from Barca. You know, you talk about a lot of poor shots coming out, but Itachi really does turn into a weapon for this Barca offense if they can get him going.
Well, it's always Ranaki who's hammering so many shots at net, and that's how he kind of gets his work done on the offense. But then Itachi, a little bit more patient, always more calculated. I mean, shooting 46% in stage one is unreal, especially from a rookie that we don't know too much about. Itachi always fitting in well. It's going to be tough against Endpoint, who is more defensive. But like I said, I still think Barca has the edge so long as they can just get themselves on offense.
Well, so far, after the first goal, it has been quite even. Endpoint having their go at the Barca defense. Everyone kind of sitting up, waiting for the shot to come from Barca, and it did from Relating Wave, but not too much power. And maybe shaping up for one more here is Endpoint, as they're just lobbing the ball into the defense of Barca. And Barca doing a fine job of clearing it out. You know, you have this player in Devo for Barca who does a great job of locking things down, who has been such an offensive threat throughout his career, now finding himself in a more defensive role on Barca. He's fit in quite nicely, and with the addition of Itachi, it feels like Barca are well-rounded at this point.
It does feel like they're a little bit anxious on the defensive side, though, to get this ball out. Just playing boomer ball, essentially, not really trying to dribble this one out. I think Devo, in particular, is going to be that player to take a slower Relating Wave with a double tap attempt. Unfortunately for him, it bounced down off the crossbar. That was a great look from Endpoint. And then the team bump. This is a little bit disorganized, not the Barcelona defense we expect to see.
They are giving up quite a bit of space to Endpoint. Endpoint are doing a good job on that first clear from Barca to immediately put it back into a dangerous spot. Maybe not that touch there, but still Endpoint keeping possession, or at least throwing it towards the Barca side. Here's Devo, though. If he could break out, he was shut down by Virtuoso. Itachi trying to find his way through the midfield. A trade in the midfield for Demos, and it might come out to the relating wave. Itachi spawns on the right side, but turns away, and it drops in for a relating wave.
And the Demos got traded, but fortunately enough for Endpoint, it was much more calculated. They actually took out the third man rotating back, who would have been there in time for the save. And for Barca, they couldn't manage to take out the shooter. Really just a fair play and exchange. But Endpoint come out on top. Now they're up 2 goals, a minute left. Barca, the defense has been shaky.
There's been a lot of time spent on that Barca side. Devo tried to get this to bounce up to Itachi, didn't go, and has to pass back towards Roniki, who missed the boost, so it's going to give way for Bensonars to come in, maybe a second touch, as he had Relating Wave coming up behind in the midfield. Relating Wave still here, maybe a second touch off the back wall. He's going to get it to drop it down, and in it goes for Relating Wave, a 3-0 lead for Endpoint.
Oh, and he's such a quality striker, Relating Wave. Look at it off the backboard, and he hits this so far down that it actually throws off the defense because they expect him just to bang it right in. But the fact that it bounced off the floor threw everybody in goal for a spin. Nobody could get the save. Now they're up 3-0 Endpoint. I am shocked. I really thought that Barca had the edge here, but with the defense and how they've been rotating, things are not looking good.
Yeah, I think it's quite simple what we're seeing from Barca right now. I think, you know, some Barca fans might be questioning what is going on with their team, and it really does seem like that defense is very weak right now. Lots of space for Endpoint to play with, and a little disorganized. You're seeing a couple players jump up from Barca, and it's just not clean defense and efficient defense to break out from their own half. As time ticks down, Endpoint will walk to the finish line here in game 1 and take a 1-0 series lead here in this elimination match.
I mean, truthfully, I really want to see them buy a little bit more time. I think for Barca, there were a lot of opportunities for them to take the ball slow, dribble it down the field. I mean, I think back to whenever they had Flakes on this roster, while things didn't work out the best for them, I think they always had that element of dribbling it out, taking it slow, you know, wasting time so everybody could grab boost. Then Roniki could go up and do his thing. You know, he'd always have a full tank of boost just to go crazy, go wild on the offensive side. And now they don't have that element anymore. And we're seeing them pretty much just boon the ball downfield, lose possession right away. And I mean, maybe it's just the first game jitters, but overall, really need to start stepping it up because Endpoint, they are not missing their shots.
No, absolutely not. And they're not giving up on pressure either. They've done a great job of locking in Barca to their own side. And it is that defense that needs help. And for Barca, you know, you talk about the defense all you want, but at the same time, it's okay, yeah, have better defense, but also you have to start generating some offense. You have two great shooters. All 3 of them are great shooters. Roniki getting a bit more recognition the last couple seasons. But for Barca, they have the weapons to have a strong offense and a controlled and efficient offense. But right now, they can't even break out. They can't even step out the door right now. It's just we're all Endpoint.
They don't even have time to develop anything either because they're panicking on defense, forcing that ball forward. And it is scary. And that's why I talk about quantity for Barca. A lot of times I will want teams just to take it slow, take one golden opportunity here and there, and make sure you're not overextending. But for Barca, it's like you said, they have so many great shooters. All they really need to do is get this ball in the offense. So that transition game is what you need to work on.
And it's true. I mean, I think that phrase right there, that transition game, is what Barca really needs to get going. Because as you could see in the last game, I'm sure we'll see it in the beginning of this game, Barca gave up a lot of space in the midfield. There's a shot from Relating Wave, and the bump from Virtuoso secures the goal.
I mean, you think of bumps and physical plays, and Virtuoso comes to your name, and Metza stuffing out 2 players. I didn't even see him in the corner. That was 2 challenges back to back. He kept in the corner, squeezed it out to the middle. Virtuoso goes for a bump. Everybody involved, huge plays all around. Endpoint. This is an impressive stance from them.
It definitely is. Barca getting the passing game going here. Roniki can do it himself, almost over the shoulder of Relating Wave. And a shot comes out from Itachi, and a second touch as the ball gets hit right back into him. Not dangerous
Much better
enough.
look, though. I mean, Barca, that's what we need to see, those passing plays on the offense, where they're kind of trying to find each other, not just booming it forward. Oh, and off the ceiling, Roniki. I thought he had the flip. Maybe that would have been definitely a boost of confidence if they had nailed that one in.
Well, getting the offense going is something we talked about. Man, they are getting real creative with it. And the pre-jumps and trying to hit each other in air. And I suppose if you can make it work, fine, but maybe not the most ideal offense that you want to see. A bit more risky for sure is Itachi trying to play this one out. You can see constant pressure coming in from Endpoint. You can see their shape as well. They're not really actually playing too far up. They actually were all on the midfield line and waiting for Barca to give that ball back up. Metzenaris, a weak shot towards net. Virtuoso tried to get a piece of it. Here's Itachi. Can Barca get something going? Only down by 1. This ball comes out to the top of the box, and nobody's there from Barca. Itachi patiently waiting, and it's a good pass across. Ronicky goes, so it's just Devo back. And he has plenty of time to pick where he wants to put it. Gives it over to Ronicky and tries to get it back to Devo on the flip. Couldn't get the touch. Itachi to put it away. He lobs it over the defense and ties it up for Barca.
And this is why he's such a great addition to this roster. Look at Itachi. He doesn't panic on this shot. He's such a class striker that he knows he can take his time. Just a nice little lob over the defense. And all this play was developed from them just having some offensive pressure, being able to transition the ball from defense to offense, taking it slow. And that actually stemmed from a 50 on the defensive side. So Barca, they have picked it up as well. We've got a much more even game. Endpoint probably going to have to resort on something that's not just a demo play. And this time it's midfield shots.
And this is just speed coming out from Endpoint. Nobody up from Barca to contest, and nobody saw Virtuoso, who of course is cheating so far upfield. The pass perfectly placed for him to get up to from Relating Wave. And that's a clean and easy second goal for Endpoint. And kickoff goal is going to come out to Itachi, and like you said, a response coming out from Barca off the kickoff.
All right, so we've got back-to-back goals. This game is getting more and more dirty because it feels like, you know, there's demos involved, there's kickoff goals. We've got a lot of crazy counterattacks going on. We have got a very interesting series. I thought maybe we'd see a little bit more passive play, but both teams, full confidence throwing themselves at the ball and trying to win a 50. And right there on the kickoff, you could see just such a, I guess, daring cheat to go for that shot initially.
And I think the ideas that we're seeing from Barca are much cleaner. Like, you see that passing play start to go for them. You see them finding each other in the midfield, the quick 1-2 when there's a man open.
Itachi in the defense, you can see him taking it slow alone himself. He doesn't need to worry about flipping the ball right away. He just wants to win that 50 and stall out some time.
And Endpoint's happy to bang the ball down the field and chase after it. They are certainly the faster team so far. And I think Barca tried to play that in game 1, but now realizing if they do slow this game down a little bit, find each other downfield, they're a lot more successful on their attacks. Here's Itachi. He has Ronicky downfield off the crossbar, and he beat the defense, but not the net. As Ronicky again, a second effort. Itachi trying to play through. Barca, this is a good attack for them to put Endpoint on the back foot. Ronicky looking for some more off the back while Devo was there, but an easy clear for Endpoint. And Metzenaris will throw this one downfield.
Just need to get Ronicky fired up. You can see he's taking a couple of shots, so deadly as a striker on offense. Involved in, I think, 50% of the goals for Barca just in stage 1 alone of this split. You know he's got that shooting capability. Just needs to get a little bit more warmed up, start hitting those shots inside the crossbar, and Barca will extend their lead, hopefully, or start to take the lead, excuse me, with 1.5 minutes left. But Metza, look at the aggression from him too. These guys from Endpoint, you know, I used to view them as a defensive team, but they have really been confident pushing forward.
Yeah, they absolutely have. As this ball's thrown downfield, Virtuoso has to put it to his own back wall. Barca, you can feel like, it feels like they are getting a little bit more organized on the offensive front. Things have changed here in game 2. Changes have come out from Barca, and they've been a lot more successful on the offensive front and have been able to stay off a lot more of the attack from Endpoint, but all 3 of Endpoint are on the Barca side, and there's nobody back to block the net.
And this time it's not Virtuoso getting the demo, it's Relating Wave who takes it out for Metza, then a clear lane for an open net. And just look at how calculated these guys are. It's so planned out. The communication, you can tell, is spot on for Endpoint. Everybody's in position. They know how to execute a play like that. And it's done so clean.
So 1 goal lead back in favor of Endpoint. 50 seconds left for Barca to get one. Itachi trying to make something happen here. Pass it out to Devo. It's spot on to the back wall. Looking for help from Ronicky. He was there, but only to stop the clear. Barca still trying to keep the attack on. It will fizzle out as Virtuoso with no boost will throw it downfield. Endpoint looking for a 2-goal lead. Virtuoso trying to get a piece of Devo. He does, and Ronicky's forced to go. Maybe the last attack for Barca if they can get a hold of it. 15 seconds left. Relating Wave from his corner. Gets by 1. Trying to buy himself some more space with the air dribble. He does all the way to the Barca side. Virtuoso And Metzenaris looking to kill this one into 0 second time, and he gets over one. Devo's got to keep it up. Can Ronicky get there? He can't. And Endpoint go up 2-0 in the series.
Achieves was completely right. His gut feeling was that Endpoint were going to come out here stronger and faster, and that is exactly what's happening. It felt like Barca, even to give credit to them, they stepped up their gameplay 100% in this second game, but so did Endpoint. You saw the bump plays, the passing, the speed like you talked about, Corelli. Even in the final seconds, you can see Metza in the midfield completely beating out that first man to get in front of that clear, waste out more time, and then prevent any buzzer beater whatsoever from happening.
I think for Barca, though, there was a lot of good here in this game. You saw the passing play start to get going in the midfield, and that's what you want to see out of Barca. I think they stopped, or they didn't get hit by a lot more demos, although there was one that just led to a straight-up goal for Endpoint. But it did feel like Barca did a much better job in this game, a lot closer, clearly, and I think there's a lot of good takeaways for Barca as far as keeping the ball and moving downfield without being stuck in your half for the entire game.
Yeah, and Ronicky, he's just not having the best game, honestly. I mean, 5 shots, 0 goals. We saw a couple of chances for him. He needs to be that striker who steps up. He's involved with so much of the offense for Barca. If he is not shooting on point, we will not see a Barca Esports that's winning on that day. It's just guaranteed at this point with how much responsibility he takes on the offense. So hopefully we'll start to see a little bit more accuracy from him. And if we don't, Endpoint, they're just going to keep demoing, keep going for these routine plays where they're all organized. They have the speed. They have the communication, that's for sure, on the field. At this point, it's just closing out the series.
I think for Endpoint, like you said, they got to close out the series, but they also have to be careful. Barca did make some changes that stopped their offense quite a bit in the previous game. We'll see what Barca brings out in their last breath, and one right off the crossbar. Ronicky couldn't get it over. Itachi a second try, and it goes wide as well. A good start for Barca. They should have found the back of the net, but the defense holds strong.
Oh, and it's 2 crossbar hits back-to-back. The passing still going on. Devo gets set up in the air. Does he have the Devo double touch? Yeah. He hits it off the ground. It's his routine classic hit and shot off the backboard. That's how it's done.
Yes, sir. You cannot give Devo the backboard. You can't. I don't care what shape or form he is in. You can't give him the backboard. You will pay every single time.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a great start for Barca. And maybe a kickoff goal if Devo can get there, and lost his flip in the end. And this ball cleared out.
I think the best thing, I think even on Devo's Liquipedia page, it says there's some trivia for him. You know, he was the player to pretty much invent that double tap. I'm getting flashbacks all the way back to, I believe it was season 3. So Devo's starting to step it up. The shooting, let's see if we can continue to progress for Barca. We're going to need to see some more out of Ronicky as well. I know he has what it takes, but Endpoint, it's only a 1-goal differential here, and they've got 4 minutes to make up for it.
Absolutely. Barca, though, look at this pressure and these balls lobbed towards the middle of the box. There's a good pass out to Metzenaris, and he just doesn't connect on it. Ronicky trying to find his way out. Here's Devo in his own corner. Devo still fighting for every inch, gives way to Itachi, and he does go only to Relating Wave on the sideline. Endpoint really fighting for this ball here, as Itachi might have one. Metzenaris touches it by. Relating Wave has to play it off the ceiling. Metzenaris there to clean it up. Both defenses doing well right now to stop anything from materializing from either offense.
Yeah.
Devo can't get a second touch. Relating Wave looking for another double tap.
What a clear to their space for Devo. I like the vision. They're starting to find each other off these clears a little bit more, even as far down the field. No. That's a 50 that squeezes in from Ronicky. Maybe this is what we needed from him to get his engine warm.
And I'm looking at Metzenaris here in his angle, and obviously you can't expect the pinch, but it was a tough positioning for him, and there's just no way he could have gotten to that ball. He was marking the near post, but he chose to go up that wall for just a split second because he thought, I suppose, his teammate was going to win the challenge. And in the end, comes back to bite him. That ball just pinches straight into his net. And Barca now holding on to a 2-goal lead. They've pushed up their line quite a bit more here in this game in particular, and doing a much better job of locking in the Endpoint defense. You notice Virtuoso not being able to run wild at the moment. A good shot from Relating Wave, follow from Metzenaris is there, and Endpoint get one back.
Look at this carry out from Relating Wave. He used his flip, got right under the ball, kept it close with that first touch, and then a banger to the top corner. Metz is there for a nice cleanup. and Endpoint strike back. I didn't think we'd see one so early on because Barca have been dominating on the midfield possession game. But Endpoint, they have done a great job responding here. We haven't seen that much aggression from Metza. You know, I liked in the first 2 games where he was really getting involved on the offense.
Oh, great pass. Ooh. Fantastic pass.
Oh,
down.
the 1v1 now.
Itachi, those might still be able to stay with it. If he can get the second touch, it will be free if he gets there in time. But Metzenares does a great job of getting back to stop it. Now Virtuoso looking for a flip reset. Won't get it in the end. Virtuoso has options, doesn't connect. Relating Wave was waiting patiently for it to come down. Here's Ronicky, back wall, looking for help, and Itachi and Devo are just too far back. Here's Itachi. Over to Ronicky, he's already up, and he almost gets the touchdown. That's the second time we've seen the mid-air pass attempted from Barca. They know almost exactly where they're going to go with the ball. The communication's so key for them there.
Well, you can tell they're trying to pick up their speed. Endpoint probably coming out surprisingly fast for Barca, who you would assume would have the speed game beat. But apparently it's not enough. They need to go for these pre-jump plays for Ronicky, and he just barely misses. So close, still up by 1 goal. It does feel like Barca have the edge in almost every aspect of this game. The possession, the speed so far. But Endpoint, they are not going to give up without a fight.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of offense coming out from Endpoint. Only have generated 3 shots to the 10 in favor of Barca. So definitely a complete flip-flop of what we've seen in the first few games. Here's Itachi. Can he get one by Relating Wave? Less than a minute to go now for Endpoint to close out the series. Remember, both these teams sitting on elimination right now at 1 and 2. This is their last chance to stay in it, and will be until they get their 3rd win. Metzenares over to Relating Wave. Gonna take it himself. Ronicky's there. Coming up on 30 seconds left for Endpoint. Still only have generated 3 shots. Ronicky, can he put it away as he gets stopped up? Relating Wave over to Metzenares, and he wanted to take the quick shot, but Diva was there. Ronicky across the midfield, looking for some space, and Relating Wave with no boost just takes a flick to the moon.
What?
10 seconds left. Virtuoso trying to make things happen for Endpoint. As time's ticking down, they would love to close it out in 3 games here. Metzenares passed across to keep it up both wins, so it's up to Metzenares again. And I don't know, this is going to be tough for him to get back to it. Ronicky's going to kill it in the end, and Barca stay alive and get their first win of the series.
And they completely destroyed Endpoint in this game. While the score might say otherwise, it really felt like Barca had every control of this game. The ball was always, it seemed to be in Endpoint's half. They had the speed. The mechanics were definitely improving. I think Ronicky getting that 50 definitely gave him a little bit of confidence to keep moving forward. Endpoint, they didn't have any of those demo plays. The communication wasn't as good. We saw a lot of double commits even at the end there for Endpoint. So things not flowing as well. And that's mainly because they were pressured 5 times as much as they have in the past 2 games.
Well, I think it comes down to possession as well for Barca. They just, this is what we had talked about. If Barca can get the ball down on their foot and get out of their own end, it's going to be a completely different game for Endpoint, because now they're going to have to fight out of their defensive third, and they just can't have someone cheating so far down. You know, that's really the counter to a play style like Virtuoso. You can't have him cheating all the way up in the final third when you're playing on defense for so long. It just can't happen. So you saw Virtuoso just have a lot less impact because of that.
Yeah. And I mean, speaking of impact, I'm looking at the other side. You know, at the beginning of the matchup, I said that we need to see Ronicky pop off, but I was completely wrong, because Devo right now has really taken this team on his shoulders and carried them to that win. Because, you know, when Ronicky and Itachi aren't shooting perfectly, you have Devo going in for the double tap off the backboard. Good dribbles from him out of the defensive area as well. So he has been the rock, the foundation for Barca right now to carry out and maybe attempt this reverse sweep if it's possible, Corelli.
And you have seen a couple of times Itachi and Ronicky get things going on the shooting department as well. Those are your shooters on this team. Those are the guys that you want to have on the ball in the final third. And you're right, they are scary, and you've seen it. They've slowly ramped up here, and maybe it's a final breath here for Barca if they can get things going and really stay alive here. So going up against Endpoint is going to be very tough for them to close out this series, but certainly possible.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they've got some momentum now under their belts essentially. But for Endpoint, I still think they just clean up the communication. I would give them the edge because if they can continue to implement the demo plays where everybody's getting involved, it's Virtuoso or Relating Wave going for the demo. And then Metza, he has been incredible this series. Can we just talk about him? I mean, earlier in game 1 or 2, I believe it was, he got the double 50 in the corner to force the ball out, stuffed completely everybody on the other team for Barca. He was huge in that game. So for him to continue going forward with some aggression, it's something that I feel like we always say about Metza. We want him to be as selfish as possible. When Metza is playing a solo game where he can go for his mechanical plays, that is when whatever team or whatever roster he's on starts to thrive.
And excuse us as we get players back into the lobby. It seems like one of them is having an issue with their voice chat.
Oh, yeah.
So they're trying to figure that out.
Maybe that's what the communication was. The double commits from Endpoint. Are we going to see it get fixed up? Because there's a couple here and there. I mean, maybe they just weren't maybe in the same server or something. So that could be scary. Maybe they're getting the heads of Barca.
Yeah, it sounds like someone got booted from a Discord. So they will get back in here in a second. Meanwhile, we will continue to talk about this matchup because it is an interesting one to think about when you see how Barca played in the first week. Now coming into this week, obviously not as strong, but in this series came in weak, finishing out strong, at least with that previous game. Of course, this series yet to conclude, but it does feel like Barca are starting to heat up. So Turtle, a question to you then, for Endpoint, what do they need to do to break out of their own half? Let's just start there. What do they do to break out of their defensive third?
I think that sometimes whenever Endpoint is being aggressive and they get confronted with the same level of aggression, they kind of start to back down. It feels like they don't have the confidence to stay in that fight for midfield possession. You know, now they're starting to see Barca kind of push forward and say, you know what, maybe we should push back a little bit. Barca's starting to go forward. I kind of want to play the safe route and make our defensive line go back just a little bit. And I think that's the wrong call because Endpoint, we've seen it before. They have the speed, they have the mechanics, they have Metza, who, when he's aggressive, is a beast, an absolute beast. So for them, you need to stay confident on the pitch and you need to stay forward and match and basically fight fire with fire, because once you start pulling back, that's when you start to see the defensive Endpoint come out. And that is my least favorite form of their roster. And truthfully speaking, when they are all aggressive, that's when we see those plays with the communication where everybody's getting demoed on the field. They're being aggressive. Metza's going for crazy double taps. That is how they can get a dub here. So if they can just continue to match Barca and use that speed that they had in game 1 and game 2, I think they should be able to close this series out.
Well, I think they got to be a little bit more smarter on the defensive third as well. You could see a lot of those lateral passes, or whether it's in the air or on the ground, very dangerous for Barca on their kind of the way they attack the opposition. So for Endpoint, they always have to be looking kind of head on a swivel, looking both sides to see where is Itachi, where is Roniki, where is this guy really trying to go, because it's not always obvious with the Barca offense exactly what they want to do with the ball. Just because someone's air dribbling straight at the net doesn't necessarily mean he's going to carry it all the way. We've seen a couple times now where Itachi has been trying to take the ball towards the net and Roniki comes swiping through to maybe hit the ball down under the defender.
The pre-jumps out of Barca are insane. So, I mean, I agree. But at the same time, I feel like that does revolve a lot around the goalkeeper, because even in last game, you saw with that 50 that Roniki got, like you were kind of roasting Metza a little bit on the backboard, because what was he doing? He was kind of predicting that the ball would get forced out into the corner without even acknowledging the fact that nobody was in net. So it seems like when that third man does rotate into net, they're a little bit too eager to leave. And I just talked about how I want to see them be aggressive, but sometimes you have to predict and at least try to keep yourself in a safe position so that you can block any shot that comes towards your net from Barca, because they are starting to heat up. Roniki, we haven't seen the best from him, but the fact that he was just able to get that 50 is all they needed, because Devo, he's been stepping up.
Absolutely. And this isn't the only match that's been happening. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Swiss matchups that we've had today so far. And we are at, what is this, the 4th or 5th game already today? I don't even know, but we've had quite a few so far. And here is the round 4 matchups in the schedule. Triple Trouble taking on the blokes there at the top. You can see all the way down. Dignitas, Stormtroopers, and of course, Barca and Endpoint are currently where we're at. So what do you make of these this round 4 here, Turtle?
I mean, it's tough. Seeing names like Dignitas be still in here with, I guess, a troubled record. I think that they have not been able to find their footing, at least in stage
1 and 2.
Yeah, but then again, I'm also looking at Magnifico, because if you watch that series against Vitality on the E-League TV stream, I mean, that was one of the best series I think we've seen out of all the stages so far. It went to game 5, and it ended up being just a tiny little touch from Vitality to keep it up in the corner. A buzzer beater where Alpha squeezes it in. It was so exciting. So I'm kind of curious to see if they can bounce back from that, because that is a heartbreaker. Whenever you get so close to having an insane upset and you just end up losing at the buzzer beater. I have been there way too many times, and I really feel for them.
Yeah, I think we actually do have the records for these teams right now, but you're absolutely right. It has been heartbreaking for a couple teams, but they're not out of it yet. We'll take a look at the standings here just to give everyone a bit of an update as to what has been going on throughout the day. You can see at the top, Vitality and Guild sitting at 3-0.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, Top Blokes and Magnifico, who I said it earlier today, so I don't want to pat myself on the back here too much, but I am all in on Magnifico. I love the way they play. I love watching this team play. And I love that they're doing so well through 2 weeks, because it is interesting. You see some teams, they'll do really well for 1 week.
Yeah.
And then they'll come out and maybe not do so well, especially new teams. And it's really nice to see Magnifico now have a second week of success. I know they're not through yet. They could still go 2-3 at the end of the day, but I think that they have proven that they are a strong team. So even if they do go out today, I do hope to see them back in the next regional.
Right. I mean, you also got to talk about Guild, though. I feel like they have answered a lot of our questions. You know, some people were a little bit shaky on whether or not they'd be performing consistently throughout both of these stages, but they have answered all of our questions. Like I said, we saw Scrub Killer early on with some fantastic mechanics. Even in that Top Bloke series, while it did go to Game 5, it did feel like Guild always had that little mechanical and speedy edge against Top Blokes, which was great to see. We saw, I believe, the Musty flick out of Scrub Killer. A lot of highlights from that series alone. So Guild, always on top, coming out strong with Nolly, doing a lot of the dirty work too. And we did see some demo plays from them too. So overall, I think Guild looking super solid here. And a lot of times with these teams, we'll kind of consider how they're going to play whenever they get newly formed. Because, you know, you see them a lot of times even in the ESPN tournaments or the Summer Shuffle that we saw earlier. You know, it's one thing to win in those tournaments, but to continue that level of play and be consistent in the most important tournament, RLCS X, and continue that level of play, that is a whole nother statement in itself.
And I mean, you could make that argument right now for Triple Trouble. They come out, they win the grid a couple days ago, and now they're sitting at 2-1. They 3-0'd Stormtroopers. They were 3-0'd by BDS, and they took down Venk in Game 5 and have to play Top Blokes for their position. But it'll be interesting to see how things pan out as we jump back in to Endpoint and Barca here. Game 4, and Barca's going to start off on the right foot with the first goal.
And it's Devo. I told you I wanted to see Ronicky. I'm telling you again, I was completely wrong, because Devo, he can do it all himself as well. What a shot. He hits it to the ground because he saw a player on the backboard, knew that if he slowed down the pace of it a little bit, it would throw off that goalkeeper, allow it just to fall in by itself. Devo, his striking, so fantastic. And again, off the kickoff. I think this might be the third kickoff goal we've seen from Barca this series.
I'm interested to see what happened on this kickoff. You could see Itachi actually went to the backside of the ball and then flipped into it on the right front bumper there. And it's what allowed that ball to kind of die off and let Devo come through and get his second goal, and the second goal for Barca here as they go up 2-0 quickly before even 15 seconds have passed.
Oh my.
Great.
I mean, you got to give credit to that kickoff, though. Whoever is that second man coming in to cheat after that 50 at the midfield goes, they are so fast to follow it up. Devo, even there, for example, you saw how fast he got around that 50 and managed to keep going. And then Virtuoso. Okay, it's not a demo this time. It's a banger from the left side.
Well, I said about Barca or Endpoint that they have to have their head on a swivel. Well, it's Barca as well. When Endpoint do break out, you have to know that Virtuoso is going to be in the same third of the field as you on your defensive side. And you know that he's going to be that point man for Endpoint as he was there to get them on the board. So 3 goals quickly in the first 30 seconds of Game 4. Both teams getting something going. I know a couple kickoff goals came for Barca, but well executed from them, like you said, on that kickoff. You really do have to commit as that man cheating up. So far, Barca do hold on to their 1-goal lead. That's an Arson relating wave, actually double commit, and then Virtuoso gets blown up by Ronicky, so it's a wide open net for Itachi and a 2-goal lead for Barca.
This looks like some revenge for Barca. We did see a double commit from Endpoint, the communication still plaguing them. But if you remember back to Game 1, there was a similar play where both players had demoed each other, but it was Endpoint getting away with the goal, and now Barca do the same thing. So we've gotten an even score now with those demos, and another one from Virtuoso. So many physical players on the field. I love to see it. this series has been such a delight to watch because both teams, whether or not they like to admit it, they are trying to implement a lot of these, I guess, dirty strategies to just take out whoever they can find.
It's certainly a good strategy, as it has worked for Endpoint with Virtuoso. Demo's definitely becoming more and more part of the meta, and I wouldn't even call it dirty or anything. It's fantastic. It's a great way to disrupt an offense, to disrupt the defense. It does so well for anyone who's implemented. We've seen it in North America as well. Arsenal comes to mind of seasons past. I think
it's also funny that, I mentioned the fact that it's a dirty play, but I usually just say that normally because it feels like whenever somebody goes for a demo, everybody else just goes crazy with demo. You know what I mean? It just starts popping off completely. Oh, and what a shot, Roniki. There he is. We've been waiting for him. He's been living under a rock this entire series, and he comes out from the corner with a huge strike.
Great execution from Roniki as well, from the corner, like you said, and then double jumping out and just arching over to get to that ball. Nobody back for Endpoint that could make a play on it. And we talked about Virtuoso being that man downfield. Well, Roniki can do the same thing. And when Barca finds him downfield like that, he's in such a dangerous position as the shooter for this team and puts one away. So everyone on the board for Barca as they take a 4-1 lead here in game 4.
Roniki taking the boost as well. Look at how aggressive he is, going up the ceiling. And he might not have been scoring some crazy goals early on, but he's always been confident with this challenge. We saw him going up for some pre-jumps earlier. Now in the midfield, taking all the boosts, going to the corners, trying to get some demos. Roniki starting to heat up here. We've been waiting for it.
Yeah, I think Barca in general starting to heat up. Metzenares doesn't get the touch. Endpoint trying to find that form that they had in game 1 with the constant pressure, and they might get one here as Relating Wave gets the shot. The dummy came out, I think, from, Virtuoso, as he ran out of boost and couldn't get to the ball. And I think Devo is playing the block. So Relating Wave has a ball just land right in front of him, and he puts it home.
And then even there, you can see Roniki was expecting a 50. So he started cheating up a little bit, got out of net. I think if he stayed in, he could have saved it, but it decoyed him a little bit too with that Virtuoso miss. So everybody kind of getting thrown out of position on defense. And Endpoint break down that communication, but they're still trailing by 2 goals.
Plenty of time, though, if you're an Endpoint fan, to see your team get back into it. Relating Wave looking for Virtuoso downfield. Now a lot of boost to work with. Gets one off the back wall, and Metzenares bid on it. So it's just Relating Wave back. And he does a good job to collect boost and break out. Metzenares trying to attempt to go out backwards as everyone from Barca going at the ball, but nobody gets a touch, and a little disorganized from Barca there. Virtuoso looking for a second touch, trying to force it through Relating Wave. I'm not sure if he got the call off from Metzenares or just accidentally backflipped. Either way, Metzenares almost gets one to the back of the net. Relating Wave to follow up off the post, and they can't get one. Virtuoso was there, but too late. Endpoint so close, but so far right now.
Oh, and it's a frustrating game for them. I mean, they have had back-to-back chances. They've been breaking down the defense. You can see Barca, they get confused on where each other are, the positioning, thrown off by the aggression from Endpoint. But this time, the striking is what's off, and they've almost swapped roles because earlier on, that was Barca's and Devo. Oh, this was a nasty pass in the midfield.
This was gross from Devo, and he didn't even have boost, but he just immediately lets the ball come over his car and flicks it towards his teammate, and Roniki, and an open net for him. Wonderfully done there by Devo.
Well, it's Roniki again showing the confidence he has in his teammates. If it's not a pre-jump, he's at least throwing himself forward. He almost pre-flipped all the way up, knowing Devo was going to hit it there. Really good display of synergy, at least for the boys from Barca.
And staring down the barrel now of game 5 here as Barca have just got the offense going. Itachi now getting his second goal. 6 goals in total for Barca, and another well-executed goal for them here.
Yeah, even if their defense might be struggling a little bit, or they're failing to find the saves, as long as they've got this offense, it seems like they are unbeatable against Endpoint so far. Trailing, or at least, leading by 4 goals, 40 seconds. It's got to be over at this point. If you're Endpoint, you got to recollect yourselves, kind of focus on those frustrating misses, and hope you can find the back of the net in the next game.
I think that's exactly what they're going to have to do here. Relating Wave trying to get one more for the road, trying to get the musty flick there. He did get, I suppose, a baby flick there, as it wasn't with much power. But Barca happy to let the time run out, and I think Endpoint are as well as they play the ball across, relating wave. Maybe a pinch for the row, but in the end, Turtle, a tied up series here. We talked about Barca. We wanted them to get back into the series. We wanted them to get warmed up. It feels like they have now. Can they close it out in game 5?
That was the deciding factor, the shooting. And kudos to Devo, because this man, you know, while we have a lot of highlight on Itachi and Roniki who are finally starting to rev up their engines in this game, they would not be in this position if it weren't for Devo. Devo has single-handedly really taken this team from a frustrating striking position to, you know, being in game 5 where everybody's warmed up, because Devo in the beginning was doing all the work on offense. He was, you know, setting up all the opportunities. His shooting was on point with the double taps. And then now everybody's caught up to him, and Barca have all the momentum.
And you're right, because Devo sitting 5 out of 6 goals he had a part in, whether it was assists or the goal itself. He did get the couple of kickoff goals in the beginning, but the 3 assists came later on. Yeah. Most notable, that flick over to Roniki in the midfield with no boost was quite good from Devo. And that's what we talked about with Barca. It feels like if you can get your shooters going, if you can enable them to do basically better, to have better shots, more quality opportunity, that you're going to find a lot more success in Barca. And they got that passing game going. So I think it's a lot stronger here from Barca. On the other side, you have Endpoint, who do not look the same here going into game 5 as they did in game 1. What has changed for Endpoint?
I mean, I don't want to discredit any of their offense. It just comes down to the shooting and being able to recover. I think the recovery, whenever they push all 3 players up, has been a little bit slow. A lot of times they'll go in and then they'll hit the crossbar, and it feels like they don't have a plan as to how to recover from that. You know, somebody will hit the crossbar and everybody's scrambling to get boost. They didn't plan for somebody to have a miss, and that's when Barca will be able to strike with a counterattack. We've seen Roniki all the time receive a clear on the other end off of a miss, and Endpoint, they take a playbook out of Barca. We saw last game a lot of kickoff goals for Barca, and now it's Endpoint.
Oh, Roniki cheated so hard on that one, and he chose the wrong side. And Metzenaris has the ball just come right out into his lap. Devo was in the corner, no chance for him. And a kickoff goal in favor of Endpoint as they try and get another one here. Metzenaris tries his best. He does get a good touch out off the back wall. Virtuoso trying to find a quick second goal here for Endpoint as things start off on the right foot for them. Virtuoso has some space down the sideline, has to beat one. Can he do it past Roniki? Forces it through. Relating wave still there. Metzenaris was also pushed up. Everyone from Endpoint, that line kept high up the field. And it might have cost them there if they had that last third man. They could have maybe followed it up. Still a dangerous position here as Virtuoso clears it away and slows down Barca only for a moment. Tachi looking for options, just drops it down to Metzenaris, who gives it back to Devo. That passing game trying to get going for Barca as Virtuoso clears it straight to Roniki, over to Devo. Devo's got Itachi in the box, and Itachi doesn't get the touch. And it's up to Roniki to slow down the counterattack.
Oh man, look at the passing from Barca. Every single clear is to a teammate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Endpoint, it feels like they're just struggling to even get this ball out of their own defensive half. They're not even worried about finding a teammate. So it's given a lot of possession to Barca. Thankfully, though, for Endpoint, they have the security of that one kickoff goal. That is going to be huge in game 5.
Absolutely. Remember, elimination game, both teams sitting at 1 and 2. Loser is out. They will not play tomorrow, and they're done for the day. Endpoint still pressing very far up the field, even on half chances. It feels like they are all in on some of these plays and hoping that it pans out for them. Virtuoso does a great job to push downfield. And Itachi happy to go into an air dribble and does get over one. Itachi again over to Devo, and he does put a shot on target, but turned away by Virtuoso. Barca slowly constricting on the Endpoint defense as Metzenaris can only lob it down to Virtuoso and easily read by Barca.
You can see Endpoint kind of slowing down their approach a bit. Virtuoso, even then in the defensive end, he was the goalkeeper. He took a little slower approach to try and predict where Barca were going to shoot. Maybe that's a different game plan for Endpoint. Instead of trying to beat them to the ball, just try and outread them, maybe get a dunk here and there. So far, they're able to move this ball. There's a demo. A classic play from Endpoint. Almost working out. Let's see if we can at least have a couple more attempts like that worked so well in game 1 and 2 from Endpoint.
But you know, when you hear that explosion, that opportunity is there for Endpoint.
Yeah.
And for Barca, they do a good job at not giving up a goal as Virtuoso forced to make a tough touch on the ball. Time is ticking away here.
Virtuoso.
For Barca as Virtuoso almost gets one. That one was a bit too high, and Devo gets credit for the save. Devo has Ronicky downfield, but cut out by Metzenaris. Plenty of time here for Devo. What does he do with it? He's looking for that back wall, and it's turned away by Metza.
Endpoint getting a little bit slow on the rotation, though. I'm seeing a lot of them caught in the same area. We have seen Virtuoso, the most forwardly positioned player, but otherwise, when they're all on defense, it seems like they're too bunched up. Maybe start implementing demos if you're Barca. We saw it earlier how effective it can be. I believe they've got one or two plays, where they did take out a player to open up some space. And it seems like it's probably the best option with the way that Endpoint decide not to space out.
Oh, look at the fakes from Itachi. Really made that last defender think and shoves it over to Ronicky to put it home. But look at the touch here. Just quickly. It's so closely to the ball. And Metzenaris, he was caught. He knew that pass was going to come the entire way, but he didn't know when. And Itachi throws a couple head fakes and then tosses it over to Ronicky to put it home. Great play from Itachi there. And maybe a kickoff goal. Saved out the crossbar. Metzenaris is there to put it away. And right back into the lead is Endpoint.
Every time one of these teams steps up in any level, whether it's the kickoff, the shooting game, whatever department of Rocket League, the other team has an answer, and that has been Endpoint. Right now, they've got better kickoffs, better striking than Barca have had this whole series, just in Game 5 alone. Beautiful plays from them. And Barca are struggling right now. It seems like they've had attempts, great looks on offense, but Endpoint always have an answer.
Well, they're going to need, or Barca's going to need an answer here, but it might be too late. No. Metzenaris puts it over the back line, and nobody back for Barca.
What is happening? I'm trying to understand why everybody was so forward, positioned. It seemed like Ronicky might have been that third man, expecting a better 50, but instead it just popped completely out for Endpoint's advantage. And a banger clear. That is such a huge goal. Massive security right now for Endpoint as they look to take Game 5. Barca have to step up some aspect right now.
Well, they tried to get one of the kickoff, but a dangerous position, and that is going to do it. You feel like Endpoint just have all the momentum and all the chances, and they are putting them away. Good challenge by Relating Wave, and Virtuoso, of course, is there downfield for Endpoint. 4-1 with 48 seconds left, and Endpoint are marching to tomorrow.
Just seems like the prediction game for Barca so off. They can't figure out who's going to win a 50, which teammate especially to have confidence in. And they've been caught off guard with 3 players forward multiple times. Such a comfortable lead from Endpoint, who have picked it up. We were looking at a reverse sweep potentially from Barca, but Endpoint in Game 5, there is no stopping them.
Absolutely not. There was no stopping Virtuoso right now. Doing so well to keep this ball away from Barca, and that will do it. Endpoint are going to move on to the final bracket happening tomorrow, hanging on to their series here, and able to close out, like you said, stave off the reverse sweep. Barca, it was better and better throughout this series. This last minute or so, the wheels really fell off for them, but it was a much better effort and probably their best series today, going down, unfortunately, as a loss, but really able to turn things around after a very slow start today.
Well, personally, last game, when I saw Ronicky hit that banger of a shot from the corner, and I saw him get warmed up a little bit with his striking, I thought it was over. I genuinely thought that Barca, after they got their shooting on point, were going to come back and take this series with ease, especially in Game 5 here. But then Endpoint, you got to give credit to Virtuoso. I thought the beginning of the series, their approach was different. They had Metza being aggressive, going for a lot of those 50s. We saw back-to-back 50s, even in the corner. I keep referencing that play because of how fantastic it was. And we never see Metza really push up into corners like that. But then it kind of switched. The roles changed to Virtuoso then, going forward, getting touches, trying to get in front of clears. And maybe that's what made Metza a little bit more comfortable getting a hat trick here in Game 5, cleaning up a lot of shots thanks to Virtuoso. So Endpoint, major props to them as they look now to see if they can continue on into playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of teams in Europe are not happy to see Endpoint because of their play style. It is very frustrating to play against. But personally, I love watching it. And Virtuoso makes it fun to see him bully the other team as he can around the field. So Endpoint do stay alive and move on. For now, we will go to a break and we will bring you another match right Oh, excuse me. We will be going to a break. Yes, going to a break. When we come back, more Rocket League. Welcome back to RLCS X. We are in the midst of the first day in stage 2 for the first European regional, and we just saw Endpoint and Barca duke it out, and Endpoint coming up alive. And I misspoke before I went to break. Endpoint are not into tomorrow. They are now 2-2, so they will play again later on after our upcoming match, Turtle. So just for all the Endpoint fans out there not in for tomorrow, still sitting at 2-2, need one more win to go into tomorrow's final bracket. But Turtle, let's just touch briefly on that previous match. What did we just witness with Endpoint and Barca?
Well, first of all, I thought this was a fantastic series. I think overall it was Endpoint just slapping Barca back and forth in the first 2 games, but then Barca started to warm up, and that's thanks to Devo. He started doing all of the heavy lifting himself. A lot of dribbles out of the defensive area, good passes in the midfield to set up his teammates, and then we started to see Roniki and Itachi start to pop off in Game 4 and Game 5. But unfortunately, they just couldn't carry that momentum all the way through. Endpoint switched up their plan a little bit, threw Virtuoso forward a bit more, got some demos involved like we usually see from them, and overall, it was just a much cleaner game from Endpoint in Game 5 than it was from Barca.
But I think Barca, at the end of the day, did show what you need to do against a team like Endpoint. When they're with that type of play style, you really do have to take command of the game and slow it down and not get into this boom ball, not get into a speed fight with these guys, because Endpoint are a quick team, especially with just Virtuoso alone. And so for Barca, unfortunately, couldn't get warmed up fast enough. This was a very slow day for them, I feel like, in general. And unfortunately went 1-3 today and are out. So we will not see Barca anymore here in this regional. They are done, along with Stormtroopers and Team Singularity recently. So let's talk about our next matchup, Turtle. We have Top Blokes taking on Triple Trouble, the recent RLCS grid winners. What do you think of this matchup as we jump into Game 1?
Oh man, this is a tough one, because I'm looking at Top Blokes specifically to try and bounce back from that Game 5 loss against Guild. I mean, this is a tough team that was trying to force their way through. We saw Archie even get an insane save in that series if you're watching it. He came out of like the back of the goal to keep them alive. So close, but yet so far, Corelli, in that Game 5, it just felt like, you know, Guild, it's hard to outbeat their mechanics, but it's going to be an easier matchup because while Triple Trouble have been on fire, they are no Guild.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to echo what you're saying. It is frustrating to lose a game like that, especially when then you have to wait for this match as well. That was their last match, and having to now wait. So there's a lot of time between that emotion and coming into this, which may benefit them. We'll find out. As Archie, big miss there. Tadpole might jump on it as the first minute is coming up here. And Archie, again, big clear, and he's been the talk of the town for Top Blokes. The new guy on the block here for this team. Flame and Cassio have been around for a little while, but Archie definitely making a name for himself recently, even outside of here in the RLCS. Been a fantastic player to watch and a great addition to this Top Blokes team.
I mean, even in stage 1, Archie alone was involved with 75% of the goals for Top Blokes. So already doing so much heavy lifting for his roster. But I mean, you mentioned it too, Triple Trouble coming off a hot win in the grid. I mean, that has got to boost their confidence to out of this world, honestly. I mean, you think about Triple Trouble and the journey that these players, Tadpole and Bluey, have made, you know, being former RLCS pros, then kind of dropping down to that bubble kind of underdog area, now starting to pave a way back to the top. It's just a great story to watch unfold.
Absolutely. I think Tadpole had a tweet, and I'll paraphrase here, that he basically felt so good to win something again. He didn't know if he was going to. And, you know, coming out and winning the grid is a huge confidence boost, especially for an unsigned team here in Triple Trouble. Again, I mentioned it last week. They are really a storied team here in Rocket League.
Yeah.
And still, to this day, making waves for themselves as they have to get through Top Blokes here. Again, this is a qualification match. Both teams sitting at 2-1. So loser is not out of this series, but winner does move on to the final bracket.
So far, I mean, in this first game alone, we've seen a lot of booming clears. Definitely a typical Game 1 where both teams are trying to feel out each other's play style. Definitely something you expect whenever you see two teams like this, so close in skill level. You know, I view Top Blokes and Triple Trouble kind of in that same spectrum of up and coming, trying to break into the top scene. And Cassio, with a tight angle on the right side, manages to find the net. Oh, and the bump from Flame. Okay.
Conservative approach here from Top Blokes, but like you said, the bump clears way for Cassio to come through and put a shot on target, and that'll be the first blood for Top Blokes here as they go up 1-0.
Cassio's a player I'm also trying to pay attention to constantly because Cassio, well, I thought he might not have had, the best performance on Veloce. He was the player who, a lot of times we'd question Veloce, the previous Veloce, as to when they'd start scoring, and it was Cassio who actually stepped up. So he's definitely got a lot of offense, secretly hidden away within him.
And that previous Veloce team does have the reputation of getting into these more back and forth, ugly dog fights between two teams. It didn't matter who it was. It could be the best teams in the world. Veloce was always able to boil them down to their core. And so far, Top Loke's doing okay here with the addition of Archie.
Oh, big demos. Lots of physical plays so far to open up space. Cassio, does he have the shot? 2 players in net. Good defensive stop there from Triple Trouble. And I will say that this matchup definitely favors Top Lokes after what we saw in their series against Guild Esports. I thought that their defense was just impeccable. I mean, the shots that we're going to see come out from Triple Trouble, while they can be deadly, you've got a player like Bluey, so mechanical, and he can hit some incredible shots. But, it's not Nolly and Scrub at the same time. So I think their defense will have a bit of an easier time. It's just going to come down now to finding that shot on offense, which I don't think they'll struggle with.
We'll find out as Bluey, full boost to work with, gets up and over Flame. A minute to go as Cassio happy to try and pick this one up. I think he wanted the air dribble there, but didn't get it. Calyx over to Tadpole. Triple Trouble, aside from a few shots, have been quiet on the offensive front. It's really been more of Top Lokes. And Bluey gets demoed in midair from Archie, and that ball just bounces in for Top Lokes.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I need to see this again. He pre-flipped, faked out Bluey because he didn't flip right into the ball directly, waited it out. Bluey chose to dive back down. He gets demoed, and then you also get the goal for Archie. That was such a weird play, but it looks so calculated at the same time. And now Top Lokes are up 2-0. Cassio, the double, almost gets it. These guys are starting to look so impressive.
Yeah, it's scary to leave that backboard so wide open for Triple Trouble there, with Cassio coming down to the second touch. You do a good job of getting that clear away. 30 seconds left now. Does Triple Trouble have anything here for game 1, or are they shut out? Tadpole try to keep their hopes alive here in game 1. The clear to midfield might buy a bit of space for Calyx here. Now Bluey's up if he can get the block, but can't do so. And Archie happy to throw this ball downfield and run out the clock for Top Lokes, as it will indeed do so here in game 1. Top Lokes take it in a 2-0 fashion in game 1.
And it's in a very risk-free sense. It felt like Top Lokes didn't want to overextend whatsoever. I mean, both goals they got, usually it was off of either a demo play, which is relatively safe in terms of how you're overextending, because Flame was just rotating back out. He didn't really have much of a risk going for that demo. Then on top of that, Archie alone, just a little delayed flick, and they just stuffed out Triple Trouble. The defense was solid, blocking and getting in front of those shots. We didn't see too many attempts even on net from Triple Trouble. I mean, what was it? 5 shots to, I believe, 9 from Top Lokes. So overall, just a very solid and safe game from Top Lokes.
Yeah, I think I said in the beginning, it did feel like a conservative approach from Top Lokes. They didn't want to extend. They had 1 player in the final third and 2 players sitting back towards the midfield line. And they were just taking whatever Triple Trouble gave them. They weren't really forcing the issue onto Triple Trouble. I think a lot of times we see teams come out and really pick up the pace and put the speed onto the opposition. But that's not really what Top Lokes want to do. They want to wait for your mistakes. They want to take the ball away from you and then fight past your defense. And if they can do it with 1 guy, so be it. But they're not going to let you out easy. And that's exactly what we saw from Top Lokes.
Well, even after watching those replays, I actually didn't even notice it. But a lot of the passing from Top Lokes in the midfield was actually really solid. Even that goal leading up to Archie, I was a little bit distracted by the pre-flip that Archie got. But the passing leading up to that, it was a nice give and go where somebody was on the right wall waiting for a pass. So utilizing each other to get the ball out of the defensive area. We talked about it a lot in the last series for Barca, was the transition game. And for Top Lokes, this seems to be basically some of the best right now in Europe with what we've been seeing with those passes.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for Triple Trouble now, you kind of look back on that game and feel like you didn't really do too much. A couple opportunities for sure, but it didn't feel like any of them were that dangerous. Calyx, I think, had 4 shots out of the 5, and I can't really remember any memorable shot from him. So for Triple Trouble, you really do got to get the offense going a bit more, be a bit more creative as well. Top Lokes really haven't been fooled so far.
And I think that definitely is pretty much all you have to fix for Triple Trouble, because you look at the goals they got scored on, it was just off of a couple of awkward bump plays, you know, and in that alone, you don't really blame your defense too much. I mean, maybe a little bit to your awareness of where those players are going to come in and try to kill you, but for the most part, you really just kind of take it as what it is with bumps and demos. And Calyx, the player you said was shooting the most last game, he finally finds it.
Wonderfully done here. Tadpole over to Bluey and puts it off the back wall. I think it actually came off a Flame. And then it was straight down to Calyx, regardless of how that plays out from the defense. Calyx was in the right spot there. So well played from Triple Trouble here. And the execution absolutely there. Put away that goal and Triple Trouble on the board first.
Yeah, it's super important to get that one as early as they did here in game 2, because it felt like they really didn't have any chance. Nothing was working. So to see that they can finally break down that defense has got to be a big confidence boost.
Good demo there from Calyx. Cassio was the first man up trying to receive that pass. Flame dropping it on the head of Archie, but it was just a bit too far. Cassio tried to pop it over Tadpole, and it might lead to a goal here if Tadpole can get past Archie. Cassio to play it out, looking for Archie downfield. Cassio still looking for Archie if he can get there. Does get the block, it comes out the Flame, but it's too far past him. Dangerous positioning there from Archie on a couple of attempts. Even on the first one that didn't work, he was still keeping himself available for the play.
Defense has been resilient, though, from Triple Trouble. Lots of shots coming in their way. Always having somebody find an angle to at least approach it, cut off that shot. And what a pass there from Calyx to Bluey. Look at this carry over for Bluey to follow it up. Wow.
That's a great couple touches here from Calyx to get over Cassio, but I'm pretty sure Archie actually put that one in. He did off the post. The shot was wide, and it came off of Archie in the end. Bluey getting credit for it, and a 2-goal lead now for Triple Trouble.
Oh, and credit to Calyx, though. I'm amazed with that pass. Well, to carry it over, and Archie, there were a lot of kickoff goals last year. So I guess we're going to continue with that idea here. You can see the cheat. It's coming almost more and more common, I believe, in all these teams where whoever's that second man approaching will just instantly go for that challenge without hesitation. No even stopping for boost whatsoever.
And such interesting timing on the shot there from Archie. Tadpole had turned his back. And at that point, he's in a pretty defensible situation there. It feels like any shot that's directly at him, he can block. But I think Archie caught Tadpole off there a little bit. And the shot goes right over his head. Here's Flame, back post shot, and he ties it up for top floats.
Man, you can't get any better placement than this. I saw Flame in the corner, and I was wondering if this is really going to be a good goal here, because Bluey did a good job rotating back in, saw the shot and the potential of where Flame was going to put it. But with that placement, it was so out of reach of Bluey. Nothing's going to stop that one, and they tie it up. Top Blokes, the offense getting so much better as they've basically evolved here in game 2. Oh, another one.
Shot from Archie, and then all of a sudden, Top Blokes take the lead as Archie had an uncontested aerial here. The pinch came off, and it rolled up the wall and came straight out to Archie, and Tadpole couldn't get back in time.
It's the kickoffs. You got to have a better attempt at going for that ball in the midfield. Pay attention now. This is so important to see if Triple Trouble are actually going to switch it up, because your kickoffs have been horrible. There we go. Force in the air, much better there. You can at least hope to look for some possession, but that's 2 goals right off the kickoff for Top Blokes that you're going to want back.
Nice shot here from Bluey as well. Demolition opens up some space off of Tadpole's demo there, and Cassio and Archie left stranded there on the back wall. Couldn't get the read. Bluey was so far up so quickly. It's tough to make the read at that point. And a tie game, so back and forth we go. Very contested game here in game 2. It does feel like that offense is starting to rumble for Triple Trouble as they do get some demos to open up space, but not only that, quality shots coming down. Even with the last one, Bluey's shot. Quite nice for Triple Trouble here to get that offense going. Here's Archie.
Flip reset.
Had to instantly use it. Flame trying to force it through. Archie plays it back out to Cassio. That's a great pass to keep the attack on, and Cassio can't stay with it. Flame to help out. Archie's going to go this time. Tries to play it off through the wall, or through the corner, excuse me. And Tadpole and Cassio fight for it above the box. Still, Top Blokes doing a great job. This one comes out to Archie, but a bit too hard. Tadpole with no boost, struggling to stay with this one as Top Blokes slowly clamp down on the defense. Bluey to break out for Triple Trouble.
I've been really impressed so far for Top Looks and their decision making. It feels like when they do get on offense, they don't try to go for a selfish play. It feels like they're very selfless with how they're going to hit this ball because they don't want to look for that shot if it's going to get blocked out. They'd rather just try and hit it to a teammate or maybe force a solid 50 that'll go in their favor. Top Looks, very patient game for them.
Cassio trying to catch back up to it, and a big miss. Tadpole has to put it away into his own net, and Cassio's going to get credit for it. An own goal for the ages for Tadpole here.
I just mentioned patience. And then now you see Bluey get a miss. Tadpole panics a little bit. Calyx was in the net waiting for a clear, and he just hits it into his own side. The panicked approach does not work out whatsoever. Triple trouble. That is nothing but pain, Curly. Nothing but pain.
Absolutely. And like you said, I think the panic did come out there after the miss. I believe it was obviously either from Bluey or Calyx, but it was a little panic to stay with that ball. He felt that pressure coming in from Top Looks. And Flame trying to force one through Calyx. Quick save. Triple trouble. Need one back here as Calyx doesn't make contact. Bluey getting bullied in the net. Archie trying to stay with it. Does so with the wave dash, and the ball comes right back to him, and it goes off of Tadpole and in, and Top Looks up by 2.
I mean, this is basically possession 101. Look at everything Top Looks have been doing. They're just focusing on starving out Triple Trouble. A lot of these shots haven't been fantastic. They haven't been, eye-opening shots that we all lose our breath over, but overall, it has been very thought out and well-placed shots that come off of 50s, keeping the possession, starving out your opponents, waiting for a mistake, and then striking.
Yeah, I think we've seen quite a few mistakes come out from Triple Trouble, even though I feel like this game has been a strong showing for them up until like the last minute or so. Top Looks, though, just too strong, able to capitalize on some opportunities, definitely got some help with the own goal, but still, they'd be up by 1 without it. Flame to clear it away, and that'll do it here in game 2. Top Looks now on match point, 2-0 in the series, looking to go ahead to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's frustrating to go 0-2 off of that kickoff, or excuse me, that own goal. And speaking of kickoff goals, there are also more kickoff goals I feel like we've seen these past 2 series than we have alone in week 1. Like in that first weekend, I haven't even seen this many kickoff goals that we're seeing. So it almost seems a bit sloppy on that side of things. And the cheat game has been strong from both teams. But let's go ahead and take another look at these goals because there were a lot of them. There were a lot of shots on net, a lot of breakdowns from defenses where it felt like nobody really knew what was going on. Lots of great passes, and even an own goal from Archie. So it feels like it's even then. Maybe Tadpole was trying to give back a little bit.
True. It's all even in the end.
Oh, no. Why do we have to show this again? No, don't show it.
Don't do that to my guy.
Why? Why?
Don't do that to my guy, Tadpole. We can't. It's unfortunate already. It's tough. That was a tough situation for him.
Yeah.
He was panicked, obviously. Own goals is never what we wish for. But very tough situation for him and for Triple Trouble at that point. So tried to make the best of it, knowing with the pressure kind of breathing down his back, obviously, Top Looks. Are the benefits of that, again, the threat maybe more strong than the actual touch. So in the end, Triple Trouble fall. Top Looks up 2-0. Do Triple Trouble have what it takes to come back into it, Turtle?
Well, I think they do. I think we might see a reverse sweep. We almost got one last series. This series, I definitely believe if Triple Trouble can come out of here with, I guess, a focus on speed and mechanics, because Top Looks are playing so safe and so patient. The only way to really counter this playstyle, I think, is just to either, like we're seeing right now, demo them, but it's the other team that's demoing. You need to demo them or focus on mechanics and outpace them. That's the only way to counter a risk-free playstyle that is Top Looks.
And both teams have been going for the bumps and the demos. You've seen it on both sides. Bluey was getting bullied in net quite a bit. Tadpole has been able to try to bully the opposition of Top Looks a couple of times as well. And you can see it's something I like to call just like rotating through the defenses. You have that initial touch on the ball or whatever that you did, and then you rotate through the opposition and try and bump and demo as many players as you can. Here's Bluey on the dribble, carving his way through the defense, and a first goal for Triple Trouble.
Oh, the jukes. I talked about mechanics. Look at this. There was even a demo on the play in the midfield. Bluey said, you know what? I know you took out my teammate. I don't even need to pass to him. I got the dribbles on lock. Weaves in and out between all the players and defense and gets a great looking goal.
Yeah, great play. A solo effort there from Bluey just on the dribble alone. Got Casio to completely stop with his back turn. Tough situation at that point for any defender as Archie doesn't get the touch, but it comes down to Casio and a response from Top Blokes just like that to tie it back up.
I need to look at the positioning from Casio because this miss out of Archie, it seemed almost like it was completely timed. You know that sometimes whenever a player does go for an error, you can easily call, I'm missing, I'm faking, something like that. And hope that somebody is actually rotating back, and that's what Casio did there. He saw the miss, knew his teammate wasn't gonna have the best shot, and rotated in, so good initiation there from Casio, and now they tie the series up.
Flame not to touch, maybe he wanted, but I guess it does go back to Archie and receives the ball back. Flame, I think wanted to give it back to Archie, but couldn't do so. Here's Casio to bring it down. First touch is good, but gets cleared out of the way, and Calyx trying to get past the midfield, and you can see Top Blokes kind of set up camp in the midfield and wait for Triple Trouble to come at them. You know that it's going to be tough for them to break out. The boost game isn't as high as the Top Blokes, who are just kind of poaching the midfield right now.
Yeah, well, and they're just trying to focus on 50s. Things aren't necessarily as offensively approached for them, and that's why I talk about Triple Trouble. They need to focus on those mechanics to get around. You know, we saw Bluey earlier on, the crazy dribble plays, things like that are what needs to come out if you want to beat Top Blokes, because you're not going to win out on these 50s right now.
3 minutes to go, all tied up still as Calyx lets this one almost go all the way to the goal line. Flame to slow things down. Archie trying to pick things up now. Looking for help back towards the midfield.
Good read.
Perfectly read by Bluey. And a bit of back and forth here.
Oh, no, Tadpole.
As Tadpole doesn't get the touch, and Casio just taps it in the end for the go-ahead goal.
Tadpole's probably going to hope that we're not going to see this one again as well, because that was just unfortunate. He was so far back, and yet he didn't read at all that clear coming out. It was way over his head. A bit of an early jump as well, wasting all that boost. I feel like if he just reversed, maybe got a half flip. So more panic play out of Triple Trouble. And a free goal given to Top Blokes.
Oh, no.
Oh, what?
Flip, and it does go off the crossbar and down, and the ball is cleared out in the end, but a couple of blunders there for Triple Trouble, and they get away with it. The crossbar coming out to save them, and then Tadpole fires one to the back of the net and ties up.
Oh, the confidence. This is such an important goal, especially for the mentality of Triple Trouble. For Tadpole, not only to concede 2 goals that were really just pretty much his fault, to strike one right back in from the corner. That's how you get back into this game. Triple Trouble. The reverse sweep is still possible. 2 minutes left. Things are looking good.
Here's Archie for Top Blokes. Still a very conservative effort for them. It seems very relaxed from Top Blokes here in this series. Organized. They don't seem like they're panicking too much on defense, as they don't make the save there, as it was shot directly at Flame. And Archie gets credit for this, or excuse me, Calyx gets credit for this one.
Oh, what a pass from Bluey too. You can see Tadpole is kind of in the offensive half, running around looking for a demo possibly, and then Bluey, that touch out was so precise and well thought out, just to get that pass across, then an easier finish. Triple Trouble. That's the first look from them that we've seen that is more pass oriented, excuse me. That's not just a solo play. You know, early on we saw the crazy angle from Tadpole, also the dribbles from Bluey, but there it is, the passing plays we want to see out of Triple Trouble.
And now Top Blokes moving up their line here as Casio looking for Flame. Doesn't get the touch, he faked out Bluey. Archie with the shot, it's weak towards Calyx. Here's Bluey. Can Triple Trouble and Tadpole get another goal to kind of secure this win and get a cushion for their team? Tadpole trying to make it so, but it comes down to Archie, and a good tackle by Tadpole to slow down Archie, and the ball given back to Bluey as he can't keep a hold of it.
Oh, Bluey though, being so aggressive, he's taking a lot of the corner boost, which is fundamental for Triple Trouble if you want to see them make a comeback here, or at least keep this lead to try to force game number 4. You're gonna need to have him fully boosted, prepared to strike on offense, and so far it's working for him. You can see he has so much in the tank, able to get some solid clears and push up.
Flame hit it. The Calyx knew exactly where he was going with that. Flame hits it straight to him, and Bluey gives it back to Calyx. This could pay off for Triple Trouble if they can get the touch off the back wall. Very smart game sense there from Calyx. Just knew how Top Blokes were lining up for that one. The ball came straight into him off the ceiling.
Oh, nice mechanics, Bluey. Following it up. Still so much boost in the tank. This man always has that corner to look for on the side of Top Blokes, and they're starting to starve him out.
Time ticking away. 20 seconds left now for Top Blokes to tie it back up. Tadpole trying to make sure this ball gets out of the Triple Trouble half, and it does. Everyone from Top Blokes is up, and that'll do it if Tadpole puts it away. Triple Trouble secure their first win in the series with that goal. And Top Blokes have to go back to the drawing board.
On the last look, and you can tell that Top Blokes are so used to winning 50s that everybody, even the third man there, was so pushed forward. Even with the final seconds, it's still a surprise to see them lose that 50 in the corner that they've been so dominant with. Triple Trouble, a 2-goal lead now. Nothing's going to stop them, at least from going into game 4. Big step-ups. Even with that free goal given to Top Blokes, they still managed to come out on top.
Time takes down to 0. Flame, maybe one for the road, but in the end, it is going to be Triple Trouble who do get on the board first. And it feels like, despite all of the struggles that they had, even in this game, but in the previous game as well, they're able to hang on here in game 3 and get their first win.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it does come down to the speed. Top Blokes did seem a bit slower on the defensive half, and while they still were playing that passive game where they're focusing on 50s, trying to see if they can just wait it out, because obviously throughout the series, Triple Trouble have been panicking quite a bit. They've been put in some awkward situations where they've been forced to make a weird mistake. But for the most part, the mechanics like that dribble from Bluey, things that kind of just catch your attention with shots are starting to come out from Triple Trouble, which is why they're such a deadly team, which is why they did so well in the grid. They have these mechanics. They have the speed. It just comes down to whether or not they can lock down their defense.
And it really has just been some defensive blunders as well. I mean, that's really what's plagued them a couple times here in the last couple games. For Top Blokes, though, it does feel like this game, I didn't see a lot of urgency from them late into this game when it was more apparent that, okay, we're going to have to fight back into this game, even when they're down by 1. It just didn't feel like they were forcing the issue. And then at the end, they went too far and all 3 of them were pushed up the field. You kind of have to do that at that point. But it did feel like Top Blokes, they have a game plan and they will not move away from that. They want to stay in that controlled state of the game where they have that midfield and they're happy to let the opposition come back at them.
Yeah, well, they need to make a response because with the way things are looking and the fact that Triple Trouble are starting to heat up mechanically and also in the midfield, you need to start pushing up a bit yourselves, because if you keep trying to force out some panic play from them, I think at this point, after Tadpole has own goal that one time, he doesn't even care. He's over it already. His mentality is basically untouchable at this point because he's made up for it. He has the confidence back in. So you need to switch it up if you're Top Blokes.
Absolutely. And Calyx, how about this? Getting one right off the bat in the first 30 seconds. A bullet to the left side of the net, and Bluey setting it all up. Cassio just doesn't get the touch, and Archie's beat to the ball.
That's another touch from Bluey into the corner where he can force the challenge or his hit out into the middle to set up his teammates. Bluey has been so consistent. Every time he needs to bang it off the corner, he does not fail to find his teammates. So he's being not only a pivotal part of the offense with striking, but also passing.
Tadpole, good challenge win there. Go straight back to Flame. Bluey trying to lock in this Top Blokes defense. Comes down to Tadpole. Wanted the mind game on Archie, but Archie goes straight at the ball, and Bluey actually blocks Calyx here in the midfield. So Triple Trouble won't be able to break out as fast as they would like. Flame with the shot down. Tried to go under. Bluey does make the save. Cassio still keeping the pressure on. A good demo on Archie, and all of a sudden a counterattack now for Triple Trouble. It's stopped up and thrown downfield.
Oh, man, I'm amazed at that save from Bluey. He was actually going for a save at the top of the net where you drive inside the net and fly out, but he realized the shot was going to go low, so he jumped down, managed to get to the floor just in time, and still got the save. What a play from Bluey to keep them still up 1-0.
Bluey looking for Tadpole. He does find them. This is a difficult position for Tadpole, but he shoves it through, and a 2-goal lead now for Triple Trouble.
Tadpole was panicking earlier, but now look at the patience from him to take this ball up into the air and then realize he can force a 50. He makes both players jump. And it's a little bit of revenge. He's making everybody on defense panic. Instead, you love to see a Tadpole back in the game, fixing up a lot of the issues we were seeing earlier and making a big difference.
Oh, that's a great bounce for Calyx. And Tadpole in the perfect position here to put it away. But look what Calyx does with this one. doesn't have a lot of boost to work with. In fact, only 11, and immediately plays it off that back wall just enough to bounce out parallel to the ground straight to Tadpole, and a 3-goal lead now opens up for Triple Trouble.
Back-to-back goals where we see somebody recognize the space they're given, slow down, kind of get a little bit more behind the ball so you can follow up a much better hit. Really smart play from Triple Trouble. I love to see it. They're developing as the series goes on, and I feel like we're really going to see a Game 5, 100%.
Whoa, as that one pinches straight at Calyx, but a bit wide. Top Blokes need to fight back here if they want to close out the series. It does feel like Triple Trouble are falling forward at this point, gaining a lot of momentum, and they're going to be tough to stop. Cassio looking for Flame. He is there, but can't get the touch.
Moonflick too.
Here's Tadpole again. Trying to add another goal here for Triple Trouble and really close out this game in commanding fashion. I might just do it here as it dropped down to Calyx.
What a pass.
This one's still dangerous as Calyx turned away by Archie. Tadpole looking for a flip reset, and Cassio's all over it as Archie to clear it away. Top Blokes need something soon here. You're down by 3. You have 2 minutes left, so plenty of time, but you would do it, or would want to do it, sooner rather than later.
We've seen a couple of double commits here too. Top Blokes, we haven't seen their communication break down at all, but recently, especially in this game, it feels like they're starting to get a little bit on top of each other. Nobody knows where or when to challenge the ball, which is unusual from them because they have been dominant this entire series with things like that. And you got to hand it to Triple Trouble. They have recognized a lot of the space that they've been giving, or that they've been given. They know when to strike and they know when to be patient. This is their game to win.
Yeah, and even though they picked up the pace in this game, it doesn't feel like they're overcommitting at all. They're not too anxious to get on the ball. It's a very obvious attack from Triple Trouble, and they're happy to give up possession if they can earn it back, or if it's too risky of a play. They don't have to force anything at this point. Less than a minute have to go, up by 3, and they're really trying to fight back against a very tough team in Top Blokes. You're shutting them out right now, so everything going according to plan for Triple Trouble. Cassio still trying to play this one along. It is go time now for Top Blokes. If they want one, they might get one here. So it just floats into the net. I'm not sure what happened to the defense of Triple Trouble here.
Well, Cassio went in for this corner boost, took it, and then started trying to figure out how he could take out Tadpole. He made him bounce, or flip backwards, try and correct himself. There's still 1 minute and 5 seconds left. If you can't get the mechanics or the strike into the net, just go for a demo. It's the best way to start to build some kind of momentum here. Now I'm a little bit scared, but I still feel like, for the most part, Triple Trouble have got this one as long as they don't let that one get to them.
Here's Top Blokes once again. This is great clear from Bluey over to Tadpole, and a lot of time being taken off the clock. Cassio tries to drop it down to Flame, but a bit too far. This one's going to find the back wall. Archie's going to go for it. Coming up on 30 seconds left. Top Blokes need one soon here, as Flame can't get a touch on it, and things looking dire for Top Blokes. Triple Trouble, though, happy to let this clock run out. Here's Tadpole, maybe one more for the road. Calyx is there, and he'll put it away and put this game away and force a Game 5 for Triple Trouble.
And they do it with style. Look at this pass from Tadpole. He read that hit from Cassio beautifully and then banged it all the way out to Calyx with another simple shot that just goes into the far side, beats out the opponents. They've got the speed, they've got the mechanics. This is what I'm saying. Triple Trouble, whenever they can get organized on the field, they are scary because you have to fear Bluey, you have to fear Calyx, and Tadpole with the patient game. All 3 of these guys know how to play Rocket League at the highest level.
I was looking very reminiscent of our previous series with Barca and Endpoint. In the end, it was the team that went up 2-0 in that series who won out the series in Endpoint. And Triple Trouble now trying to do the same, forcing the reverse sweep. This time, can they be a bit more successful than Barca was in getting that reverse sweep?
Yeah.
And moving on to tomorrow.
Well, what we saw out of Barca last year was they started building up all this momentum, all this great change in their play style to go forward. They started warming up with their shots, and we're seeing the same thing on Triple Trouble, where the shooting is on point. The passing, especially from Bluey, man, has been great. Tadpole has completely fixed that panic mind state and actually started to inflict a lot of panic on the offensive side to the defense of Top Blokes. Everything now picking up for Triple Trouble, It's just the clutch factor. How do you play in game 5? How do you continue to improve and continue? Because Top Blokes now, they've had 2 chances to close this series out. They are hungry and eager to finish this one up.
Absolutely. And I mean, for Triple Trouble at this point, I do feel like they need to start off strong here in this first game, because they've put on a couple of great performances here. Well, this has been their best performance for sure, this game in particular. But even the previous game beforehand, even with the blunders that they have, they were able to pull out some good offensive attacks. And I think that for Triple Trouble, if they start off on the right foot, then again, they'll start to fall forward and really just have that momentum through game 5 here. But Top Blokes, on the other hand, I don't know. It's a bit of an enigma for me when I watch Top Blokes right now, because they do the same thing every single game, and they just hope it works. And it feels like if it's not going to work, if Triple Trouble doesn't let it happen, then I'm not sure if Top Blokes have another trick in their bag right now.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about Top Blokes and the way they approach the game at this point, because it's kind of out of their control if they win. They choose this play style where they focus, like I've said, on the 50s, being a little bit slower, and wait for panicked moments out of Triple Trouble to come out. But that means that it's all up to Triple Trouble if they want to win this series or not, it feels like, because all they have to do is to have confidence in their challenges, know when to approach the ball. And like you said last game, Corelli, it was beautifully stated. I think that you were talking about essentially the idea that all of Triple Trouble were taking the approach super slow, and they knew when to be explosive. They knew when to burst out with speed and with mechanics, and they also knew when to push back and let Top Blokes take the offensive approach.
You're right, and it is kind of picking that play style after you either give up that first goal or get the first couple of goals, and that will really solidify what type of Triple Trouble we're going to see. And that's why that first goal is so important for this team. So far, at a stalemate here, but Archie has a wide open net if he can get it, and it just goes in, doesn't need a second touch, and Top Blokes strike first.
This is what I talked about when I mentioned the fact that it's really up to whether or not Triple Trouble decide to take this series in their own hands, because that's just decision making. It's been Top Blokes waiting for moments like this to come out where Triple Trouble will make a mistake on defense, overcommit, and we've got an open net for Top Blokes.
Minute 15 come and gone here. Top Blokes strike first here with a wide open net for Archie. Cassio still disrupting the defense, and he might just put it away here, so it was just a bit too high. He had the touch. It's a good effort from him as well, especially with his boost situation. As now he's called upon for some defense, and this might be a good pass if Bluey wasn't standing in the way of it. Both these teams absolutely want the win. You want every win, but this one in particular, as it punches your ticket to the next day, you don't have to play another series, especially from what we've seen in EU. Teams that you would expect to do well are losing, and Archie does not want to lose for Top Blokes as he puts away his second.
And big ups to Cassio. Look at this hit right here. You can see he was trying to find the back of the net, but instead he powerhoused it above the crossbar, making it easier for Archie to come in. He's got a better shot. He can get above the ball much easier. And now they go up 2-0, where Triple Trouble's defense is falling back into the game 1, game 2 strat, starting to panic a bit. They don't know where each other are, and they can't seem to find that rotation, which is getting in front of every shot.
Archie sitting at a 665 score coming up on halftime here with 2 goals and 5 saves to his name. And I don't think any of them are too particularly that good. It's just a lot of weak shots from Triple Trouble that he's been able to turn away.
Off the ceiling, Cassio.
Top Blokes happy now to go back into that conservative state of the game where they're not going to overcommit. They're not going to force anything. It's exactly the play style that they've been playing the entire series, but now this is the perfect time to do it. You have a nice and cushy 2-goal lead at the moment.
Definitely.
Just prevent Triple Trouble from formulating any attack, and you're good to go.
Well, I think you have to focus on those corners, because the past 2 games that they have taken a loss has been due to how Triple Trouble moved the ball through the corners. Everybody's been banging it off the corner. It's Bluey usually who will find a nice hit off that corner, and nobody out of Top Blokes is ready for that challenge. So maybe they're a bit more prepared. They know the tactic. And Cassio, what a touch too. He was falling back and managed to get a hit, destroying Calix's path to the ball, and it's all over and ruined.
I'm not exactly sure that was intentional, as I don't think he had any say on what happened there, but he's happy, or at least unfortunate for the player coming on to put that ball away. Bluey has no options as he throws it downfield. Top Blokes, a masterclass here in running the timeout. Really haven't seen too many dangerous chances from Triple Trouble, even with their 7 shots. And with that, there's been 7 saves from Top Blokes.
Oh, and look at the patience from Archie too. This is what I mean. Archie decides to just turn in that midfield, stay on defense, so that way everybody is back, prepared to stop out. This is just about stalling time, wasting the energy, wasting the boost. Archie, that shot's gonna waste some boost there on the defensive side from Triple Trouble. They've got 1 minute to score 2 goals out of Triple Trouble. They haven't found a single attempt that's found the back of the net this entire game.
Calyx trying to make something happen here with 45 seconds left. Still not out of reach for Triple Trouble, but they've got to put something a bit more dangerous on target. In the 8 shots that they've shown us so far. Bad pull. Can't do much with it, and Cassio's going to run out of boost, so it's up to Calyx. Try to take it himself. Bluey also went. Cassio has boost and puts one downfield. 20 seconds left now for Triple Trouble. They're going to need one and something off the kickoff at this point if they're going to get back into it.
Oh, they've got to score here.
Preventing everything as the midfield line, Triple Trouble just cannot break. Bluey, last-ditch effort. Calyx needs something on the clock, and they will get something with 1 second left, and Calyx puts it away.
Okay, normally I wouldn't believe, but with the amount of kickoff goals we have seen in the past 2 series, it's possible. Corelli, you gotta believe.
The ball has to stay in the air here. It can't just float in the middle of the field. It's got to be popped up, and it doesn't happen. It gets put away by Top Blokes, and after a 5-game series, once again, the team that went up by 2-0 hangs on in game 5, and they get to move on till tomorrow.
Oh, Triple Trouble just making 1 shot there out of their 9 attempts on net. That has got to be frustrating, and it just felt like they just came back into that play style and fell into that trap of Top Blokes where you're kind of overextending, falling into the bait where Top Blokes will kind of try and win that 50 out of you in the midfield, make sure you overextend, and then surprise hit you with all this boost, all this pressure, and they've got a free net to shoot at. So Top Blokes, they didn't even change much. It felt like they played truthfully the same way every single game. It was just Triple Trouble who decided to kind of fall into that trap.
Yeah, they absolutely did. But hey, at the end of the day, it worked.
That's right.
Top Blokes. They got the win. They got the dub. They got their 3 wins for the day here in these Swiss rounds, and they're able to move on to the final bracket happening tomorrow. So we will see them once again. And for Triple Trouble, they're not out of it. They're going to stay in and have to go 2-2 or 3-2 rather if they're going to qualify. So they got 1 more game to go through. But we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we got the rest of the day ahead of us.
just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am your host, LeafX, and you're watching Season X, and we are well into stage number 2 alongside me at Cheese and Gibbs to talk about our last match there, Blokes versus Triple Trouble. This was an interesting matchup here. This was a qualification. Blokes come out with the dub at the end of Chiefs, but it was a fight for sure.
A tough one, and no surprise as well. Triple Trouble's been fighting hard all day, but so is Top Blokes. Top Blokes are getting a lot of credit from a lot of people in Europe, so I think you did have to give the edge to him, but Calix and Bluey definitely put on a lot of great pressure throughout this series, and of course Tadpole had a big game 4 to try and bring it back, but at the end of the day, not enough.
Yeah, that game 3 started to worry me. Bluey kind of does a dribble around most of the Top Blokes. And I'm like, is this going to be MVP Bluey at this point? We see some unfortunate own goals as well throughout the series. Wasn't perfect on either side, but at the end of the day, Top Blokes, they block the reverse sweep and they are through. They will be number 5 seed going into the playoff bracket. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do tomorrow. We talked with Verge last weekend and he said, I think Top Blokes are a top team. We'll see if they can prove it tomorrow.
Well, the question, Cheese, is what's causing them to be a top? Like, what are they doing that's so successful right now?
Man, what are you not seeing on the pitch, dude?
I know, but it's my job to ask the questions.
Well, of course, they've got Archie, a fantastic pickup. Obviously, we all had our own questions about what we thought they were going to be. I've always thought Flame has been a fantastic offensive player. Cassio himself, I think, has been an outstanding finisher and a solid midfield defender. So it really just feels like they've got all 3 pieces, you know. Archie slots in well in the backfield and is a great third man. And, of course, Flame is a very aggressive and very capable player. So they've got all the pieces and they're all clicking together right now.
Well, speaking of the players, we got one of them on the line from the Blokes. It's Cassio. Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, what are you doing?
I told you I did. Anyways, welcome to the show. I got to ask you right off the bat. We talked about your teammates there. Chiefs just mentioned them briefly, but of course we got to focus in on the new feller there, Archie. What made you go with Archie? What was the deciding factor to say, hey, you're on the roster?
For a long time, I knew Archie was an upcoming player. He didn't have the ages to be able to participate, so he didn't have any experience. With Veloce, the last season, we kind of we had some potential and we were consistent, but it was still limited, I think, a bit. With Freaky and me and Flame, it's the roster, 3 of us, wasn't working so well. And bringing a new player could be a great move, we thought, and I think we did, yeah.
Yeah, and to kind of tie into that, do you feel like sort of bringing in Archie, you know, we talk a lot about when you get a new player, it sort of re-sparks everyone's motivation to really perform well, and do you think that's been sort of the catalyst for your guys' big strides forward and why everyone in Europe thinks you're a top team right now?
Yeah, definitely. Bringing Archie helped us a lot with the mechanics and everything. I think maybe teams find out that we are a top team now, since on all the last tournament we kind of play, we qualified to top 8 multiple time, and we were consistent on beating the team that were kind of that we were better than then. And we were pretty consistent on that, and we were being able to get close to all the top team except Vitality and BDS, our dark horse for the moment. But except that we close to often go to game 5, a goal difference, overtime, and people get a lot of trouble against us, and I think that's why.
So I want to talk about your weekly routine and who you practice with, because everyone scrims teams, and now with the wide open field, has that expanded for you guys, or do you scrim only certain teams throughout the week?
Before this format, we were only streaming RLCS team, basically. Now it's way more open. We change. We used to scrim 2 hours a day, and having a day of break in the week. And now with the field coming, we do an hour scrim and pretty much 1 hour of the field as well, a series or 2. And with that, we've been able to get to know more of the bubble team that we weren't playing so much before against. And we still scrim we scrim some team that we weren't before. Based on them performance, if we see a new bubble team that has been playing excellent the past week, then we'd be okay, we need to consider those guys, maybe they do it again, and we need to be ready to fight them and to understand them.
Well, looking forward to tomorrow now because you guys have qualified. So again, congratulations, you guys. According to Gibbs, so if it's wrong, yell at him. You're playing. You'll be playing Solary tomorrow. So how are you prepared for this? Because I know you're French, so you're good at Rocket League. But they're all French. So how's this gonna go?
We know a lot how Solary play. We scrim them a lot. We have like some experience. We play them like 2 or 3 times in tournaments, including the field and the regional and the grid. We kind of know their weak point against us, and we tend to like not let them create any spaces and gameplay through midfield, basically. And about that, like I think that even if there are 3 French players and that French player are the best part of the best player in the game, I think that they still lack of experience, and we'd be able to beat them.
Well, again, congratulations on getting to this point. This means a lot. More and more points for you guys to rack up for the future. So thank you so much for joining us, Cassio, and good luck in your matches going forward.
Yeah, thank you a lot, guys. See you.
And there it is, Cassio from the Top Blokes. So many teams have them as just a huge watch out. Don't be sleeping on the Top Blokes, and they've been proving it, making it to stage.
Yeah. And I think he brought up a really good point about how they get a lot more opportunities to scrim a lot of the bubble players now with the field and the grid, and they pay a lot more attention to teams like that. Because, for the longest time, it felt like we would go to DreamHack and then the RLCS teams would lose to a bubble team. And everyone would be like, how does that happen? And it's like, well, because they don't spend a lot of time playing them. They're all busy playing each other. So they definitely take a lot more stock of them. And Top Blokes definitely putting in the work. So well-deserved qualification.
So I wonder if other teams are doing that, like the top teams like Vitality. Do they just scrim, their little bubble of teams, or are they going down to try and ride those hot hands and also scrim them? So I'll probably wind up asking that question a lot throughout these next few weeks, just to figure out how these teams are doing.
Let's take a look now at the standings where we're at right now, because the sun is about to snipe my camera and I need to move it, so I need a graphic up in the way. So let's take a look at the standings as we see the qualified teams here, Gibbs.
Don't leave us. So here's our standings so far. So we have our 5 teams in, and those are in seed order. Guild, number 1. Vitality, number 2, because of game differential. BDS, they tied game differential with number 4, but because they had a better weekend, number 1, BDS gets that number 3 spot, which means they get to play a 3-2 team. Blokes and Solary will battle it out tomorrow as well in that playoff bracket. But it's anyone's game. And on the other side, obviously, we got all these 2-2 teams left. So it's win or go home at this point. So Achieves, which 2-2 team you think has the most pressure on them? Come on.
You're the analyst, Achieves.
I think in terms of the most pressure on them, you got to pick Dignitas purely for prestige reasons. But outside of that,
Dignitas.
I mean, you gave an answer. I only wanted one.
You don't need to go further.
I didn't want to just pick the easy one and go.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's take a look at these round 4 matches, what's coming up here. Because, again, we're almost done. Round 5 matches, as we're almost done here, getting this stage 2 underway. So on this broadcast here on twitch.tv/Rocket League, you will see Triple Trouble versus Dignitas and Giants versus Endpoint. And of course, there are there's more action happening over on twitch.tv/eLeague TV, or click that squad watch button right below the broadcast there. So let's just talk about Triple Trouble versus Dig first.
That game, man, it's going to be tough because Triple Trouble coming out of the grid, super hot, beat 5 teams from the RLCS. Dignitas kind of still trying to figure it out right now. And I've been down on them a bit, but at the end of the day, they're here, right? They're 2-2, and they have a chance. And Triple Trouble, they could have just won that series that they just played. A little bit of a heartbreaker. So Dignitas coming in with some momentum. We'll see if that matters.
And we can move it along, I guess, because I think we got matches about ready. Let's talk about our next match here, Giants versus Endpoint. I know you were looking mostly at Dignitas there, but again, these 2 teams have been fighting for the same thing right now to make it into those final spots here. So I'm going to go with you, Chiefs, first here and talk about this matchup here. Endpoint and Giants, I mean, in my opinion, the Giants have a bit of favor coming to this matchup, but we can't count out Endpoint.
It's tough for me to say because I really, really like how the Vodafone Giants play, but at the same time, Endpoint played a good series, a tight one, obviously earlier, but they came out with the win. But I honestly don't know what to favor. I think you might be right with giving the Giants the edge. I think Stake, Tox, and Samway, just what we've seen out of them so far has just been absolutely phenomenal. And I'm not sure if the endpoint approach is really going to be enough to hold off that great pressure that they're capable of. I think you might be right.
Well, let's throw some quick predictions before we get in there. Let's make it quick. Gibbs started off. Achieves follow.
So Endpoint, I might have picked wrongly last time with Barca saying Endpoint's got nothing in this match, but I'm never wrong. It's just I'm right on a delay. So that's how this works. So now I'm picking the Giants over Endpoint. I think the Giants take this. I think Endpoint shows their true colors. I'm going Giants.
What?
Do you see what I have to put up with it? Like literally, he just makes things up as he
I'm
goes.
right on a delay. Okay.
We're all on the internet right now. There's a lot of delays going on. I was just, I'm right 30 minutes late.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic. Achieves go.
I'll pick Giants as well. I really like Stake, Samway, and Tox. I love the pressure they bring. Endpoint's got a good approach, but I don't know. I feel like Stake, Tox, and Samway, they've got the tools to get it done, and I think they crack under the pressure.
I'm also going to go with the Giants here, but I'm more interested with what you guys are going to go with at home. Is it going to be Endpoint or is it going to be Giants? Let us know on Twitter, not about this matchup, about how ridiculous Gibbs is, and then we need someone else. No, I love you, Gibbs. You can stay for a little bit longer, but you got to stop that. Let's get into our next match, or one of our final matches here to find out who goes to tomorrow.
Well, whether you're wrong or right on a delay, you're probably not doing very well. And for Gibbs, James, it's just another day at the office of trying to make excuses. But we know all about Gibbs and his antics, and that's okay. We're going to talk about the match as the players take the field, and we're going to get it underway. It's Endpoint versus the Vodafone Giants. James, as we get kickoff going, tell me, how do you feel about these two teams in this match?
I think it's going to be fun. I have a lot of concerns, though, about the Endpoint offense. And now, quickly off kickoff, good play from Meta, who has been pretty good on defense. But I have just had many instances watching Endpoint where I feel the offense it's not there. So I want to see more offensive firepower. And that's not really a problem you see from the Giants. You've seen Tox, you've seen Stake, you've seen Zamway all be able to step up and make high-powered offensive plays. And the last time I saw Endpoint play, Virtuoso did a lot of the scoring. We'll see what happens. I'm going to wait and see. I think that if I'm on the desk, I'm liking the Giants. But that's why we play the games.
It's as good a pick as any, and it's been neutral so far. But Endpoint, they've had a couple of scary ones today. And I only got a chance to catch one of their games earlier. But Virtuoso continues to be Virtuoso for this team, and whenever you talk about Endpoint, you have to talk about him and the impact his physical play has in the field, but it's Zamway picking up the first demo. The Vodafone Giants, again, no one really able to grab control yet, but a whiff might give a chance to someone. Endpoint with Virtuoso pick up the save. Still looking. Well, Virtuoso won't find anything, but he did clear lane for Metzenaris, and that will be a relating wave goal. And Endpoint's first.
And if it works, then it works. You see Virtuoso missing his first attempt, going back for seconds, gets the demo, and relating wave will punch that one in. And this is not a strategy we're unfamiliar with, Jorby. We've seen Virtuoso play that card quite a bit.
It's his calling card. And if it works, why not?
Zamway.
You said it, James. Great shot from Zamway.
Zamway in the corner. That is how you respond. Tox getting those passes off the corner, kind of ping-ponging back and forth for a bit. But Zamway hitting his mark. That was a tough angle to hit. Struck it with authority. He even had to slow down for a bit because that hit from Tox in the corner was a bit unorthodox.
But no sweat. Off the kickoff, it was the Giants trying to take control. Endpoint going to be a little slower to the ball. Very tight rotation here for the Giants. Their third and second man both get taken out of the play. Tox is tasked just to buy time. He bought enough of it. Zamway just sat there and said, go ahead, Relating Wave. Go ahead and go anywhere with that ball. I'm going to steal it away from you. Breakaway opportunity, though. Relating Wave is there, and he beats Tox. And that's another goal for Endpoint. They caught him looking.
Metza over to Virtuoso. Virtuoso center ball to Relating Wave. Talks, you thought he could get there in time, but he was a step slow to it. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Endpoint. We're seeing Metzanaris kickstarting that play. Relating Wave being in that position to be the finisher. I didn't really see much of him the last time I casted these guys. And now another shot coming in, but that one saved away by Zamway. Solid start for Endpoint.
And Relating Wave's stardom seems to come in waves, which what we see with, a lot of up-and-coming players. Relating Wave is...
Are you meaning to make that pun or no?
No, I did not mean to make a...
Right,
Wave. I honestly didn't even...
continue. It's okay.
You're right. I'm sorry. But this might be one of those days where everything is just working right for him. Though he has to give away from Metzanaris off the backboard, who completely missed the ball. And they got... Oh. No, they didn't. I thought for sure that was going in. I had faith, and I was not rewarded, James.
You were not. And neither was the Giants. As now they're going to get a shot coming in. I was on Steak's point of view as he got demoed. Couldn't even see the how that play panned out. But we are seeing some struggles from the Giants. Virtuoso, another bump. He's a pit bull. He just doesn't let go.
He does not at all. Maybe just a bull. Maybe just a straight up bull in the arena, and he's loose. It doesn't matter. Bumps and demos, he finds all of them. The only time we really saw Virtuoso be ineffective lately was when they played Guild last week, where when we brought Gregan on for the post-game interview, he said, yeah, we specifically game plan for Virtuoso because that's how Endpoint liked to play the game. And Guild were able to exploit that, but Vodafone Giants are getting a heaping helping of this Virtuoso physical play. And Relating Wave makes another great steal, and Metzanaris just pumps another one in.
And I should have never doubted Endpoint. This is a thing of beauty. Metza getting up quick. You can see Steak trying to come off the back of the net, but it makes it so predictable where he's going. Metza had time to line up that shot, executes wonderfully. And a one-sided affair in game one.
And you're looking at Vodafone Giants now, probably looking towards game two, and asking yourself, well, what exactly went wrong? Well, it's just one man. It's a one-man army in front with Virtuoso. They got to find a way to avoid those bumps and demos. They're a little flat on the line. They're expecting shots when the shots are delayed from Endpoint, buying enough time for one or two players to be able to get a bump or at least force the defender to rush out. This is good from Tox, though, and Steak. So, all right, maybe a little too late in the game, but this is great moving forward for Giants.
That's the hustle you want to see from Tox. Hits Steak on the move, using up every ounce of boost to get the ball to him. Steak finishing that play off. Maybe they can get something going off kickoff, and maybe we called it too early. We'll see.
Ooh, maybe not with a nice fake from Relating Wave. Tox can't handle the ball, and all three orange cars cross stars, and no one touches the ball, and that will put the dagger in it for game one, likely.
Tox, he was bamboozled right there, Jorby. He thought Relating Wave was going to take that first hit. Relating Wave delays it, goes for the flick. Tox tries to hit it, nowhere close. Rebound goal for Endpoint. And like you said, this one is over now, a 3-goal lead. And that play from Relating Wave to really end the game, that was well done by him. Metza getting a hat trick, going to get another one here.
Wow. 6 goals for the Giants, and not only 4 goals now for Metzanaris, but 3 assists for Relating Wave with 2 goals of his own. And Virtuoso happily sitting at the bottom at 2 assists and 2 saves, but maybe even one of those will give you a third, 2 playmakers. Just as involved as Relating Wave was, but Endpoint playing like a complete unit. They really know how to play around each other. They understand each other's strengths. That's Virtuoso's strength.
Yeah,
just
just
bully you wherever you are.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe this is working. Even on the kickoff, they had 2 players. Endpoint had 2 players just sitting back in net. The ball comes back to him now. That pinpoint accurate pass, shot towards net, a hat trick, and a playmaker for Relating Wave. You don't see that too often.
He doesn't have any saves, so we can't get the triple crown with 10 seconds left. So that's the only sad part about this for Relating Wave.
Could still get that at 0 seconds.
I guess that is possible, but that would be quite a sequence for a 7-2 game. And Endpoint will casually take game 1.
Casually indeed. It felt routine. Watching it felt routine for Endpoint from the very beginning. You had Virtuoso doing what he does best, getting those bumps and demos. You had Metzanaris with his accurate shots, Relating Wave, patient plays, even that play when the game was still within reach. He makes that fake and then pops it over Tox. Tox had no chance. As we take a look at the replays from this game, that first goal of the game coming off the Virtuoso demo, we saw the immediate response off a really well-placed shot from Zamway. And then...
That was... Go for it.
Oh, you can go ahead, Jorby. I love hearing what you have to say.
Oh, I was just saying that, that team play right there, even from Relating Wave, I know that you had mentioned earlier, you felt that he was kind of quiet maybe last week for Endpoint's run. And today he is making, everyone is making an impact. I feel like Metzanaris is just reaping the rewards of a lot of the work that Virtuoso and Relating Wave are doing, but sometimes that's the role you have to play. That's just the way the card, the hand is dealt to you. So for Vodafone Giants though, James, if, I'm them, game 1 didn't happen. Reset, because that was just, you don't want to think about that anymore.
You really don't. It was so one-sided. Didn't really see much from the Giants other than that shot from the corner, which was a good shot. But we're going to see how they contend with the aggression from Virtuoso that seems so effective for Endpoint, and Endpoint playing as a team.
So things started off with a bang, literally, for Endpoint. Virtuoso, you could think anything you want about demos, but when you're as consistent as he is, it's really hard to knock him for his skill in that department. But Virtuoso's got a little bit more to him. He just knows how much space demos create. So we'll see Vodafone Giants. They start to get set up in midfield. Stake following Tox closely for this. Zamway with no boost. He's going to be forced back on this as Tox tried to buy time, but the ball never falls down for anyone on the Giants. Finally, Zamway gets a piece, but low on boost. He's going to be slow back to the ball, which makes it an easy challenge for Relating Wave. And Vodafone Giants, nice little launch from Tox. And a great save from Metzanaris, but Tox can't find the goal. Virtuoso with a follow-up save. About as good as a look as they got so far.
I can't believe Metz got back for that. Metz, he had come up too far on the play and given Tox that shooting lane. Tox takes it. Metzanaris, I did not think was going to be able to get back. And now Virtuoso streaking back in time. Not the greatest strike from Tox. Now, counterattack opportunity, 2v1. Metza, backward bounce. It's up for Relating Wave, going for the double, but he didn't get it. Just off on that one. Some good back and forth early in game 2.
Ooh, nice touch from Relating Wave. Everybody on Giants were set up in a line, ready to receive that rebound. So crucial touch out to the corner, and they're back on offense. Relating Wave, his next challenge, from Metzanaris, ends up the other way. Zamway set up, but he can't get a strong enough touch. Virtuoso was lurking on the other end, but still, that was a potential opportunity that never came.
Tox did well to get that ball out to him, and Zamway just failing to make the touch that was required. And you think that could have been a better opportunity for the Giants, who've had some possession this game. They've been doing very well retaining possession, getting position to get that final shot, but they have not been able to crack this code.
Ooh. Broken passing play there from Relating Wave and Virtuoso, I believe. But Virtuoso will pick it back up as he gets harassed from behind in the corner. Metzanaris sniped from the crossbar, and he punches it in. Beautifully done. Metzanaris, I don't know how he constantly finds these from midfield.
Virtuoso got pull shot into that center, and Metzanaris, that was the shot you love to make as a player. You're coming across the infield, you got a ball coming down to you. It's the upside down shot that you're trying to get as much hot sauce on as possible. And man, that thing was covered in it. But a response coming out from Stake, and we've got a tie game, Jorby.
Off the kickoff, Tox was able to force it out to the right. And then the awareness on the pass from Zamway. As soon as he sees the challenge, He doesn't try to control the ball off the ceiling like you see most times up there. Instead, it's just a quick double hop downward into the ball to get the pass down to his teammate. That was excellent from Zamway. Excellent recognition and speed, but in a little bit of trouble as Virtuoso picks this up. The 50 could still be endpoints, but Metzenaris, I guess that gives a little bit of space, but the bump sends Relating Wave to the sky.
Virtuoso, he's got no boost, but he's still going for bumps. He doesn't need to rotate.
Boost is a crutch for our demolition technician in Virtuoso. Trying to play it back. Zamway making a challenge, which will buy some time here for the Vodafone Giants. Everybody was sitting back from the first man, and Tox, you lost to the fancy footwork of Metzenaris.
And he's also getting harassed again by Virtuoso. The most aggressive player I've ever seen play.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Does he get a third? Look at him. He's just pushing Zamway out. Like, what are you going to do? It doesn't matter because Relating Wave still has the ball. He can just roll around and do whatever.
It's almost like we're watching Heat Seeker. I don't know if you remember that game mode.
Oh yeah.
You sick somebody on the keepers. And that is exactly what Virtuoso is doing.
That's why he practices. Does he have that? Oh my goodness. I knew Tox was there first, but based on what had happened so far, when I see Relating Wave coming down off the ceiling like that, I almost believe it. It's been pretty slow though, despite the tie game. There haven't been a lot of high pressure opportunities or really extended stays on either half. It's been long balls, long attempted passes, a lot of that, what you're seeing, but it's challenged away again.
Tough read for Metza. Does get a piece of it and a good follow-up from Relating Wave. You're right, Jorby. We've seen some setup opportunities. Nothing too crazy, however. Most of the time, just these teams vying for control, vying for possession. And that one saved by Virtuoso. Another follow-up shot right into the net. Zamway. That was a blistering shot, Jorby.
Did the demo even matter here? I mean, oh wait, I think it was it doesn't matter. Like that
I think it did.
127 kilometers per hour. Like the time it took was Zamway's bumper to goal before I could blink. That's how fast that was. And it's a Vodafone Giant lead, but Endpoint off the kickoff. Relating Wave, Virtuoso was cutting in on the rotation. Had he stayed back, they might have had a chance, but it is all for naught. And the Vodafone Giants easily tie this, well, easily, but tie it back up.
Yeah, I would say it was not necessarily a walk in the park.
It was
that
well,
demo.
yeah.
It was funny how much aggression we saw out of Virtuoso in that game. So many demos, so many bumps. But in the end, it was a demo for the Giants that opened up the goal line, and they were able to score with just 10 seconds left. As we take a look at the highlights from game one, that first save from Metzenaris, I couldn't believe he got back in time. That was incredible hustle. And then that shot, that was nasty.
12 boost. Yeah, the shot was sick. And I totally agree with you that there are few shots that feel better to hit than that cross in midfield where you just nail it on your corner or your car and it just zips towards the net. There are a few better feelings. Virtuoso, that was a great save as well. He had to cross the entire length of the pitch, but it was Zamway's shot that was even better. So Vodafone Giants, it was a good response. I don't really know what to make of that game just because I felt like both teams were kind of doing the same thing, right? A lot of high, long passes and hoping they win a challenge in midfield, but no one really opting to carry the ball too much besides maybe Relating Wave. I feel like he's the only guy on the pitch that's actually trying to control and possess the ball. Everyone else is all about the hardest hits.
And that's always been how Relating Wave has kind of played. You even watch him in the corners, loves to be patient, take his time, bring the ball up the wall, go for that dribble if we can, or if he can. We even saw him do that earlier against Tox. That led to a goal. And we'll see how this series continues to shape up. Game number one, what was it, 7 goals for Endpoint?
7-2.
Game two, just a single goal. So Endpoint a bit hot and cold. See which one they will be this game, Jorby.
Well, Stake will send one flying against the backboard. Vodafone Giants, a chance to set up here in midfield. That touch from Zamway will certainly make it happen for a few more seconds. Steak with control. He shoveled the ball out over to Tox, and Zamway's there, and enforced own goal off the post for Zamway, and the Vodafone Giants on top.
And this is a tough break for Metza. He's coming back towards net. He thinks he's got to perhaps block a shot. The shot bounces off the wall and hits him. That is a tough situation for him. He's trying to be in position in case that shot's on target. It wasn't, but because of him, it goes in. Tough break.
Endpoint. Do they get this?
Whoa!
No! Tox will pinch it off the post. I'm pretty sure the entire length of that ball was in the net. It was shaded.
I don't understand the physics of that play, but Tox clearly knows what he's doing. And that pass, Tox doing it all, saves it on one end, feeds Steak on the other. What a play.
He's eating good. It's the same spot, too. A different looking pass. But he'll dole out another one for his team. And Tox is looking quite good to start game number 3. Endpoint a little stunned. The cheat up on the kickoff did not work out. Steak will collect the corner boost and be able to clamp down on the opposing corner. This is good for Giants if Zamway can find a lead on this ball, but he won't do it. Have to rely on Tox to come in. Vodafone Giants pass,
lovely
and
pass.
shot and goal. Tox to Steak, 3-0.
Tox, he's a playmaker. He gets the ball by one. Hard pass to Steak. There's no chance they can get to the pass in time. Gets to Steak with great pace, which allows Steak to strike it with authority. And we already have a playmaker for Tox. And that is well earned, Jorby. Tox, a lights out game from him so far.
Well, relating wave, looking for a goal. He won't get it. Maybe if that ball doesn't fall right back down on top of him, Endpoint have another chance at net, but they got to start from their own corner again. Virtuoso, who's been instrumental with his demos and bumps. Besides that one right there, he's been kind of quiet in game 3. Granted, it's been the opening 2 minutes. He just hasn't really had a chance because the Giants keep scoring.
I think it's one of those situations where adjustments are made. You start playing a team, you're feeling what they're doing, you learn how to combat their strategy. And Virtuoso, he's well known to go for those bumps and demos, and now they get to experience that firsthand, try to adjust. And we're seeing fantastic passing coming out from Tox that is tough for Endpoint to really deal with. And I've seen this happen to Endpoint in the past where they get low on boost, they can't really get as much possession, can't get much offense going. And now Tox with some space.
Oof. Tough for Tox. He low on boosts. Didn't want to just give up the ball because he knew two players were about to spawn. So he just tried to stay behind it and gather speed, and just couldn't really cleanly land his wave dash behind the ball. But it doesn't really matter. Nothing really came of it. And when you're up 3-0, anything that just keeps the ball locked here in midfield is to your benefit. Tox making more great touches. Endpoint completely flat-footed right now. They have lost so much of the boost. They can't get anything in midfield. Relating Wave has been denied the midfield boost the last 3 times he's tried to go for it. And he's even getting chipped right there. Virtuoso trying to open something up with a demo, but no gaps show themselves, and they continue to be pressed by the Vodafone Giants. Even right there, Tox, patient in midfield. Every delay, more time off the clock. And there you go, Virtuoso will find Zamway. Or not Zamway, he'll find Steak, and then Steak will find Zamway. Oh, look, Zamway should have believed, James.
Jarvie, don't worry,
Zamway
man.
should have
I
came
don't
up
think
on
you're
top.
wrong. I think you're right on a delay, okay? I'm sure that'll happen eventually.
I knew you were going to find a place for that at some point.
Hashtag Gibbs logic.
I think we can trend that. That could definitely happen. But Endpoint, relating wave to Mets? Nope. It was exciting for a second. Zamway, nothing for him, but I don't think it matters. As Steak will play this one away. Metzenar is trying to close it, and if you're Endpoint, you still at least want some urgency here to get into a better flow for game 4. especially in round 5 of this Swiss. It's already been a long day. Got to find a rhythm to get back into this because the Giants have completely taken control of this series, and Zamway just flips another one to the net, and they're kind of doing what Endpoint did to them in game 1.
Tox was actually parked in front of Metzenaris, who was trying to get back to the net to make a save. Tox just blocking his path. Metzenaris wasn't able to make that read. And this is what I was worried about, Jorby. Double tap chance. Good pass. Another goal coming in. Stake finishing this one off. That'll be a hat trick for him. But this was what I was worried was going to happen to Endpoint at the beginning of the series. We saw game 1, Endpoint had things figured out. But as game 2 and 3 play out, the Giants appeared to have figured out the formula, it seems.
Yeah, starve them of boosts. Virtuoso doesn't have boosts. Really hard for him to demo. That's what I really felt like did them in, like especially in the first half. Like, how many times do we see Endpoint just sitting on their goal line, watching the Giants pass it high back and forth, like just waiting for a shot to come. And then when it does, it's desperate, and you use the 24 boost that you picked up of the 2 pads in front of you just to put the ball up right in front of the backboard again. That's the kind of defense Endpoint were playing for a while there. All credit to the Giants and their ability to control the pitch and take away the options that Virtuoso loves to give his team.
Yeah, the Giants out shooting Endpoint 11-2. As we recap this game's highlights, Tox was making plays left and right, getting that playmaker award quite fast. Multiple great passes. That one, infield pass to Stake. And then Tox, you can see him harassing Metzenaris on the wall as Zamway puts that shot in, and then Zamway, that pass out to Stake. The Giants having their way with Endpoint in game 3, and if this continues, I expect the series to end right here unless Endpoint can figure out how to get things working again, whether that's through Virtuoso or through another route, because they need some life in them right now, Jorby.
I agree. I think that Endpoint, you have to win this kickoff and start on offense. If they get stuck on defense right off the kickoff here, I think we're going to be playing the same tune that we just saw for 5 minutes. So as the players get set and we're in game 4, the Vodafone Giants, after this 5 minutes, if they win, they're in top 8. They're good for Sunday, and Endpoint will be eliminated. This is their last life. Pray they use it well if you're an Endpoint fan. Tox looking to set up Stake again. They've been really good at connecting on these high passes in midfield. They don't try to go too far, but that second man always following close behind for a sure follow-up, and it comes for free on the rebound. Stake puts in the first for the Giants.
And Relating Wave couldn't really go for this one either. Who was it? Zamway steals the boost right in front of him. Metzenaris can't get the stop either. Endpoint struggling in the boost department so badly, and they weren't able to get in front of that shot. A quick lead out for Vodafone Giants in game 4. What could be the final game in the series and the final game that Endpoint plays in this tournament.
Virtuoso trying to buy a little bit of time, but Metzenaris actually has some space. He gets by Tox barely. Relating Wave now off the ceiling. He's got Virtuoso close by, but he goes for the shot that's blocked by Zamway, followed up quickly by Stake. And just when you think there's life for Endpoint, they have to go the distance from their half again. Relating Wave. Nice catch, but the pop-up forces Zamway to actually committed. Metzenaris winning the next 50, close rotation for Relating Wave, waiting for that win from Metzenaris. Doesn't come, but he gets back around the ball, Virtuoso. But the defense holds for the Giants. Tox next up. Now Endpoint just diving at this ball in the attacking third. You can tell that they're feeling desperate for a goal.
They certainly are, in that demo on Metza. Now the demo on Relating Wave, Virtuoso left all alone. Every time Endpoint gets a little bit of boost, gets in a position, we're seeing demos come out, which completely slowed down the tempo for Endpoint right as they start to get something going.
Oh, and Stake was ready for it. I keep getting Zamway and Stake mixed up for absolutely no reason. I'm gonna fix that up right now. Stake on that catch will not be able to get by Relating Wave, but Tox does the work on the backboard, no problem. Vodafone Giants, no problem in net, and Relating Wave gets, Metanaris gets bumped out of position. So for all the talk we have about Endpoint and their physical play, it's been the Giants being physical, giving Virtuoso and company a taste of their own medicine, and I don't think they like the taste.
Game 4 has been a different flavor for sure, Jarby. And Endpoint, time is ticking away for them. We're approaching the halfway point. Still haven't been able to put much of anything on the offensive end. Vodafone Giants, they have been absolutely stunning in these past few games, despite that quick start. Now another one coming out from Tox, who overpowers Metanaris on the goal line.
And it doesn't happen in this replay, but Zamway set this whole thing up when he just stole the ball away from Endpoint in midfield and then carried it to win the 50 for stake. Zamway has had himself quite a series. I don't think we've said his name enough with the amount of work he's put in. We've had Stake be the closer. He's there to finish shots, but Zamway sets up a lot of these opportunities. Tox, obviously the playmaker. Make no mistake, though, this is a full team effort for the Giants, and it's a comfortable 2-goal lead. Endpoint, they haven't been able to put any threat on the net at all. It's a low offense, it's a defensive game, I'll say. 5 shots for the Giants, but only 2 for Endpoint. And when you add them all together, James, they still don't have 5. So it's a struggle right now for Endpoint, but a really great game for the Giants. They are taking everything that Endpoint are giving them.
See if Endpoint can break out. Time is precious. This is it for Endpoint, Jarby. It's got to be now or never.
Ooh. Virtuoso can't find a bump, but it was enough to give Relating Wave a chance. Metanaris can't find the goal. Tox was in the way. And now they got to try again, but this ends up being a pass from Stake to Zamway. Zamway wasn't able to beat Metanaris to the ball. Now Endpoint, another break. 3-point passing play. It slips through back to Relating Wave. Stake tries to stop the attack, and then Tox rotates in. Chaotic on defense, but controlled chaos, and now Tox, the air dribble towards the net, no good. Relating Wave takes it away, but another chance. Zamway roller off the corner. A third goal would end Endpoint's run for sure, but they hang on with 40 seconds left, but offense never comes for Endpoint. They've spent 4 minutes on this half of the field.
Oof. And Relating Wave and Virtuoso just ran into each other on the back line. That was so close. It felt like Endpoint was on the cusp, and the bump there. Relating Wave is going to be able to put this one within reach. Virtuoso, a key bump on the goal line on Tox. And that might be enough. That keeps hope alive.
Well, Virtuoso, when push comes to shove, you got to blow them up. That's been the Endpoint MO. And now they need it more than ever. They got to start from their own half, and time is running out. This is just for game 5. Tox wants to pass to Zamway, but now it might be a breakaway opportunity for Endpoint. High ball, or mid ball rather, for Metanaris. Challenge knocked away. Virtuoso gives a high ball and one last chance to Endpoint. One more touch is denied by none other than Tox. The Vodafone Giants, top 8, they move to Sunday.
Giants taking out Endpoint after an ugly game 1, conceding 7 goals. Giants kick it into high gear and takes games 2, 3, and 4 commandingly, I'd say. Even this one, it wasn't really that close for a majority of the game. It was that final play from Virtuoso opening up that net that put it within reach, but still, the Giants looked like the better team in this series, Jorby. They deserve this win, and they're going to be securing their spot in the next stage.
I think that, some people at home might be able to see why Achieves loves watching the Vodafone Giants. They certainly had some fun plays, and a player like Tox, really all 3 players, Stake, Tox, and Zamway, they are exciting players to watch. And Vodafone Giants, I'm excited to watch their top 8 run. This is shaking up to be quite a Sunday that we are starting to deliver. And, James, it's great, but we got one more today. We got to decide one more spot in our top 8. We have that coming up after the break. Don't miss it. We'll be right back.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. You stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. You stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. It's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X. We have had a long day of matches. This was our 16-team Swiss group stage, and we are down to just a couple of spots left. If you haven't been able to catch it, Magnifico took down Monkeys in Game 5 overtime to qualify for a spot. So Magnifico continue to just surprise in this regional and end up making top 8. That is insane to me. That's pretty crazy. That's the good stuff, James. And we got one more though on this stream, and that is going to be Triple Trouble versus Dignitas. And you know, I feel like our whole team is mixed on Dignitas. Some feel like, oh, they're just ramping up. Others feel like they're on a downswing, and some just feel meh. Where do you stand?
I like Dignitas. I think Joreus has great potential. I think even with Astral, they had a slow start. So I'm buying stock in Dignitas. But Triple Trouble, they're a hot team. You know, they won the grid in Europe. So now's a chance to prove that was not a fluke, that they can still hang. And Bluey's been on teams before that have had to start from the bottom and work their way up. You think back to Savage when he's teaming up with Devo, picking up a new player on the scene known as Alpha, who's now a respected and established figure in the RLCS. So this will be a hard matchup for both teams, I believe. But to answer your question, Jorby, I'm buying on Dignitas. I like them.
All right, I like it. The bear, James. And for Triple Trouble, I like Calyx. I like what Calyx has brought to this team. He's another up-and-coming player. He has flashy moments where he hits these insane angles sometimes, and you think, man, this guy is going to be a star. But he's definitely had his ups and downs, and they're going to need him at his strongest against Dignitas, because Joreus, he is starting to figure it out. I'm on the team ramp Dignitas as well. I don't doubt a team with Violent Panda on it, ever. You can't. Violent Panda is one of the best players to have ever touched this game, and as long as he's on a team, chances are my bet's gonna be behind him to pull out a series victory when they need it, and they need it right now. But here we go. 5 games, potentially. Calyx will start for Triple Trouble. What kind of looks will Triple Trouble give Dignitas to try to keep them on their toes? Joreus, low on boost, won't be able to shovel the ball away, but it will be Dignitas working for a clear. Oh, Bluey, great pass over to Tadpole, who just couldn't put it on target, though it was a laser pass.
And changing to his perspective right after that shot, he was on 0. I don't know how much he had for the shot, but that was a setup that surely has you frightened. And Bluey, a frightening shot that finds its target. Triple Trouble, they have been having so much pressure. Yukio missing that read, and Bluey will punish him for it.
Yeah, really kind of uncharacteristic from Yukio there. That's pretty routine. I think it looked like he just misjudged the speed as he was launching off the ground. But you definitely take it if you're Triple Trouble. Another pass for Dignitas, cut off by Bluey, and whew, Joreus standing strong as third man there in midfield. Gets knocked away anyway. Triple Trouble trying to get something quickly set. It's a wide rotation. You see Calyx waiting for something to come down, not wanting to commit until he knows he can get it. The demo on the back end won't mean too much, but 2 demos might mean something here. Except Tadpole can only buy some time. The rest of Triple Trouble needed to go get boost. He saw Bluey just waiting forever, but he won the ball. And Tadpole has a chance here from the corner.
Dignitas getting outpaced early on by Triple Trouble. The speed from Triple Trouble has been above of that which Dignitas has brought to the table. Also, the demos have been in favor of Triple Trouble. Dignitas also misreading a few balls on defense. Not the cleanest start for them, but the game's still within reach. Only a single goal coming in as we have 2 minutes melt off the clock rather quickly.
Ooh. Decent setup here, starting with Joreus, and Triple Trouble looking for the one challenge that will break them out, but they might have to save another shot as Joreus sets something up. Yukio will opt for the boost as Violent Panda heads back to handle the ball, but Tadpole beats him to it. All Yukio can do is stall the attack as Calyx comes back around. Bluey's shot never came, even after Tadpole's bump in net. Well, Bluey, another catch. Dignitas really are struggling to hang on to the ball right now. They're about managing as much as they can on their own half, then they get to about midfield, and that's where the challenges really start hurting them. Some space, but Yukio, nice job on the challenge. High ball again. Joreas takes it away from Bluey, but it ends up being a pass to Calix, and he sinks it. That's 2 goals for Triple Trouble. They've got Dignitas on the back wall.
Calix so fast to this ball. You can see Panda at least trying to get a challenge. Didn't get there anywhere close to in time. And Calix will extend the lead. Triple Trouble. Only 2 shots, both of them going in. But you looked at Dignitas, just a single shot. And it's surprising that there's only 2 for Triple Trouble because they have been holding on to possession for quite some time. But the 1-2 banger of a play. Violent Panda and Jory is pairing up for that.
It's kind of crazy how this happened. There were so many cars zipping left and right. Joreas, he isn't phased at all. Knew exactly where Violent Panda was. And then Violent Panda also has to get the perfect touch to Joreas with a car barreling down in front of him. Excellent poise from Joreas and Violent Panda to wake Dignitas up a little bit. Joreas, maybe lucky that Bluey didn't find that ball and steal it away from him. But Calix steals the ball away and almost picks up his second goal. It doesn't come. Dignitas, they get away with one. They got to get downfield.
That demo working out well for Violent Panda, or for let's say Triple Trouble. Violent Panda, it didn't work out for well for him. He got blown up.
Oh, it would have been sick.
Dignitas, I like this effort from them. They're not giving up, getting blown up left and right. And Triple Trouble has been in the driver's seat a majority of this game, but that play from Joreas and Panda, that gives them the hope they need for Dignitas to potentially crawl back. However, we have seen many opportunities so far for Triple Trouble. I would not be surprised if they put another safety goal in just to be sure.
Well, Calix picks up another save, but right before this, I mean, Triple Trouble were throwing themselves at every ball, confidently challenging Dignitas at every step, and Tadpole flips his way past 2 Dignitas cars, but Violent Panda gives Joreas another chance straight down, and Yukio didn't have the read. May not have mattered. Violent Panda gives one more shot, but Joreas undercut the ball, and it's a freebie for Bluey.
And that's the insurance goal for Triple Trouble. Going all in. Joreas, you see him missing, and that miss sealed the fate of Dignitas as that goal just floats in. Bluey getting the second one of the game for him.
Well, it's a slow start for Dig, and they did not come out with the speed that we're used to seeing from them. And I feel like this has been the tune we've been singing about Dignitas now for a couple of tournaments, where there are some times where they look like their old selves, but there are way too many times when they're just getting outpaced, they're getting outshot, and the passing plays, they're not there. Even when they connect, it's in traffic and the shots are weak. Dignitas flat in game 1. They got a lot to work on heading into game 2.
The one goal they got this game was a good looking play, the give and go pass between Joreas and Violent Panda, but you're right, Jorby, other than that, completely flat. They were caught flat tired quite a bit. Easy demo targets. We saw multiple demos coming in favor of Triple Trouble. Dignitas didn't really have an answer to it, and a very one-sided game for most of the game. There was a small period of time where Dignitas started to battle back, but overall, Triple Trouble dictated the tempo from beginning to end.
Yeah, 100%. I liked what Triple Trouble gave. They knew what was going on the pitch. The awareness was there, and they knew what challenges to make. And it's funny because I look over and I see Tadpole at 74 points, and the next highest is 414. But you know, he didn't need to work that hard. And I actually thought Tadpole did a good job in midfield overall. There was probably only 1 or 2 times where I felt like he was in a dangerous spot and couldn't make a solid touch. Overall, his number wasn't needed, but he certainly helped his team out in that respect and kept Dignitas out. I think for Dignitas, you got to find a way to, I mean, how do they gain control off the kickoff? How do you start to control the pitch? Because without the boost and with all of these challenges that Triple Trouble are giving you, there's got to be a way to exploit how they're approaching the ball.
For one, it's make contact on the ball. We saw a few whiffs with Dignitas. They were close calls, barely missing out on their reads, but it happened enough times to be concerning. So if you're a Dignitas fan, you hope they clean that up. However, if you're a Triple Trouble fan, you're pleased with how things are going.
And the demo, Tadpole will roll in his first goal. And, well, James, the sun is high and bright for Triple Trouble right now. And why not with an explosion like that?
Bluey, he's calming that for sure. You see Tadpole slow everything down. Bluey streaking past, going for that demo. And they have been having their way with Dignitas when it comes to demos. Triple Trouble hitting demo after demo, which is putting Dignitas in these really horrible spots.
Ooh, Joreas will put that in, though. The last man rotating. Back here it was Tadpole, who came up for the challenge, just could never find Violent Panda, and then Bluey just rushed it. Thought that was coming way quicker than it was, and Joreas put it on the backside. So nice job from Dignitas. They stopped the bleeding way earlier this time.
And yeah, you're right. It was a quick staunching of that wound. Violent Panda, great passing. Another passing play from Panda. Panda and Joreas working together, left, right, and center. But this pass, something else.
Looking at Tadpole on the side of Triple Trouble, was responsible for handling that ball in the corner, and he ended up getting a poor first touch, and it bounced right off of his wheel, and he couldn't really get around it and force a challenge out of Violent Panda. So Panda was able to steal the ball away from him because of it. Triple Trouble, gotta make sure these touches are solid, consistent, otherwise Dignitas will continue to do that to you. Time for Joreas as he dumps it downfield, and we have trading boomers. There's been a lot of hang time today in general, James. Not just like one or two matches. I feel like every game today has just been the ball high up in the air and everyone's sitting waiting to see what's going to happen, or at least maybe for control. Violent Panda? No, Joreas cut that way too wide.
Sometimes that's the way it goes, especially if you're not feeling it as much on the passing game. However, this game I've really been enjoying what Panda has brought to the table. Multiple passing plays. Now we're seeing a passing play right at Panda. Tadpole coming in with the demo afterwards. But Panda has really stepped up for Dignitas, being able to feed Joreas on multiple occasions. And now for Dignitas, you want to see Yukio get more involved. Yukio, he's one of those players that specializes in that high flying game. Jorby, and he hasn't really been as involved. You hope to see that from him because it makes the series much more exciting. For Triple Trouble, Tadpole getting involved early on this one, and the demo's still working in their favor. So it has been relatively fun series to watch so far.
And Yukio, you say he's usually got the high flying. Joreas almost found the mark, but not enough power, and Bluey was ready for it. But Violent Panda again, James, you called it, and he still gives Dignitas chances on net, despite no shot coming. The fact that there was a chance at all, Bluey is denied by Violent Panda, who's carrying Dignitas on his back right now. That's his second save right in front. Granted, one of those shots was right into him, but then he's dishing out passes. I mean, this is vintage Violent Panda, but they got to keep this out. Another pass in front, and finally, Calyx collects off the pass from Tadpole. They dish one in.
Panda, he was low on boost, trying to pick up pads, sees that pass coming in right on the nose. Tadpole, that is a textbook infield pass from him. Wonderfully done. Triple Trouble tying this up.
Violent Panda on the cheat up. Dignitas, those two goals were great. You had a couple of chances to keep shots coming, but shots are at a premium in this series. Triple Trouble have had the lion's share of them, 8-4 from Dignitas, but Joreas only needs, well, he only needs 3 of them. He's got a hat trick, 3 for 4 in this game for Joreas.
Perfectly off the bounce. Calyx coming in, thinks he has the angle covered. Well, guess again. Joreas has been a scorer for Dignitas in this series, keeping this one going.
Now talk about Violent Panda carrying. Maybe not carrying. Joreas, he's certainly there. But Violent Panda, he'll always hit it on your nose. Bluey can't get any space. And Dignitas just back, waiting for that challenge to come, trying to read how Triple Trouble are going to challenge the ball to see how they can shovel it away from them. And it's worked out a couple of times. Violent Panda That challenge will be Dignitas's now. A high ball in front. Yukio misses again. It is not Yukio's day. That's his third whiff in 2 games. High ball. And it just sails by.
Oh.
And another miss. What is going on? Louis expecting a different bounce, I guess, but that should have been a triple trouble goal.
That's one that leaves you scratching your head as we approach this final minute. Louis getting a demo on the goal line. Panda caught surprised, but that one was a little bit of a shocking play, I would say. Triple trouble could have done more with that. Dignitas lucky to still be in the lead.
Calix, next on the challenge, actually finds a clean pass out, but Bluey was playing a closer pass behind Calix on the play. Tadpole coming in, he screened it correctly, and Calix sniped from the corner, but it hit the crossbar. Triple trouble.
Are you kidding
Now the
me?
crossbar robs them of a goal.
I can't believe that triple trouble did not score a goal there.
You and I are both stunned, James. Calix wants another chance at it. Tadpole's there, and he misses it completely. Bluey says, here's one more, but Yukio throws it away. Hops right on top of the ball. Kills it off to Joreus. Put it on the ground. No. Maybe one more chance? Let's see. And yeah, a chance for Dignitas to score. Well, they don't get it, and Dignitas will quickly get out of game 2.
I can't believe they that was unreal at the end, hitting the crossbar that close. We saw the Bluey misread off the post bounce on that play. Triple trouble. They're gonna want that one back. Dignitas getting away with murder on that on that game. You don't see that too often.
It's like, miss it once. All right, that's fine. You get that. Miss it twice.
Yeah, you're probably gripping the controller a little tighter than usual.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna break break a stick off if it was me.
Or at least squeeze a stress ball or something.
But let's not take too much credit away from Dignitas. I mean, they did a great job of really Violent Panda finding the little gaps along the back wall and kind of punishing Triple Trouble for having too many men on that back wall and not being able to handle Violent Panda or even touch the ball back there. I feel like there was a lot of whiffitis out there, and we need to get the medical team on the field. Let's make sure that all 6 cars are okay. There's no issues, because I don't know where all these whiffs are coming from today, but I'm done with the whiffs.
But I love the striking from Jorius. He was a shining light for Dignitas in the past game, a hat trick for him. And even that last shot, perfectly timed on the bounce to beat out Calix near post. That's not an easy shot to make. And he made it look easy.
He did make it look easy, James. And we're effectively, when each team wins a game in a best of 5, it makes it a best of 3.
Oh, man.
And yeah, I did it. But
it's
here's
true.
Panda.
It's true.
Shout out to Nose Dude. Jure is trying to shovel the ball back to Yukio. Oh, and Bluey ended up giving away to Violent Panda, but this was good enough here from Triple Trouble on defense. Calix steals the boost away as well. Bluey at least forced Joreus to go on the opposite side, but now Yukio has the boost, and Dignitas, they're content to just play laterally here in Triple Trouble territory. As long as they keep winning these challenges in midfield, they can eventually win the war of attrition. So far, so good, as Joreus' shot will be saved by Calix, but Joreus steals the boost. He also gets the bump. Tadpole will actually find clearance. Calix, bouncer, that'll be handled out.
Double commit. This could be bad. Violent Panda trying to get to that ball first, but Calix, very good awareness there to attack that ball quickly to make sure that Dignitas can't take advantage of that double commit.
And Dignitas benefiting from a free midfield to move it back down to Triple Trouble territory. Violent Panda is able to get it back out to Joreus. Violent Panda doing work out here today for Dignitas. Joreus collects.
It's the dynamic duo, Jorby. They've been connecting This entire series, Panda feeding Jorius over and over and over. That time a corner pass. Panda, if there's a passing lane open, he'll find it.
Even if there's not, he'll find it. He'll pave a passing lane. No, he won't pave that one. That hurts. That hurt. Tadpole, he's not hurting at all. He's feeling pretty good. I can see the smile through the screen. He's like, yeah, we'll take those.
An unfortunate situation. Panda whipping that one. Misread off that sidewall. And Tadpole will clean that up. Dignitas working hard for that first goal. And then giving away that second one in the game.
Told you there's whiffitis. Whew.
What's the prescription you take for that?
Hit the ball. That's the prescription.
That's that. I was thinking there could have been a better name for that, but
there could have been, but too short of a time for me to be creative, James. Come on. I need at least 10 seconds lead time.
You know, I'll give you a shot every time.
Oh, I know. I get it about 30% of the time, and about 30% of the time would be accurate for triple trouble, as 1 in 3 shots don't hit the crossbar. Jorius almost hit the post. Calix, a lot for control on the air dribble. He'll only get over Yukio, and this has been a struggle for triple trouble. They're just not really reading the play well. They'll actually get another look at the goal, but Tadpole sends it way too high, trying to avoid Violent Panda. There's another shot, looking better from Calix. Do we got another from Tadpole? He hits it right into Yukio, and Bluey is forced. Well, Bluey's forced to do nothing. He just won the 50. This is still good for triple trouble. It slowly turned into a good progression for them as soon as they got the ball in Dignitas territory.
Bluey is losing his mind. He has gotten so many demos this series, going for demo after demo, bump after bump. It is slowing down Dignitas every time that they're trying to rotate back, get that third man in position to set up for a play to get the ball out of harm's way. You got Bluey coming in, going for the demo.
Tadpole will steal the boost away too, and it's another miss, this time for Jorius, but that probably actually served them well. He might have actually pulled off on purpose. Had he touched that, it just would have been right back into triple trouble. All your boost would have been gone again. But instead, because of that, Dignitas are on offense, and now it's about Jorius winning a 50, but Calix will end up with the ball back to Bluey, and oopsies, somebody.
Is whiffitis contagious?
Somebody got in the way, though. Calix straight across Tadpole. It's contagious.
Oh, goodness.
The more demos that happen, the more whiffs occur as well.
We got whiffitis and demoitis for Bluey. A full-blown case.
We call it democia.
Demo.
That's all I got.
I like it.
And for, again, a 1-1 game, I mean, this has just been such a slow-paced game for both teams. Rather than, the next player just taking the ball and doing whatever they can with it. Violent Panda! Oh, it was a beautiful angle, but it bounces off the post. Neither team able to find the net a lot today. It's been close, though. Violent Panda actually gets by 2. Now he's got a breakaway. He's got one on the wing with Jorius, and he puts it in! Wonderfully conducted by Violent Panda, and Dignitas are on top.
Panda single-handedly defended that play and got that center ball. Calix didn't really have much of an option. He had to watch in horror as Jorius comes in to put that one in. There's nothing really Calix could have done. I think he was out of boost. And Dignitas, in the final moments, Panda, of all people, making that huge stop. Now a chance. Infield pass. A miss.
Oh, no! Oh! He's still got a chance, though. Bluey gives another chance to Calix. He almost puts it in. Tadpole! No! Twice tasked with the tying goal, and he can't do it, and Dignitas survive again.
Oh, man. If you're a triple trouble fan,
again,
you're not too happy. You're not too happy with how some of these games have ended. What was that? What was Tadpole coming? I was on a different player perspective, but I see the ball coming out right in front of net. Tadpole has a shooting lane open. I would love to get another look at that to see what happened. It looked like the setup was there to tie it up.
It looked like he was just his moment. He was going too fast when he launched. And so he wasn't able to slow down enough as he tried to get the height necessary to hit the ball. And so he ended up just zipping past it. At least from my first look at it, that's what looked like what happened. And after that goal that he was given, a Tadpole, in those situations, I mean, you gotta be able to finish if you want to be top 8. To be a top 8 team, all 3 of your players need to be on that clutch moment. You need to be able to put the ball in the back of the net in that moment. And he had 2 to do it and couldn't collect.
It's not over for Triple Trouble yet. You could tell that they've had the edge in a lot of these moments that they've been failing to put that finishing touch on. If they can start putting that finishing touch on, I would not be surprised to see them take this game and the next. But now, this is it. It's all coming down to this game for Triple Trouble. If they lose, Dignitas is moving on to the next stage and Triple Trouble is out.
Well, we've seen a few game 5s today. Why not one more for the end of the day? But we'll see. Dignitas certainly would be happy to end it in 4. And Bluey will start off this attack with a dump downfield, which Tadpole will eventually get back to. And Bluey has a shot, but Yukio flips in front for the save and wins the challenge on no boost. And he gets 100 for his efforts. Now Dignitas, they'll take that ball, but now Calix is going to send it right back to him. Good touch from Jaraeus. Rest of Triple Trouble forced to wait in midfield, but a win on the 3rd. Well, Calix gets bumped, and so he'll be late to the ball. Actually, he just won't be there at all, and is forced to play the touch from Bluey. So what would have been a shot opportunity, hang on, it's not done, and Tadpole is denied, but here comes Bluey and can't put it on target.
Dignitas has been suffering from low boost, and again, challenge Panda barely nicking that ball.
I mean, it should be 1-0 right now. Bluey was high up in the air. He didn't have to rush it. He wasn't coming from an awkward angle. And it was a huge mistouch. That's the one that had to go in. Triple Trouble does all that work to set that play up. And now they're going to try again, but Yukio has the play read. Tadpole next up. It's a high bounce, though, and Jaraeus gets back to it. Triple Trouble. Right now, their folly, missed opportunities, and they continue into game 4.
That polish that you expect from teams at this level, just not there for Triple Trouble in these past few games. But it's not over yet. They're still maintaining so much possession. That double tap pass attempt, Jaraeus going to be there, does get full boost as well. Finally, Dignitas getting some space. See if they can keep this pressure on.
Nice touch from Jaraeus, but better from Calix. Was able to get up quickly to make the 50 happen. And it's just a struggle for possession now. Triple Trouble back on their own half. Calix. Nice slowdown from him, but Violent Panda looks for his teammate across the back wall. Yukio's shot denied by Bluey. He sends it back over to the side, and he's actually going to have some space. Now over 1. Can they get Triple Trouble set up? The second man coming slow, but Calix does get there in time.
And you see Bluey on the goal line. He tries to bump Panda. Panda hides behind the near post. Bluey still bumps him and then goes and gets another demo. Bluey so angry, so aggressive. But will that pay off for Triple Trouble?
Certainly have to be careful. Being too aggressive has been the bane of some teams. Next thing you know, you look behind you, the ball's in your net. Risk management for Triple Trouble, where offense has been scarce. You certainly got to take your shot when you see it. Tadpole. Just nothing develops. We're going to ignore that ever happened. Don't worry, Bluey. Nothing happened. We didn't see it. That whole play didn't happen, but you lost the time. So nothing we can do about that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Bluey across the back wall. Winning a
Dorby,
challenge.
that was an opportunity to pretend it didn't happen.
And a pass over to Calix, James, if you were paying attention. I was play-by-play. But it's just been a slow game despite these carries. Oh! And no! As if the curse is real. It bounces off the crossbar again for Triple Trouble.
Certainly seems like there's a fourth player out there on the field.
Oh.
And it's been having quite the series so far for Dignitas, making save after save.
And you got to take the gift if you're Dignitas. Jorge has definitely tried to walk home with that one. Violet, how does he find the pass off of a 50 every time? The dude's incredible. Here's Jorge.
Hard work and dedication, and a double demo from Panda. Infield pass. Panda turns, and he gets the goal. The demo man, Violent Panda, getting the lead with just 28 seconds left.
The hard-working man collects for Dignitas. Why not? Yukio, he probably could have shot that on net. But why not Violent Panda? He's downfield open. I'm open. I'm open. Hit me. Yukio's like, I got you. No problem. Dignitas taking their opportunity, making the most of it, and now Jorea's got Violent Panda in midfield. Triple trouble, they're left stunned. Time's running out. Bluey, he's got a full tank. That boomer, can it give them anything? A rebound straight in front, the pass to Tadpole, but he was a little too far forward. Violent Panda, back to Yukio. No, it doesn't matter. He lets it touch the ground. Dignitas take down Triple Trouble in 4. They move today, number Sunday. That's how I'm ending that, James.
Well done, Jorby. That
Thank
was
you.
the most articulate way to wrap up that point that I could have imagined. That was well done, but let's focus on that game in this series. Violent Panda, he was living up to his reputation as being one of the best passers that Rocket League has ever seen. He kept doing that, and then in this final game, in a critical moment, able to get that double demo, turning around, being on the other end of that pass from Yukio, and that was it. That was the game. Violent Panda and Dignitas, you can see them starting to improve. You can see them starting to get more consistent. And Jorius, I loved everything that I saw from him this game. He was spectacular. He really was. He is a talent that Violent Panda was able to scout out and bring on board. And you can see the potential in him, and it has paid off for Dignitas in this series. However, for Triple Trouble, Jorby, we saw a few chances that you think if you get more chances, maybe 10 chances at that same ball, they're scoring maybe 8 or 9 out of 10 of them on some of those shots. And it was a tough series to watch from a Triple Trouble fan perspective, to see them miss those opportunities that could have made this series end very differently.
Yeah, as good as Dignitas were, I definitely think Triple Trouble lost this series. And just from all of those chances, we saw them miss. I'm pretty sure that they had 10 chances and they hit 1 this time. It just wasn't their match. And unfortunately for Triple Trouble, it wasn't their day, and we won't see them tomorrow. But we will see a lot of great teams tomorrow. We will see Dignitas. They look good, but I think that, as Gibbs had said at the start of the day, maybe you're still a little worried with how tight it looks for Dignitas sometimes. I'll give them all the credit in the world. The ability to play defense on low boost and to make save after save like that from anyone, especially Violent Panda, that's impressive, and that is going to serve you so well, no matter what match, what team that you're playing against. To have that kind of poise, that kind of awareness, that kind of thing is what will always separate Dignitas from teams like Triple Trouble. And that's all she wrote for that, James. This has been fun to cast with you. We're going to get out of here. We're going to throw it back to Leaf and the boys to finish out the day. We'll see you guys later.
That's right. Day number Saturday is done with as Dignitas. Move on to day number Sunday. And Triple Trouble just could not seem to find that answer. A few of us were groaning at one point with that tadpole side flip, whether you had the shot or not. A couple mistakes here and there led to a victory total for Dignitas.
Oh yeah, I was looking at this series, and there were so many moments where Triple Trouble had it right in front of them, literally seconds away. And you mentioned it yourself, Leaf, the side flip from Tadpole. Again, it just feels like whenever Triple Trouble come down into these dire situations, the panic, the stress, it gets to them and they can't clutch it out. They were right there the whole time. But then you get double demoed by Violent Panda. He turns around and scores. What are you going to do? They had every situation, it seemed like, prepared for. And it's the classic Dignitas we've been waiting to see.
So I figured it out. Violent Panda, he always recruits such amazing players. And you know why? Because he just feeds him the ball. He fed Jorius all throughout the series, made him look amazing because of the passes from Violent Panda. He took this rookie and was like, here, I will give you everything. Take every single shot. That'll be the easiest shots you will ever have to make. Every pass on point. Violent Panda coming in with that veteran leadership. And that is the difference between a team like Dignitas, who's won a regional championship, compared to a team like Triple Trouble, who's kind of, they're still trying to figure it out. Those mistakes are going to happen for those teams with less experience at the top level. And we saw Tadpole. He has some experience up there, obviously, but it's nothing like Violent Panda. And Violent Panda really led this squad to this victory. They had a tough road throughout today playing BDS. I believe they played one of the top teams. They played Guild, who is now the #1 seed. So it took a while to get there, but Dignitas, they make it to the top 8, and they're going to the bracket.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I was talking during the broadcast for the grid there with for Dignitas with Jesse, and he made fun at one point saying that Violent Panda, he likes to miss flip resets here and there. I'm like, doesn't matter. He's not the one that needs to go for them. He brings on players that can do that, and Jorius is one of those players. So you're right, absolutely. Bring in those players, build them up, feed the ball to them. On the side of Tadpole, before we just look back at things here, Triple Trouble, I felt like it was just an off day from Tadpole. And I feel like this team, maybe disagree if you want, Turtle, but I feel like this team still had that potential to win that series. It was just kind of a rough day for a player like Tad.
Yeah, I agree. I think there were moments where Tadpole was in the only position to make a save, or the final guy on third man. And I think it's going to be a tough day looking back for him, because while there were a lot of great moments from him, I think that he was a bit too inconsistent, because sometimes whenever he was in those clutch situations, he would side flip or he'd go for a panic play goal, and something that would kind of just throw off the whole defense. But then he also had a couple of good plays, which wasn't bad as well. It's just there's so much to take away from Triple Trouble that I feel like you can't be mad with how much you have to learn and how much you have to improve. I think they got to be happy with this.
Like, this is a long season. They had a great Thursday where they take down the grid and get #1. And then today it's a disappointing result, but it's going to be a roller coaster for 10 months. And Triple Trouble, they're in a pretty good spot. They tied for 9th for this tournament. That's not bad after their offseason.
This is what I was going to say. Let's take a look at the standings here, just so you can look at all the other teams as well and see what we're talking about. But again, Triple Trouble coming in 9th out of the 32 teams that made it in here, plus all the other teams that tried to qualify. That is not a bad position for this team. And the fact that, again, I'm looking at them saying I can see them even making it to this stage 3, given it be a different day, is a great walk away for them. And they're going to sit back and still be happy with this, but want a little bit more. So looking at the rest of this, you see all your teams making to the next day: Guild, Renault, Solary, BDS, Blokes, Giants, Dignitas, Magnifico. Looking at this, first off, can we just talk about Magnifico?
Of course.
And Gibbs, I think we're all happy about this one, but any surprises beyond that?
Magnifico. Like, they're the only team that I am completely surprised with. All the other teams were either the RLCS or the Giants. Basically, were an RLCS team before this, but Magnifico coming out of nowhere, like Atomic and Demensa. This is the first time they're on a big stage like this. We keep talking with Greasy Meister about, he was 12 days retired and then comes back and plays, but with Atomic, with the Game 5 overtime winner, for the first time on these big moments, and they're making the plays. They are a top 8 team in Europe for this first regional. This is going to be so many points, even if they go out in the quarterfinals, to have a chance to make that major. This is great for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also amazed at the fact that we see Magnifico take Vitality to Game 5, who unquestionably is probably the most threatening team there. I mean, what are you going to do against the Game 5 overtime, or buzzer beater, excuse me? That's just unfortunate. But the Giants, I think that's my main takeaway from all of today, is that they confirmed a lot of our expectations. We wanted to see how they would play up against the top tier teams in these high pressure situations, and they definitely showed up whenever it counted.
But we have to see what they're looking forward to. Stage number 3 is coming tomorrow on Sunday. So let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly who's facing up against all our matches. This is different than the Swiss rounds now, because we can see the matchups, Gibbs, that we're looking at. And off the bat, these are all stacked.
Oh, man. You have to talk Vitality versus Dignitas. The Season 9 Regional Championship Grand Finals, the Spring Series Grand Finals. Dignitas no longer with Astral, but I don't see Astral in this bracket either, though. So Vitality Dignitas, I think, is that match that everyone wants to see in the quarterfinals. But another one, BDS and Vodafone Giants, 2 up-and-coming teams. They played today, and that went to Game 5, where the Giants just barely lost to BDS. So that one should be incredibly close as well.
Yeah. I mean, looking at this bracket overall, I think that, you definitely nailed it right on the head. The matches that just completely speak out to you. But then at the top, Guild and Magnifico, I think that could be the sleeper series that we don't expect to go to game 5, because we expect Guild, if they have that speed, the mechanics are on, we'll get a really clean sweep out of them. But Magnifico, if they show up the way they did today, that could be a banger of a series.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, looking at this bracket, I feel like it couldn't have lined up better for all our first round matches here. Like every single one of these have incredible stories going on behind them. But I think it's great to have a fan favorite in Magnifico making it to this day as well too, because that's incredible story. But then you have, that old prodigy and Scrub on Guild. You have that rivalry with Renault and Dignitas, and then all the Spanish players on the lower part there. Yeah, it's honestly. All the best storylines we could have seen here, but every single one of these teams have a chance, but that of course will be tomorrow. So just to recap and get final words from you guys before we head out and to get to our final stage, how excited for you this? Honestly, this is great. We're almost there, but one final bracket to go, Gibbs.
So then I want to point out, because I know a lot of fans are confused, so this is only the beginning for any teams that got knocked out today or last weekend. This is one regional out of 3 for the first split, and we're doing this 3 splits long. So points are being awarded, but your teams are not out of it yet. They'll have to bounce back in the next tournament. That'll be in 3 weeks for Europe. But it's been a wild ride. We've seen so many upsets throughout the Swiss, like even the grid on Thursday. There's so much Rocket League being played, and so many teams are coming out of nowhere and picking up huge wins versus the old top dogs. And Godsmilla said it best. These RLCS teams are on notice at this point. They don't get that luxury of being a top 10 team locked in for 6 months in those spots, and only 2 can drop out. Now it's literally anyone can win. Anyone can go to the World Championship in 10 months from now. It's going to be a bloodbath for 10 straight months, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of which, we've been through the new format, right? We've been through everything that we've had questions about, see how it goes, see how these teams play out. But now we're back kind of to what we're familiar with, playoffs. We know which teams are going to face off against each other. It's going to make it that much more exciting. You lose, you're out. I can't wait to see who wins this.
Well, we're almost there. The start of Rocket League Championship Series Season X for the Europe's first regional is almost to an end, but we have one more day of exciting Rocket League to go. So we better see you guys here tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern time for the pre-show, where we have Shogun leading the way. This is his tryout to see if I get a break or if I have to take over again as an all-EU cast jumps on to talk about that final European day. You do not want to miss it. But for Turtle, Gibbs, and myself, we're signing out until we head to stage 3 tomorrow. We'll see you then.